Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Just reading that first message, Jiang Ye immediately felt something was off. Like when Huang Qi had first dropped into their 1008 apartment. Everyone's first reaction had been confusion. It took a whole round of discussion before someone even guessed cross apartment. But in this apartment 9999, the very first message directly called out the term cross apartment. And the tone? Like they didn't take this cross apartment player seriously at all. What really caught their attention wasn't that he was cross apartment. It was the fact that he was only level 1. And that came with a condescending kind of surprise. A bad feeling hit Jiang Ye, and he quickly opened up apartment 9999's ranking board. What he saw nearly made his brain short-circuit. Beginner apartment 9999, ranking board. Hashtag 1, Lin Jing, LV10. Hashtag 2, Wang Chengjin, LV10. Hashtag 3, Kupeng, LV10. Hashtag 4, Jiang Wenhan, LV10. Hashtag 5, Li Junqi, LV10. Hashtag 6, Shabo, LV10. Hashtag 42, Yuya, LV10. Hashtag 43, Chung Kun, LV9. Hashtag 118, 1xn, LV8. Hashtag 119, Jiang Ye, LV1. What the? Jiang Ye felt like he'd entered the Twilight Zone. This apartment 9999 had over 80 people on its ranking board. Had it also been through an apartment fusion? Or were there just that many cross-apartment players packed in here? Whatever the reason, this ranking board was ridiculous. Before Jiang Ye arrived, even the last ranked player in this apartment had been level 8. Now that he dropped in, he, as the new number 119, was completely out of place compared to the 118 players above him. They were all 10s, 9s, 8s, and he was level 1. This was the very definition of a baby noob stumbling into a high roller server. And another thing, those names in the top 6, they looked familiar. If Jiang Ye remembered right, those 6 were all listed on the Duel Room's War God, ranking under Stubborn Bronze. So, what the hell kind of apartment was this 9,999? Why were there so many top-tier players crammed into one place? While Jiang Ye was still reeling, the high-level players in this apartment were already chatting about him. A level 1 cross-apartmenta? And of all places, he comes here. No way this guy isn't a total newbie who just stumbled in by mistake. Otherwise, I just can't believe a sane player would dare jump into our apartment 9999 at level 1. Think he's hiding his true power? Like, maybe he's got an SSS tier ability, maxed out on attribute fruits, and rocking a full set of survival point gear. I mean, seriously, if a newbie takes one look at our ranking board, they should be running for their lives. The fact that he hasn't run yet after seeing our chat. Maybe he's actually a high-tier beast in disguise? Or maybe he's just too dumb. A noob who burned his only survival point to come here and now doesn't have enough to run for it? Jiang Ye. Crap, they nailed it. Straight face. Yeah, he didn't want to run, but he didn't have the survival points to go anywhere. F*******. If only his number 2 replica had finished off those 2 lackeys of Xingman. He could have had enough points for the return trip right now. But no, he'd gotten greedy for a 4th replica and didn't think it through. He thought cross-apartmenting would be like Huang Qi's situation. Dropped into a strange apartment, surrounded by strangers. No way back, so just go all in and start killing people. And yeah, he was ready to go all in, but could even kill these strangers? So now his number 2 replica's only real option was to find a place to hide out in 9999 and wait until midnight for fusion. Though wait, would a cross-apartment replica even be able to fuse at midnight? This whole thing was getting ridiculous. He started wondering. That last person on the 9999 ranking board, 1 XIN at level 8. How strong was his combat power? Did his replica have any shot at taking him down through fusion? Probably not. His gut told him. The level 8s in this apartment were on a whole different level from the level 8s in any other apartment. Trying to kill one of them at level 1? Yeah, no chance. While he was deep in thought, Jiang Ye suddenly felt like someone was watching him. But when he scanned the area, there was no one in sight. He instantly tensed up, hand resting on the rooftop control panel, pretending to look calm and ready to jump apartments at any moment. And right then, a new message popped up in the apartment 9999 chat group. Juan Xin. Holy sh*T. I knew it. This guy's totally a sleeper beast. Guess who this level 1 who dared cross into our apartment is? Yahoo? Who? One of those whales from the game rankings? Chung Kun. Even if he was a whale back in the game, that doesn't mean much here in the real apartment system, right? Juan Xin wrong? All of you are wrong. He's not from the game. He's that mysterious bald guy who stirred up a storm in the duel room not long ago. Lee Junkie. Holy sh*T? The mysterious bald guy who beat Zhao Yudi, possibly pissed off the duo organization, and even caught the attention of a VIP player? Wang Qingjin. You sure you're not mistaken? With those disguised masks, anyone can tweak themselves to look bald. Juan Xin. I'm positive. I watched the match where he one-shot Zhao Yudi with my own eyes. No way I'd mistake that. Wang Qingjin. Bro, just say it straight. Are you the guy who one-shot Zhao Yudi? At Jiang Ye. Juan Xin. Bro, you came to our apartment to challenge us to a life-or-death duel? At Jiang Ye. Zhou Qi. That can't be right. That bald guy had insane combat instincts, sure. But if he matched with Zhao Yudi, then he'd have about 50-plus combat power, which does line up with his level 1 die. But even then, level 1, 50-ish combat power, and he dares to walk into our apartment? He's not worried we'll snap our fingers and turn him into survival points. Juan Xin, this guy must have come prepared. Look, he's got his hand on the control panel like he's ready to teleport out at any second. Probably waiting to see our attitude. If we want to talk, he'll talk. If not, he's ready to bounce. Wang Qingjin bounce? He really thinks he can escape. If Master Jing makes a move, even if this guy has his hand on the panel, even if he's got lightning-fast reflexes, he still ain't getting away. That Master Jing, mentioned in the message, clearly referred to Lin Jing, the number 1 on apartment 9999's ranking board. Also the top of the duel room's War God ranking. As Jiang Ye was still piecing things together, the next message hit, and its sender name was none other than Lin Jing. Lin Jing, tell us what you came here to talk about. Be direct. At Jiang Ye, the whole apartment 9999 group chat exploded in an instant. Before, only a few people had been talking. Now, the floodgates had opened. Lin Jing's message was buried in a tidal wave of excitement. Holy SHD, Lin God is here. Lin Jing actually came out for a level 1 newbie. How many more wins does Lin God need for 100 straight? Think he'll make it today? If he takes out the administrator on day 1, F***, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. The fanboying was wild. Jiang Ye could barely keep up. Still, he caught a few key bits of info. Lin Jing was apparently going for a 100-win streak in the duel room, and these apartment 9999 players were planning to take down the administrator too. Plus, that talk about whales. From all this, he could deduce. The players here, like Yang Wenchao, were from the game. But not just any players. They were elite, even among gamers. They were clearly aiming to clear the apartment using the pay-to-win mode Yang Wenchao mentioned. Some were even crazy enough to try and take down the administrator on day 1. As Jiang Ye was processing all this, he also had to figure out how to respond to Lin Jing. It seemed like Lin Jing and everyone else thought he'd come here to negotiate. But the truth was, he just picked a random faraway apartment and stumbled in by accident. He had no idea what this place was, let alone any plan to talk or fight. But if he told the truth now, yeah, his end wouldn't be pretty. So Jiang Ye thought for a moment, then decided to double down. I want to challenge a life-or-death duel at Lin Jing. Truth be told, he didn't even know what a life-or-death duel was. But one of the players earlier had speculated that's why he came. so he just rolled with it. As for what it meant, sounds like a duel where people die. He'd figure it out later. If he could fight, he would. If not, he'd stall till midnight and try to merge with his main body to escape. Just as he was thinking that, Lin Jing responded again. Lin Jing, report your record. At Jiang Ye. Crap. Jiang Ye felt like his noob status was about to be exposed. What the H*LL did record mean? If he asked outright, he'd look dumb. But if he guessed and got it wrong, he'd look even worse. 100 win streak, life or death duel. It probably meant win streak, right? Jiang Ye hesitated, then cautiously answered. 4 win streak in the duel room, does that count? The group chat went dead quiet. For a long time, not a single new message appeared. Then, finally, Wang Qingjin. Bro, are you kidding me? You don't even have a 10 win streak, and you want to talk life or death duels? 1xin. Seriously, man? You dragged out Lin God for this, and you've only got a freaking 4 win streak. Yeah, no offense, but ha 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 ha. I really want to see the look on Lin God's face right now. Ha ha. Chung Kun, you can look at mine. I bet it's the same as his right now straight face. Yeah. Ah ha ha. Jiang Ye. So, he guessed right about what record meant. But his streak was way too lame. Huh? What would he do? It was literally 4 wins. And what for wins is trash now? He'd only had 4 matches. What if by the time he hits 100 matches, it is a 100 win streak? Maybe he'd even hit that milestone before Lin Jing. Ever heard the phrase, don't underestimate the young and poor? Jiang Ye silently stared at the flood of ha's, then decided, screw it, it's just a replica anyway. Let's get thick-skinned. So he boldly dropped this line in the chat. What if I hit a 100 win streak before your Lin God does? The chat went dead silent again. After a long pause, someone finally replied, Bro, if you're going to brag, at least make it believable. Exactly. Do you even know what 100 consecutive wins means? Do you know how many wins Lin God already has? Jiang Ye thought to himself, Nope, don't know, don't want to know, cold_face.jpg. I was just casually talking sh*t. Treat it like a joke. Guys, please don't take it seriously. Laughing face. He had no idea how to walk this back now. Then suddenly, the highly respected Lin Jing finally responded to him. Well, technically, it wasn't a response. It was more like a command. Lin Jing, you've got 10 minutes, get a 10 win streak, and we'll let you join us. If you don't, we'll send you off. That send you off was obviously the same kind of euphemism Yang Wenchao used when he reunited Wang Rui with her parents. From his hidden spot on the rooftop, one Xin, who'd been secretly observing, couldn't help thinking, looks like this arrogant bald guy's about to tuck his tail and run. After all, 10 wins in 10 minutes. Impossible, even if this guy already had a 4-win streak, and technically only needed 6 more wins. The 5th and 10th matches were win streak blockers run by veteran players. If it were anyone else, maybe they could buy the 5-win and 10-win streak package and skip the blocker fights. But this bald dude had already pissed off the duo organization, the ones managing the win streak services, which meant he'd have to beat both blockers on his own, and he'd likely be targeted by duo members while doing it. In fact, because of him, Duo had linked over 1 million veteran player duel machines to the duel system. Granted, that didn't mean 1 million players were online, but the chances of matching with a veteran in a normal duel had just skyrocketed. Under these conditions, trying to get to 10 consecutive wins in 10 minutes. Flat out impossible. So logically, the smart thing for this guy to do now was bail. What these big shots didn't know, though, Jiang Ye had been trying to run for a while now. Problem was, he didn't have the funds to leave. All he could do was grit his teeth and keep up the act. So, in the group chat, he sent a reply that looked bold as hell. Okay, no problem. But you're all big names here, right? I'm assuming none of you would go back on your word and start spewing crap like a fart, yeah? The tone wildly cocky, as if he actually had the confidence to win 10 matches in 10 minutes, and was more worried that Lin Jing wouldn't keep his promise. The chat went quiet again for a long while. Then came a barrage of sarcastic replies. Wow, someone sure thinks highly of himself. Exactly. One life's only worth 1 survival point. With Lin God's strength, he wouldn't even blink at that. Do you even know what it means to win 10 matches in 10 minutes? It means your value is equal to unlimited survival points. No one will be dumb enough to break their word and kill you after that. Lin Jing, 1xin, take him to the 99th floor. 10 minutes. Timer starts once he enters the duel machine. 99th floor. Jiang Ye's main body was still lying on the 20th floor. But his replica had already swaggered up to the 99th. This was really Freiling. He looked at this group of big shots. They didn't seem like the type to scam him into a trap and then suddenly turn around and try to kill him. Plus, he really had no money to escape with, so he could only grit his teeth and go all in. So, when someone hiding in the shadows at the top floor suddenly revealed themselves and waved at him, saying, "All right, whether you're just bluffing or really confident, if you're going for the 10-win streak, follow me." Jiang Ye didn't hesitate much. He walked calmly from the console over to the outer area. He even casually asked, "You're 1xin?" That name stuck in his mind. Last place on the ranking board, just above himself. Also the first person in the group to reveal that he was the bald guy who beat Zhao Yudi. Sure enough, the guy nodded. He was also wearing a black tactical jacket, similar to Yang Wenchao's. Dark skin, strong features, looked pretty young, like someone who'd serve in the military. 1xin was also sizing Jiang Ye up, and his expression clearly showed some surprise. At first, Jiang Ye didn't know what he was surprised about. Then he glanced at the chat group. This guy had directly posted his data panel in the group. What the H*LL? Does privacy not exist anymore? And now, in the chat group, all kinds of big shots were shocked by his panel. Demon really is level 1, with just over 50 combat power, and only an S-tier ability. This panel looks weak as hell, and it doesn't even look like he maxed out on attribute fruits. With that, he's saying he beat 10 matches in 10 minutes? Forget 10 minutes. Getting 10 wins at all would be a miracle. No. You guys didn't spot the real highlight? This guy clearly used Ice-type abilities in the fight against Zhao Yudi. It even looked like an Ice-type domain skill. If he used an Ice-type domain skill, why doesn't his panel show any Ice element affinity or Ice skills? I suspect this guy's hiding his real strength. That hard work pays off ability might just be a front. He probably has an Ice-type ability too. Dual abilities? Honestly, hard work pays off paired with any other ability is a 1+1 greater than 2 combo. If it's that and an Ice-type ability, then yeah, this guy's pretty damn strong. Totally has the right to be arrogant. Be excellence. But even that doesn't add up. Even if he's hiding a second ability, how do you explain the combat power? When he matched with Zhao Yudi, his combat power was only in the 50s. And as we all know, there's no way to hide strength from the duel room's matchmaking system. Yeah, so that means his panel really is as bad as it looks. So what if that Ice-type domain skill was just a one-time forbidden spell scroll? No way, right? How much could he possibly earn from beating Zhao Yudi? Even if she's filthy rich, he nets 5 million tops, but a one-time forbidden scroll? 5 mil? He'd still be losing out even if it cost 10 times that. Maybe someone hired him to break Zhao Yudi's 9-win streak? So it wasn't about the money. Hired by who? Who the H*LL hates Zhao Yudi enough to pull that off when she's that rich? Bottom line, Jiang Ye's data panel and his performance against Zhao Yudi didn't match up at all, and none of the explanations made sense. These people discussed it openly in the chat like Jiang Ye didn't even exist. 1xin, while reading the chat, used a poster-shaped teleport item to bring Jiang Ye to the 99th floor. The entire 99th floor looked similar to the top floor, massive in size, and there were no hallways or apartment rooms here. Just like the rooftop, it was one enormous space, though this space had a ceiling. Inside, rows upon rows of duel machines were lined up. It looked like a super luxury internet cafe, or rather, a deluxe professional esports room. The rows of duel machines looked even fancier than the 20 on the apartment's first floor. Taller, sleeker, with a more premium look. Besides that, there were about 7 or 8 people spectating around duel machine number 1. A few other machines had scattered onlookers too. All of them wore black tactical jackets. Looking at it now, Jiang Ye suddenly felt like these jackets were standard-issue esports uniforms. As soon as the elite players outside the machines saw one xin return with Jiang Ye, they all turned to look. At that moment, Jiang Ye felt like he'd just been hit with a dozen detection spells. Then, from beside dual machine number 1, a burly dude walked up and went straight in with, "How about you explain this? How did someone with your data panel one-shot Zhao Yudi?" Jiang Ye stayed on guard inside, but outwardly maintained his, "I'm strong, so I'm cold and cool" look. Calm and composed, with a bit of flair, he said slowly, "I'm here for the 10-win streak." Subtext, "I'm not here to answer your damn questions." The burly guy paused, then smirked, "All right, then go get you 10 wins. 10 minutes later, I want to see how you're going to keep acting tough with that kind of strength." Jiang Ye looked calm on the outside, but inside, he was panicking like crazy. He was confident about the 10 wins. But 10 minutes? Yeah, not so much. That would mean he'd have to one-shot every opponent. And each time he created a new replica, it took him 30 seconds. Plus, if the match had spectators, the pre-fight prep time would jump from 3 seconds to 2 minutes to let more people join in to spectate. If he got unlucky and ended up with 6 matches with spectators, that's already 12 minutes just in wait time. But maybe not. Matches against veteran players blocking win streaks were supposedly defaulted to no spectators. So the 5-win and 10-win streak match types didn't rely on luck. They'd start instantly with no spectators. But he had already pissed off those veteran players who blocked win streaks. Can Jiang Ye still easily one-shot his opponents in the upcoming 5-win streak? To be honest, he really wasn't that confident. Right at that moment, his main body generated the 4th replica. But even though the luck effect was still active this time, the 4th replica's panel was completely ordinary. Jiang Ye, level 0, stamina 2.4, energy 8.8, combat power 18.2, survival points 0, ability, energy enhancement B, just an attribute enhancing ability, and it didn't even come with an initial skill. Completely useless in this situation. By now, it had been quite a while since Xing Man's last message. Logically, he should have already broken into by Ruowan's apartment. But in the group chat, there was no text stream of him slaughtering her. And by Ruowan's name hadn't disappeared either. The despairing classmates couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope again. Could it be that Yang Wenchao, unable to stand by any longer, had finally gone to save by Ruowan? But Jiang Ye thought, Xing Man's rampage, so far, had clearly shown he had the strength to forcibly invade someone else's apartment. So for those classmates whose room numbers were exposed in the registry, instead of sitting there waiting to die, it was better to hide elsewhere. He guessed by Ruowan had already left her apartment before Xing Man arrived. Same likely went for Lu Shun. He probably wasn't in his room anymore either, which meant Xing Man might soon show up at Jiang Ye's place next. And for Jiang Ye to ensure his main body's safety and keep the replica situation under wraps while killing Xing Man, he'd definitely need to use replica fusion. Just to be safe, he should probably fuse replica number 4 and the mirror replica into number 3. That way, his main body would be fully secured. But if he did that, replica number 2 would be left without any fusion backup for a while. So, 99th floor of apartment 9999. Jiang Ye decided to delay the 10-win streak a bit. And, conveniently, he had something on hand that could buy some time. So, when the burly young man and one xin tried to take him to a dual machine, Jiang Ye deliberately pulled out the little test tube containing the white-robed woman's hair. He was just trying to think of a good story to spin with it. But unexpectedly, one xin, who saw what he was doing, blurted out, "Holy sh*T? That's an NPC item. You've taken an NPC quest?" The burly guy, Wang Changjin, also glanced at Jiang Ye in surprise. But quickly he scoffed and said, "Don't tell me you think just because you've taken an NPC quest, we'll see you as something special? If you can't finish your 10-win streak in 10 minutes, I don't care if your quest came from the King of Heaven himself. You're still F*******ng dead." Jiang Ye paused to think, then held the little test tube up to eye level, staring at it as he asked, How did you guys recognize this as an NPC item at a glance? Meanwhile, Bai Ruan, trembling all over, was watching the chat group closely as she weakly walked deeper into the hallway. The farther she went, the darker it got, and at any moment, a monster could pop out. The darkness and uncertainty were terrifying, but Xing Man's presence was even more terrifying, absolutely suffocating. Her face was pale as a sheet, but finally, when she spotted a familiar figure at the far end of the hallway, the tears she had been holding in gushed out all at once, like raindrops falling off an old roof in a storm, clear, steady, and unending. Choking back her fear, her voice trembled through her sobs. Sister Ling Wan and Gao Chong Lu Shun. Hic, a crying hiccup. You really were hiding here. Finding the members of the mutual aid group felt like finding family to Bai Ruan. She couldn't help it. Xing Man's presence was just too overwhelming. She didn't have the power to fight back, and now that she was being targeted, of course she was scared. Wang Lingling and the others had been huddled together, quietly discussing something. When they suddenly saw Bai Ruan, Siyuan's eyes lit up with joy. Wan, you really didn't stay in your room like a dummy. But how did you know we were here? Bai Ruan hiccuped again, sniffled, and tried to steady her emotions as she replied. I didn't dare go to the first floor. It felt like that would definitely get me caught, and I didn't know where else to go. Then I remembered you all were once fighting monsters with Yang Wenchao deep in the third floor hallway. So this is the only place besides the first floor where our group ever gathered together. I had nowhere else to go, so I came here on a whim, and I actually found you guys QAQ. Yeah, the chat group couldn't be used to send messages anymore. But Bai Ruan believed the mutual aid group wouldn't just sit by and watch Xing Man rampage without doing anything. So she found her way here. And sure enough, you're all discussing how to deal with Xing Man, right? As Bai Ruan spoke, her eyes lit up again. Yang Xiaoman's here too. Yang Xiaoman nodded slightly and said with pursed lips, Xing Man really is too arrogant. If we don't stop him soon, he might end up killing all of us. Bai Ruan shrank back a bit and quickly asked, so do you guys have a plan? Yu Ziyu let out a breath. We were just in the middle of planning when you suddenly showed up and gave me a scare. With that, they were about to continue their discussion. Lu Shun took the opportunity to give Wang Lingling a meaningful glance. Then he said, to be honest, even with all of us teaming up to ambush Xing Man, our chances of success are still pretty low. Unless, Sister Ling, you've been hiding your strength. Come to think of it, all of us in the mutual aid group have openly shown our data panels. But Sister Ling, yours was only shared through text in the chat group. I suspected back then the panel you posted might not have been real. And later, when you said you used Shadow Replica, but didn't have the replica's perspective, and then it died, and you couldn't use it again for 24 hours, that's when I really started to doubt. Shadow Replica is an A-tier skill. No perspective sharing, and even if it really died in the hallway, 24-hour cooldown, that's a stretch. So, Sister Ling, you've probably been hiding your true strength. Even teaming up with Yang Wenchao later to level up, there must have been some confidence in your abilities for you to agree, right? Lu Shun sounded quite confident with all this. He made it clear he'd suspected Wang Lingling for a while, but Wang Lingling just gave him a look and didn't respond. Then the group continued their discussion on ambushing Xing Man. For our ambush location, we definitely can't pick the 20th floor. There's no way we can get up there. Also, we need a place that's dimly lit for easier sneak attacks and accessible to all of us for the joint strike. Yes, they had just been discussing where to ambush Xing Man and how to lure him there. As for whether they'd succeed, they had the numbers, plus experts like Wang Lingling, Gao Chong, and Yang Xiaoman. Add the element of surprise, and maybe, just maybe, they had a chance. Lu Shun was about to take over the conversation and analyze further. But then, Wang Lingling suddenly paused mid-sentence. Then she adjusted her glasses and said with a solemn tone, but before that, there's something even more important. More important? What could that be? The mutual aid group members all looked puzzled. Then, in the next second, a cold glint flashed from the shadows. A figure's eyes widened as they slowly collapsed to the ground. Thud! Click! Along with a body collapsing came a heavy footstep. In an instant, everyone from the mutual aid group deep in the corridor froze in place, tense and rigid. Especially by Rowan, who had just arrived. Her legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed. She almost screamed, but extreme fear rendered her completely voiceless. With wide, terrified eyes, she stiffly turned her head. And then she saw the one lying on the ground was Yuziyu, and behind him stood a skeleton warrior with a body like steel. Wait, what? Skeleton warrior? Bairuowan whipped her head toward Wang Lingling. No. The moment everyone laid eyes on the skeleton warrior, they all turned to look at Wang Lingling in shock. Their eyes brimmed with subtle fear. After all, that skeleton warrior must have come from one of Wang Lingling's dark-type abilities. But back when they were leveling up as a team, she had never shown this. Even just using Black Whirlwind paired with high attributes had already made her one of the strongest in the mutual aid group. And now, just as Lu Shan said, she'd clearly been hiding her strength. But then, why did she suddenly kill someone? Just because Lu Shan exposed her hidden power? In an instant, many people backed away in fear, as if worried Wang Lingling might strike again any second. But, though Lu Shan stood stiff and tense, he actually still had the guts to speak up. So, this is the more important matter you mentioned? Wang Lingling's gaze was calm as she slowly nodded. Lu Shan's eyes flickered as he turned to the others in the group, deliberately putting on a relaxed tone. Actually, I'd also suspected Yuziyu before, but I kept quiet out of consideration for our classmates' bond. Didn't any of you find it odd? The registry for a mutual aid group was managed by Yuziyu. But now that the registry is in Xing Man's hands, Yuziyu's totally unharmed. Did none of you ever suspect anything? As soon as he said this, realization dawned on the others. That's right. The registry ended up with Xing Man, yet Yuziyu didn't get hurt at all? With his strength, how could he possibly escape from Xing Man? And how did Xing Man even know about the registry in the first place? So, was it betrayal by Yuziyu? Or maybe not. Wang Lingling hadn't asked a single question before striking him dead. What if she killed the wrong guy? What if he was actually innocent? And Bairuowan, who had just joined, was now terrified. She was scared Wang Lingling might strike again, maybe even kill her next, then claim afterward that she was also suspected of being Xing Man's mole. Bairuowan took 2 steps back. Just a moment ago, she had been sobbing at the sight of Wang Lingling like she'd found family. Now, as she looked at her again, she suddenly seemed like a stranger, like someone who was no longer her classmate, but a tyrant? Yes, that was the word that popped into Bairuowan's mind. Not because Wang Lingling actually exuded some domineering, warlord aura, but because Bairuowan remembered a piece of history. The falling out between Chao, and Chengong. Even to this day, people still debated. Was Liu Bosch truly an innocent man wrongly killed by the paranoid Chao? Or was he guilty and simply romanticized by history? And now, Yuziyu was dead. There was no way for her to know anymore. Had he really betrayed them, or was he unjustly executed by Wang Lingling? But his death, and the power Wang Lingling had kept hidden, seemed to scream. Wang Lingling hadn't formed the mutual aid group out of some bleeding heart need to protect her classmates. Just like Lord Chao claiming he loved talent didn't mean he truly did. Behind the scenes, it was all about interests. Bairuowan didn't dare retreat another step after those 2. She swallowed hard, her eyes frozen. Lu Shan cast her a brief glance, then turned back toward the mutual aid group. I don't think there's anything wrong with what Sister Ling did. How the registry ended up with Xing Man was suspicious to begin with. If Yuziyu was suspicious, then he died without injustice. Compare that to Ge Zining and Yang Wei. They did nothing wrong, yet they were killed by Xing Man. If even a strong player like Sister Ling gets questioned for taking out a traitor, then what? Do you want all the powerful people in this doomsday world to be like Xing Man, killing people at will, without needing a reason? All of this sophistry, really. But the members of the mutual aid group understood what he meant. It was simple. Xing Man kills without reason. Wang Lingling had a reason. Then that just means she's stronger than Xing Man. In fact, with her power, she could have gone on a killing spree, just like Xing Man. But she didn't. That alone says a lot. The moral standards of the past. In this doomsday apartment, they can only restrain the weak, not shackle the strong. Now, whether or not Yu Ziyu actually betrayed them, he's a traitor. Because Wang Lingling decided he was. Maybe this was an upgraded version of calling a deer a horse. The difference was, none of them could even tell if Yu Ziyu was the deer or the horse. Sui Wuan glanced at the pale-faced Bai Ruoan, then at Lu Shun, and intentionally praised. Lu Shun really lives up to the name. I can't believe I didn't suspect Yu Ziyu before. Gao Chang glanced at the steel-gray skeleton warrior with its cold, intimidating aura, pursed his lips slightly, then nodded. At the time, all my focus was on that arrogant Xing Man. I didn't even think about Yu Ziyu being suspicious. Other members of the mutual aid group chimed in one after another. Yeah, Xing Man had a scared sh*Tles back then. Who had time to worry about Yu Ziyu? Looking back now, if Yu Ziyu had died the moment the registry ended up in Xing Man's hands, that would have made more sense, right? If he survived, then something's definitely off. Bai Ruoan, watching all this unfold, wasn't even surprised anymore. She forced herself to stay on her feet and took 2 steps forward, her voice soft and timid as she echoed. Right, Lu Shun's deductions are always spot on. Sounds like Yu Ziyu really was suspicious. But right after she spoke, she noticed Wang Lingling staring straight at her. Her heart skipped a beat, and she almost started crying again. Because if just being suspicious is enough reason to kill someone, then anyone could be accused of anything at any time. She was supposed to have been killed by Xing Man in her room, but somehow she was here instead. Isn't that suspicious too? The hope Bai Ruoan felt upon finding the group was instantly crushed by despair. She quickly looked toward Lu Shun. She and Lu Shun had joined the mutual aid group together. She hoped he'd speak up for her. But, to her shock, Lu Shun was clearly watching Wang Lingling for cues and had no intention of helping her. Instead, it was Wang Lingling who suddenly shifted her gaze away from Bai Ruoan and said solemnly to the group, "We posted about our monster hunt on the 3rd floor in the group chat, so all our classmates should know. I don't believe any of our classmates are so loyal they'd keep that a secret under torture." And it was true. Their classmates were probably the kind to spill everything with just a blade waved near their face. So if Bai Ruoan could find this place, Xing Man probably can too. That means we need to move quickly. Since Wang Lingling said it was time to relocate, no one dared object. But Lu Shun, ever the schemer, rolled his eyes around and lowered his voice. If we can feed Xing Man false intel while relocating, all the better. Lead him straight to the spot where we'll ambush him. That was actually a solid idea. But how would they do it? We can leave a message here, pretend it's for any other classmates in the mutual aid group who might show up. But in reality, it's meant for Xing Man. When he finds his place and sees the message for our classmates, he'll follow the clues and track us down. Lu Shun laid out the whole thing in one go. The others weren't so sure, though. You think that'll work? This kind of cunning trap. They'd only seen stuff like this in Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Could they really predict someone's actions and lead an enemy into a trap in real life? Sui Wuan, being a top student, stepped forward to support Lu Shun. From what I know, Xing Man's not exactly a genius. In 3 Kingdoms terms, he's worse than Lu Bu. He's arrogant now only because he lucked into some strong abilities. Like a nouveau riche, someone who gets a little power and immediately loses it. The way he acts in the chat group, talking like he's going door to door to slaughter people. If he keeps running into empty rooms, he's bound to get pissed. He'll want to know where those classmates he missed went. After that, he'll just torture someone until they point him to the 3rd floor. Then he gets here and finds nothing. He'll be even more pissed. Once he finds a note we left for the mutual aid group, he'll go from rage to excitement and rush to kill us. With that bloated ego of his, it won't even cross his mind that we dare ambush him. So yeah, this plan could really work. The only issue is, will that pea brain of his even find the message we leave? It'd be great if we could plant a traitor on his side as a spy. As Sui Wowan analyzed and pondered out loud, there was a glint of excitement in her eyes. Clearly, this kind of scheme-filled drama scenario thrilled her. Wang Lingling seemed willing to try Lu Shun and Su Yuowan's plan. However, after a moment of thought, she slowly added, "This method could work, but the problem is it's too passive. We have to wait on Xing Man to act. Wait for him to torture someone and learn about the third floor, then wait for him to find the planted message. All we can do is wait. The initiative remains in Xing Man's hands. We have no idea when he'll interrogate someone and head to the third floor." That was true. The others went silent again. Then Wang Lingling suddenly said, "Actually, I want to protect Jiang Ye." At that, everyone turned to her in surprise. They all looked at her, stunned. Wang Lingling didn't explain much more, but instead turned her gaze back to Bai Ruowan. Bai Ruowan, who had already been scared senseless, instantly went pale again under her stare. She used to think Wang Lingling was just her classmate. Now she felt Wang Lingling was someone in power. She could barely bring herself to call her Sister Ling anymore. What she really wanted to shout was boss. Thankfully, the boss didn't seem interested in killing her. Instead, she asked, "I remember you like 3 kingdoms, so you've probably heard of the ruse of self-injury, right?" Bai Ruowan instantly understood. I'm supposed to be Huang Gai, but Wang Lingling shook her head. "No need to go through that much suffering. You don't even have to risk your life running to Xing Man to act. Your mental resilience is poor. Your acting skills aren't great either. Most likely you'd get exposed on the spot." "Bye. QEQ. So what do I do then?" Wang Lingling stayed calm, giving clear, orderly instructions. "Just now, Yu died. Based on the chat group's member list, the other classmates will definitely have noticed. It's only because of the current tense situation that no one dares to speak in the group, and it hasn't caused a stir. But you can post in the group. Accuse me. Say, I suspected you of betrayal and killed him. Now I suspect you too, and am about to kill you. You can act more desperate. Make your messages in the group come off frantic and incoherent. Then, through your panicked and chaotic rambling, leak some information to Xing Man. That really was a faster way than waiting around for Xing Man to stumble across them. And if it worked, he might even put off his plan to go to the 20th floor and look for Jiang Ye. There was a real chance they could protect Jiang Ye. On top of that, Bai Ruowan could frame it so the mutual aid group looked like it was breaking down from internal suspicion and infighting. That would definitely lower Xing Man's guard. Lu Shun and Sui Wowan exchanged a look. They both agreed this was a good move, but they still needed to prepare. They had things to get ready, but Bai Ruowan's betrayal needed to happen immediately. Otherwise, if she only turned on Wang Lingling long after Yu's death, it would seem too fake. So, while Wang Lingling and the others moved quickly to prepare, Bai Ruowan began her performance in the group chat. Still sulking from being told her acting sucked, she was fired up to prove herself. She swore this performance was going to shock everyone. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye had no idea what the mutual aid group was up to. He was still waiting quietly in room 2025 for Xing Man's arrival. He figured, once he took Xing Man down, the crisis would be over. Of course, in the meantime, he noticed that Yu's name had grayed out, but he didn't think much of it. In his mind, Yu was probably doomed the moment the registry ended up with Xing Man. The reason he lasted this long was probably because he was being tortured for information by Xing Man's minions. But what caught him off guard was, while he anxiously waited for Xing Man to show up, a sudden SOS popped up in the chat group from Bai Ruowan. "Bai Ruowan, help me. Someone save me. QAQ. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Bai Ruowan, had she finally been found? Did Xing Man get her? So Xing Man didn't go to the 20th floor. He went after Bai Ruowan instead. Just as he was thinking that, he suddenly heard a knock on his apartment door. He's here. He finally came to the door. Jiang Ye instantly went into battle mode. First, his main body quickly hid in the most remote room of the apartment, wearing the Heart Guard jade on his chest and the lucky bracelet on his wrist. He also held a pitch-black syringe, an item drawn from Huang Qi's spatial watch, with 2 doses of poison left. Additionally, he had a scroll that could randomly teleport him, but he wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. After all, the teleportation was random, no telling where he might end up. Huang Qi hadn't used it before dying, likely for the same reason. Despite all the defensive measures, Jiang Ye's main body wasn't planning to fight. In his plan, no one should ever make it to the room where his main body was hiding. But if Xing Man brought all his underlings with him, if there were too many people, too much pressure, still that seemed unlikely. Even if Xing Man was rich, not all his people would live on the 20th floor. So the number of people breaking in shouldn't be too large. Once the replicas fused, Jiang Ye figured he could finish the fight within 3 minutes. With that, all of his focus shifted to preparing for battle with replica number 3. He even got a bit distracted from what was happening on replica number 2's side in apartment 9999. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Ye's heartbeat pounded along with the knocking. He directed the mirror replica to check through the peephole. Through the dim light, he saw a blurry figure fiddling with the doorknob, using some kind of object. From the look of it, it really did seem like Xing Man. The object in his hand looked like a black card. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Bai was still crying for help. Jiang Ye was puzzled. Xing Man was outside his door, so why was Bai asking for help? Was she caught by one of Xing Man's underlings? But then, everyone was shocked by Bai next message. Help me help. Wang Lingling is trying to kill me. Someone save me, woo woo woo. What? Wang Lingling? It wasn't Xing Man or his men chasing her. It was Wang Lingling. How is that possible? Classmates from Class 1 and Class 2 in the group chat were completely confused. Then Bai Ruowan continued shouting. It's true. Yu Ziyu was killed by Wang Lingling too. She claimed the registry went from Yu Ziyu to Xing Man. And because Yu Ziyu didn't die, it meant he betrayed us and joined Xing Man. Now she says I ran into Xing Man and survived, so I must have joined him too. What do I do? No matter what I say, she won't believe me. She's dead set on killing me. Ugh. Wang Lingling, she's just looking for excuses to kill people. She wants survival points. She wants to become like Xing Man or Yang Wenchao. But I don't want to die yet. Woo-woo, what do I do? Jiang Ye kept his attention locked on the door that could be breached at any moment. While reading the group messages, he was stunned. Wang Lingling wanted to go on a killing spree like Xing Man and Yang Wenchao. She killed Yu Ziyu and now wanted to kill Bai Ruowan too. This, Jiang Ye felt uncertain. He believed Yu Ziyu was really killed by Wang Lingling, and there was a good chance it was because he betrayed them. But by Ruowan's version of events, that was harder to judge. Maybe, just like she said, Wang Lingling had finally snapped and wanted to experience the thrill of killing. So she made up an excuse, killed Yu Ziyu, and now wanted to kill her too. But maybe Yu Ziyu and Bai Ruowan really had defected to Xing Man. Wang Lingling found out, killed Yu Ziyu, and when trying to kill Bai Ruowan, the girl escaped and turned the tables. Or maybe Wang Lingling simply misjudged the situation and chose to err on the side of caution. Better to kill than risk letting a traitor go. Whatever the reason, suspicion or self-interest, Wang Lingling had grounds to kill both Yu Ziyu and Bai Ruowan. But something still felt off to Jiang Ye. After all, it was Wang Lingling who first proposed that if anyone got attacked, they should post in the chat to immediately expose the attacker. So now that she was the one doing the killing, why would she let the other side expose her like this? If she really meant to kill Bai Ruowan, would Bai Ruowan even have the chance to expose her? Unless he didn't really mean to kill her? A new possibility flickered through Jiang Ye's mind. And the more he thought about it, the more surprised he felt. Just how strong was Wang Lingling's group? Were they seriously planning to counterkill Xing Man? While the group chat's ruse of self-injury was in full swing, Jiang Ye heard an even more aggressive knock at the door. He'd been waiting all this time, yet Xing Man hadn't broken in, just kept knocking now and then, super annoying. It made Jiang Ye hesitate. Should he just open the door himself and get it over with? But, just as he was hesitating, the mirror replica saw through the peephole. That shadowy figure now looked visibly impatient. He kept swiping the black card tool near the doorknob repeatedly. He looked like he was getting frustrated that the door wouldn't open. Can't get the door open? Why not? Jiang Ye felt confused and suspicious. And then, outside the door, Xing Man finally stopped trying to force his way in and took a step back. With that move, his shadowy figure became even clearer. It really was Xing Man, no doubt. But Jiang Ye was still puzzled. Then suddenly, in the chat group, Xing Man added him. 2025. Did you fill in a fake room number on the registry? At Jiang Ye. Looks like your mutual aid group isn't that united after all. First someone fakes a room number. Now your leader's out here killing his own teammates. Ha ha ha. What a wonderful display of human nature. I know exactly what some of you are thinking. Still trying to believe that Yu Ziyu and Bai Ruowan really defected to me, and that Wang Lingling had a good reason to kill them. TCH, use your brains. Do I look like I need those level 0 small fries to join me? Let me tell you something. Guys like Wang Chong, Ge Zining, and Yang Wei, they all begged to serve me like dogs just to survive when they died. But I don't eat garbage dogs like that. So, got now. Wang Lingling didn't kill because she suspected traitors. She's finally seen the truth of the Doomsday Apartment. She's awakening. She's learning from me. She wants to become a powerhouse like me. Too bad, though. It's already too late for her. At Wang Lingling, you've missed your chance to become a true powerhouse. Who would have thought that Bai Ruowan's accusation of Wang Lingling would turn into a chance for Xing Man to brag about himself? Suddenly, the whole group chat felt like it had become his personal stage. Only his domineering, arrogant posts kept popping up. Well, that and Bai Ruowan's desperate cries for help, which awkwardly kept interrupting. Xing Man seemed annoyed and directly at her. Where exactly is Wang Lingling chasing you? I'll come save you. At Bai Ruowan. Under normal circumstances, Bai Ruowan would never believe something like that. But she was clearly in a panic and had lost all rational thought. Her chaotic crying for help continued in the group, and when she did reply to Xing Man, there was a noticeable delay. It was like she had grabbed onto a lifeline, like she didn't even realize it was Xing Man offering help. It's where we teamed up to level before, the 3rd floor hallway. Hurry, please come save me. Then, almost like she just noticed who she'd replied to, she panicked again. Wait, Xing Man. No. Is there anyone else who can come save me? Woo QAQ. At this point, Bai Ruowan looked like she was losing her mind. Xing Man didn't respond again. He just turned and headed straight toward the red light elevator. Inside the apartment, Jiang Ye was left dumbfounded. Wait, dude, weren't you just about to bust down the door? You didn't even get the door open yet. Hold on. This guy was literally outside his room, and now he's saying the room number on the registry was fake? Was it because he couldn't break in? But why not? Was this some kind of trick? Or did he sense danger? Or maybe there were specific conditions required to force entry. Maybe for some reason, Jiang Ye's room didn't meet those conditions? Jiang Ye had made every preparation for battle, and now his opponent just walked away. It was kind of awkward, honestly. But should he chase after Xing Man and kill him now? What if it was a trap? What if walking out played right into his hands? What if Xing Man had some OP life-saving item or a killer trump card? With all that uncertainty, Jiang Ye held back. He switched to replica number 4 to guard the door, watching through the peephole. Meanwhile, over at apartment 9999 with replica number 2, after Jiang Ye asked how Wang Qingjin and Wan Xin recognized the NPC item, the two of them looked at him with strange expressions again. It made Jiang Ye nervous. Did he just expose his noob status again? Luckily, Wan Xin seemed to have come to his own conclusion and explained, Duh. With our detection skills, if an item in a beginner apartment shows up as all question marks, it has to be an NPC item. Jiang Ye thought over, since he'd die anyway if he couldn't pull off a 10-win streak in 10 minutes. He wasn't too worried about exposing his noob status anymore. So he asked, even survival point exchange items wouldn't show all question marks? He asked casually, just to learn more. But unexpectedly, both guys froze up again. Their eyes turned strange, shocked even. Just a moment ago, Wang Qingjin had spoken to him with full disdain. Now, his expression turned complicated. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, items exchanged with survival points can go beyond beginner apartment standards. But He paused before adding the second half. But you? You could afford an item that costs over 10,000 survival points. It sounded like a taunt on the surface, but his tone was heavy, serious. Clearly, Jiang Ye's two new questions had made these two big shots start overthinking things. They didn't know he was actually a rookie. So naturally, they assumed that someone this mysterious wouldn't waste time asking meaningless questions. That meant putting both of his questions together. The implication was, the item he had might not be an NPC item at all. But if it wasn't from an NPC, and it still showed as all question marks under their detection, then how freaking powerful was that survival point item? 10,000 survival points? That was just a rough estimate. Could it be? That test tube was the very item that alarmed the duo organization and let this mysterious bald guy one-shot Jiang Ye? Was it even possible? Could he really pull off 10 wins in 10 minutes because of that item? For a moment, both Wang Qingjin and Wan Xian couldn't help but get a little greedy. But they still couldn't be sure. After all, how could someone rack up over 10,000 survival points in such a short time? Jiang Ye, of course, was completely unaware of all this overthinking. He had asked purely out of curiosity, just trying to learn something. And upon hearing Wang Qingjin's response, his first reaction was, so if an item costs more than 10,000 survival points, your detection shows all question marks. If NPC items also show all question marks under detection, doesn't that mean NPC items are worth at least 10,000 survival points too? As soon as Jiang Ye said that, both Wang Qingjin and Wan Xian were stunned speechless again. Their expressions grew even more bizarre as they looked at him. How could this guy ask such an absurd question? Was he genuinely clueless, or was he playing dumb to mislead them? Could it be he noticed their subtle greed toward the item, so now he was deliberately dropping a line like that to make them believe the test tube really was just an NPC item and not some insanely rare survival point treasure? But come on, they only started suspecting it wasn't an NPC item because this bald guy opened his mouth with those weird questions in the first place. Now these two top players were more confused than ever about Jiang Ye, especially Wang Qingjin. He didn't even bother answering anymore and just frowned hard. Are you trying to play mind games, or are you just stall for time? Jiang Ye felt helpless. He wanted to yell, IF asterisk 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 ing, really don't know, okay? Is it still not too late to admit I'm just a clueless rookie? Clearly too late. Thanks to his big talk in the group chat earlier, these two were already holding a grudge. They were in full-on, you'd better win 10 straight or die trying mode. Now, they weren't even entertaining questions anymore. Instead, they quickened their pace and dragged him to a vacant duel machine. Wan Xian took out a timer. No one can say we're being unfair. I'll start the clock 30 seconds after you enter. Now, get in and start a challenge. Honestly, the 30-second buffer was pretty generous. However, Jiang Ye, never one to follow the script, had to throw in another curveball. Hey, can I borrow some game coins from you? Or maybe take out a loan from the apartment administrator. I mean, if I'm going to do this 10-win streak, I might as well try to make some extra profit too. Wan Xian was speechless. Wang Qingjin straight up snapped. Shut the F asterisk 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 up already. Get in there and hurry up and die. His tone sounded like he was ready to kick Jiang Ye into the machine himself. Jiang Ye had no choice but to walk toward the duel machine. At the same time, replica number 1 also began moving. But he wasn't heading out to chase Xing Man. He was sneaking his way toward apartment 2064, the white-robed woman's unit. That's right, he was taking Yang Wenchao's advice. Since the white-robed woman had left to kill the bald guy, this was the perfect time for a little cleaning service. In other words, looting. Just as replica number 2 was about to enter the duel machine, and replica number 1 was about to enter room 2064, Wang Qingjin, who had been rushing Jiang Ye to start his duel, suddenly let out a horrified, Holy SHD! Holy SHD! Holy SH asterisk T! Voices like these erupted one after another, non-stop. At the same time, that eerie and chilling aura unique to dark-type abilities instantly spread across the entire 99th floor. The powerful players currently in the high-end duel machines weren't affected. But those not inside the machines, they all felt it. In an instant, everyone was on high alert. However, they didn't see any enemy. Only a few players with extremely sharp senses immediately determined. This ghostly wind was coming from the ceiling of the 99th floor. So they quickly looked up toward the ceiling, which was more than 5 meters high, and saw the ceiling suddenly covered in dense black lines, which from afar looked like cracked black fissures. But they soon realized those weren't cracks. After all, cracks shouldn't be able to move, right? The black lines they saw seemed to be slithering across the ceiling. They even faintly made a SSS sound. So they weren't black lines, but some kind of living creature. While the other powerful players were still shocked and on guard because of this unexpected event, Wang Qingjin and Wan Xian suddenly snapped their heads toward Jiang Ye. No, more accurately, they looked at the test tube in his hand. The hair inside the test tube. That hair wasn't also a fine black line? Could this entire situation be caused by this bald guy? What the H*LL is he trying to do? Challenge the entire apartment 9999 on his own. And just as they were thinking, Jiang Ye was the one stirring up trouble. A chilling female voice suddenly echoed from the ceiling, cold and condescending. Before I truly get angry, give me back my hair. Those final 3 words, give me back, came out one at a time, packed with pressure. Hearing that voice, Wang Qingjin and Wan Xian suddenly realized this wasn't Jiang Ye's doing at all. The truth seemed to be, this bald guy stole an NPC item, and now she's come knocking? Because of the oppressive wind and sense of dread from above, Wan Xian didn't dare speak out loud, and instead vented in the group chat. No way. This guy's got balls of steel, huh? Not only did he mess with the duo organization, now he's said off an NPC too. Wang Qingjin couldn't help himself either. So wait, he didn't come to apartment 9999 for a life or death duel? He just came here to hide? Other apartment members, still unaware of what was happening, chimed in. Huh, that ceiling level boss is here because of that new guy, Jiang Ye. Wan Xian, exactly. Seems like he stole some NPC item. What the meow? He stole an NPC item? That juicy. So he really did come to our 9999 just to hide out? Does he actually think we've got the guts to go toe-to-toe with an NPC? Even if we had the guts, no way we'd go up against an NPC just for his sake. What's this dude thinking? Seriously, isn't this insane? He came from another apartment, which means he pissed off a cross-apartment NPC. Cross-apartment NPC, people. Do I even need to explain how big of a deal that is? Alpha. For real, in a beginner apartment, that's probably second only to the apartment boss, right? Honestly, might even be stronger than the apartment administrator. We're already pushing it just messing with an admin. And this guy had the nerve to mess with a boss-level NPC. Wan Xian, I swear this guy's brain is broken. Seriously. Jiang Ye, the one currently being suspected of brain damage, just wanted to calmly sigh and say, D*menu, Yang Wenchao, you better believe I'm coming back to kill you. Meanwhile, in apartment 1008, Yang Wenchao sneezed. He was debating, should he take advantage of the white-robed woman chasing the bald guy and go raid her room 2064? On second thought, better not. After all, that's a cross-apartment NPC. That kind of existence isn't someone you mess with casually. Truthfully, when he helped Baldy secure the NPC item, he really wasn't trying to screw him over. It's just, NPCs that can travel across apartments are extremely rare. Generally speaking, according to his plan, as long as Baldy ran to another apartment with the NPC item, the NPC wouldn't be able to do anything unless he returned voluntarily. After all, normal NPCs can't cross apartments. Who would have thought Baldy just happened to mess with one that could? Seriously, Yang Wenchao couldn't be blamed for this. If Baldy wants to blame someone, blame Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye just had insanely bad luck. Took a random cleaning gig and ran into an NPC boss of that level. But sometimes extreme bad luck and extreme good luck are just a hair's breadth apart. It all depends on whether Baldy can turn things around. But probably not. The guy isn't even a real game player. Jiang Ye himself wasn't exactly optimistic either. But he was thinking, according to what Yang Wenchao said earlier, apartment NPC residents don't actively kill players. So if he just returned the test tube with the hair to the white robe woman now, everything should be fine, right? At worst, he'd just be out the 2 items he bought to steal the hair. 300,000 survival points. Sure, that's still a fortune to him right now. But compared to the life of his replica, it's nothing. But just as Jiang Ye was thinking returning the hair would end this whole thing, he suddenly remembered. Both he and Yang Wenchao had been ambushed by monsters. Yang Wenchao got jumped by a giant cockroach in a duel room. He himself was attacked by a venomous snake in the hallway on the 20th floor. And according to Yang Wenchao, the reason for the ambushes was they'd stolen packages. NPC packages. But the ones who ambushed them were monsters. Thinking from that angle, maybe NPCs really can attack players directly. But what if they can send the monsters they've trained to ambush players? What if the second he returns the hair, a powerful monster shows up and one-shots him? Then again, with how strong the white-robed woman is, she could probably just snatch her hair back by force, right? But she didn't. She gave Jiang Ye a chance to hand it over voluntarily. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Jiang Ye's head. He remembered something from when he was doing the cleaning job. At the time, the white-robed woman's personal assistant robot said, every single strand of hair was incredibly precious. If even a little was damaged, the consequences would be the player's responsibility. That line flashed through Jiang Ye's mind again. And then it hit him. Maybe the reason she didn't take it by force was because she was afraid of damaging the hair, which meant what Jiang Ye held in his hand was basically like a hostage. If he handed it over too easily, that's when things would go south. Holding on to it was actually leverage. Thinking this, Jiang Ye immediately tightened his grip on the test tube. So tight, it seemed like he could crush it at any moment. At the same time, the expression on his face calmed down. He looked up at the ceiling and said, Sister Bai, calm down. I have absolutely zero interest in your hair. But if you scare me too much and I accidentally damage this strand, wouldn't that be a loss for both of us? His tone sounded friendly enough, but there was definitely a hint of threat behind it. Instantly, the chilling aura on the 99th floor intensified. Many players couldn't help but shiver, as if a venomous snake had slithered up their spines, bringing a wave of cold with it. At the same time, they saw that the bald guy, bold enough to talk tough to a cross-apartment NPC, was somehow still calm and even sending messages in the chat group. Jiang Ye, by the way, do you guys know what happens to these NPCs when a beginner apartment gets destroyed? The chat went quiet for a moment. Then one XIN was the first to reply. In the game, NPCs are just pure data. So if the beginner apartment gets destroyed, their data should get wiped too. But in this real-life version of the beginner apartment, none of us really know what'll happen. Yeah, they'll probably be destroyed too, just like data, right? Wiped out along with the beginner apartment. Jiang Ye asked again, what about the apartment boss? This one XIN answered clearly. The apartment boss will be fine. After all, when we clear the beginner apartment and move on to Doomsday Apartment City, we'll still have chances to interact with the boss. So the apartment boss should be a high-level NPC that transcends the boundaries of the beginner apartment map. Wang Qingjin, exactly. For the boss, the beginner apartment is probably just a trivial little property. Even if we players stir up chaos here, the boss usually doesn't care. Everything's left in the hands of the apartment administrator. During this time, the boss is likely outside the beginner apartment in the bigger Doomsday Apartment City. As they chatted briefly in the group, the cold female voice from the ceiling spoke again. This time, directly aimed at Jiang Ye, cold as ice. You're threatening me? That tone. The white-robed woman seemed completely pissed off and about to strike any second. But Jiang Ye still looked as calm as ever, his voice steady and composed. Of course not. I just want to talk to you about something before I return the hair. The white-robed woman remained silent, didn't respond, but also didn't make a move. Jiang, you didn't drag it out. Holding the test tube, he directly asked, "Did you know the apartment will be destroyed in 10 days?" Hearing that, even the big shots of apartment 9999 looked shocked and puzzled. What's this guy doing telling that to an NPC? Tired of living or what? Normally, when a beginner apartment is close to destruction, usually around day 8 to day 10, when veteran players start dropping in, all the NPCs in the apartment go berserk due to sensing the end coming. Same thing happens when an apartment starts fusing. NPCs go berserk. And when they go berserk, NPCs become extremely dangerous. Under the threat of death, they ignore the rules and can attack players directly. So now Jiang Ye says the apartment's going to be destroyed. Is he trying to provoke an NPC rampage? But what surprised the big shots was the cross-apartment NPC up on the ceiling didn't seem emotionally affected by what Jiang Ye said. Almost like she already knew the apartment was doomed. Still, she didn't respond to Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, staying calm, continued, "Whether it's apartment fusion or apartment destruction, it must cause you some trouble, right? What if I said, I'm willing to help solve your problem?" Hearing that, the top players of apartment 9999 were stunned again. No way, does this guy even know what he's saying? Solve the NPC's problem? Is he seriously claiming he can keep the NPC alive after the apartment gets destroyed? Does he seriously think just handing over a few survival stones is enough to save these NPCs? This dude's wild. He sounds like he's actively trying to get a quest from an NPC. And the quest he's going for isn't even one that's possible to complete. And it wasn't just the players. Even the white-robed woman herself was clearly shocked. After a long silence, her voice finally echoed down from the ceiling again, full of scorn. "Solve my problem? Huh? Do you even know who you'd have to solve? Huh?" Jiang Ye's eyes flickered, and he felt a flash of joy in his heart. If she had asked, "Do you know how to solve my problem?" he might have had no idea how to respond. But instead she asked, "Who?" which made the question more specific. That who, as in, who would you have to solve, usually means a person. So he could turn it into a multiple choice question. A. Apartment players. B. Apartment administrator. C. Shadow in the hallway. D. Apartment boss. E. Other. Multiple choice? Easy mode. He could guess and still get it right. And based on what the apartment 9999 veterans were discussing earlier, plus the white-robed woman's disdainful reaction to his proposal, it had to be the hardest option. Jiang Ye confidently gave the answer he'd guessed. "Isn't it the apartment boss?" The moment he said that, Jiang Ye felt the air on the 99th floor suddenly go stiff. Even the cold aura descending from the ceiling seemed unable to spread through the frozen atmosphere. So that previously eerie and chilling vibe suddenly turned into just stiffness and awkwardness. What's so awkward? Did he guess right or wrong? Or maybe the apartment boss is just really hard to deal with? Come to think of it, yet probably super hard to deal with. After all, from everything he's learned so far, the apartment boss is way more powerful than the apartment administrator. Even the elite veteran players trying to clear the beginner apartment using the pay-to-win method, they only dared take on the administrator. No one ever even thought about going after the boss. And Yang Wenchao had said before, apartment administrators have the power to erase players. And to counter that kind of power, you need a special item, which means even killing an administrator is ridiculously hard for players. As for the boss, not even on the radar. So, did he just blow his bluff way too far? While Jiang Ye was stuck in this awkward realization, wondering if he needed to backpedal with some excuse, a voice from a not-so-cold ceiling finally came again. The white-robed woman's tone was no longer icy, but strangely curious. "You're sure? You really want to deal with the apartment boss?" "That's not what I meant. I didn't mean it. I was just talking nonsense." "Is it too late to take it back?" "Obviously, yes." The white-robed woman didn't even wait for him to respond before she casually said, "Since you're so eager to deal with the apartment boss, I'll give you a quest. Accept it." "What?" The other top players in apartment 9999 were completely dumbfounded. No way. He really got an NPC quest out of this. But this quest, probably isn't going to be easy. Jiang Ye was also confused because suddenly a system prompt rang out at his mind. Ding! Apartment resident In Su has issued you an SSS tier confidential quest. Quest objective: eliminate the apartment boss in your current region. Time limit: before the beginner apartment is destroyed. Phase 1: kill the apartment administrator, S tier. Phase 2: kill the apartment wandering merchant, SS tier. Phase 3: kill the apartment boss, SSS tier. Phase 1 rewards: 1. 50 million game coins. 2. Skill scroll, bronze tier, times 1. 3. Bronze treasure, chest times 3. 4. Privilege exempt card times 10. 5. 1 golden tier, dual machine. Special setting from In Su. Phase 1 rewards will be issued upon accepting the quest. Quest failure penalty: none. Do you accept the quest? Yes/no. Holy SH *T. 50 million game coins. A skill scroll, bronze treasure chests, privilege cards. And a golden tier, dual machine. That's practically instant riches. Even though Jiang Ye didn't know exactly what a golden tier dual machine could do. Since it was listed last, it had to be valuable, right? The key point is, just accepting the quest gets you the rewards. And there's no penalty for failing? That sounds way too good to be true. If he accepts, but doesn't complete it, wouldn't In Su take a huge loss? Or maybe she plans to personally punish him herself? Looking at it that way, this SSS tier confidential quest didn't seem that bad after all. Since he's officially on a quest, maybe she won't give him trouble anymore. Plus, Phase 1 of the quest seems to line up with what the game players are aiming for. If he tags along with them, taking down the apartment administrator shouldn't be a problem. So, should he accept it? Just as Jiang Ye thought that, the yes/no prompt in his mind automatically selected yes. And immediately, another system prompt followed. Ding! Congratulations on accepting the SSS tier confidential quest. Ding! You have been marked by the apartment boss. Jiang Ye had a sinking feeling he just stepped into a huge trap. Was there really no failure penalty for this quest? No time to think. From the black lines stretched across the ceiling, one strand slowly descended. Tied to it was a silvery white ring, which dangled in front of Jiang Ye. He took it. It was a level 1 spatial ring. As he checked the contents, another black line wrapped around the test tube in his hand. Looked like she was retrieving her hair at the same time. Jiang Ye checked the items inside the spatial ring and saw they matched the quest rewards. After a brief hesitation, he relaxed his grip on the test tube and let it float up with the black line, vanishing into the ceiling. Moments later, the white-robed woman's voice came from above again. You should know, right? The madman mask, required to kill the apartment administrator, only has a chance of dropping after achieving 100 consecutive wins in the duel room. Arbates. That's why I gave you 10 privilege cards and a golden tier duel machine. Hurry up and win 100 in a row, get the madman mask, and kill the apartment administrator. Once you complete Phase 1, I'll give you a massive surprise, smiley face. Jiang Ye couldn't help feeling that the word surprise coming from her mouth had a weird undertone. What if it's not a surprise, but a heart attack? He wanted to say something else, but then the black lines on the ceiling shifted, quickly disappearing. The eerie atmosphere that had engulfed the 99th floor seemed to return to normal. The quest prompts had only appeared in Jiang Ye's mind, so no one else had heard them. But the last words from the white-robed woman, everyone did hear those. Juan Xin couldn't hold back and yelled, Holy SH *T. 10 privilege cards and a golden tier dual machine. Don't tell me you actually planned this out? That you get an NPC quest out of being hunted, and the rewards would conveniently help you speedrun 10 wins. That's why you agreed to that 10-minute 10-win thing so confidently earlier. And when you were stalling instead of getting into our duel machine, you were actually waiting for the NPC quest to hand you a golden tier duel machine. Juan Xin was fuming, looking like he wanted to skin Jiang Ye alive. Even Wang Qingjin couldn't help giving him a weird look and said, No wonder you said you'd hit 100 wins faster than Lin God. Turns out you've got a golden tier duel machine in your pocket. Jiang Ye actually had no idea what benefits the golden tier duel machine offered. But hearing what the white-robed woman and the other two just said, it sounded like it was something that could help players fast-track their way to 100 wins. He was about to ask them exactly what it did, when suddenly a commotion broke out at the location of duel machine number 1 on the 99th floor. Mixed into the noise were murmurs from powerful players. Lingod's out. Hearing that, Jiang Ye quickly turned to look toward duel machine number 1. He saw a slim young man in a black tactical jacket stepping out from the machine. He passed through the crowd and walked straight toward Jiang Ye. His footsteps were calm and measured, matching his voice as he spoke slowly. You took a quest to kill the apartment administrator. Even if someone has succeeded in the game before, the administrator in the beginner apartment isn't that easy to kill. First of all, when a player attacks him, he gains the right to instantly erase that player. And that terrifying privilege can only be countered by the Madman Mask, earned through 100 consecutive wins in the duel room. But the 100-win reward lets you choose one of 3 items. So the chance of getting the Madman Mask is only 1/3. That tells you how rare the item is. Even worse, it only nullifies the erase privilege for 3 minutes. In other words, even if you're wearing the Madman Mask, you still have to finish off the administrator within 3 minutes. I remember in the game, it took a group of whales forming a 10-man squad to barely manage to kill the administrator. And even then, it took countless failed attempts beforehand. In short, there's no way someone like you could solo the apartment administrator during the beginner phase. For real, it took at least 10 players working together to kill the apartment administrator, and those 10 must have been the top players in that beginner zone too, right? So, Jiang Ye swept his gaze across the 99th floor of apartment 9999, which was filled with duel machines. Then he casually asked Lin Jing, "You're all gathered here for the Madman Mask from 100 consecutive wins to take down the apartment administrator." His tone was relaxed. At the same time, Lin Jing stepped in front of him. This big shot had a sharp, serious face and wasn't one for small talk. But now, he suddenly gave Jiang Ye a meaningful smile and said, "You're definitely not a game player." Jiang Ye didn't try to hide it and nodded directly. After all, acting like a top student pretending to be a slacker is easy. Pretending to be a top student when you're not is the hard part. He really had never played the Doomsday Apartment game before, so it was only a matter of time before he got exposed. And these apartment 9999 veterans had assumed from the start that he was a game player. If they gave it a little more thought, it wouldn't be hard to realize he wasn't. I accidentally killed a cross-apartment player and used his cross-apartment chip to unintentionally arrive here at apartment 9999, far from home. He said it openly and confidently. All the big-name players present were stunned, especially Wang Qingjin, who suddenly connected the dots. Holy sh*t. So when you asked me about NPC items earlier, you really didn't know? 1xin was just as shocked. So if you're not a game player, and you still one-shot Zhao Yudi? What about the 3-win streak? Are you the bald guy the duo organization is hunting? Jiang Ye seriously **head. There are tons of bald guys using disguise masks. Doesn't necessarily mean it was me. I really don't know. 1xin rolled his eyes hard. Quit playing dumb. The announcement listed a seat number. You seriously gonna tell me you don't know if it matched yours? Yeah, that's right. But Jiang Ye shamelessly insisted, "I really don't know if it was me." 1xin rolled his eyes again. He didn't bite at all. Meanwhile, the crowd of veteran players around them couldn't hold back their chatter. DMN, this kid picked up a cross-apartment item and ended up in our apartment 9999? Could it really be that much of a coincidence? F***. How did none of us even consider the possibility of a newbie stumbling in? It's only day 1. What newbie manages to cross apartments on day 1? And of all places, lands here. But this newbie isn't normal. Got guts, got chased cross apartment by an NPC, and somehow turned that into an NPC quest. Most insane part? That NPC quest gave him the golden tiered duel machine out of nowhere. Jiang Ye ignored all the chatter. He was more concerned about the apartment administrator's combat power, and whether there were any detailed strategies for killing him aside from the madman mask. He was just about to ask Lin Jing, when the serious-faced young man, after a brief moment of thought, narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Given your situation, using a golden tier duel machine might not be a good idea. Remember our previous deal? If you hit 10 wins in 10 minutes, we'd let you join us. If not, we send you packing." Well now, you don't need to rush for the 10-win proof. Just hand over the golden tier duel machine to me, and I'll bring you along. How's that? How's that? Not good at all. Jiang Ye immediately frowned, giving Lin Jing a strange look, and said coldly, "If I can get 10 wins in 10 minutes, why the H*LL would I hand over the golden tier duel machine to you?" As soon as he said it, the atmosphere froze. All the quiet whispers around them abruptly died. Lin Jing's stern face looked even more stone-cold. After a short pause, he said in a deep voice, "When I said I'd bring you along, that includes helping you fight the apartment administrator." He paused again, then added, "Basically, in this 100 to 99.99 beginner zone, all the players who stand a decent chance at hitting 100 wins, earning the Madman Mask, and playing a real role in the administrator battle, are all in apartment 99.99. In other words, if you don't join us, your quest to kill the apartment administrator is practically impossible." Jiang Ye thought to himself, if killing the administrator requires a team and can't be done solo, then how the H*LL am I supposed to complete Phase 2, killing the apartment wandering merchant, and Phase 3, killing the apartment boss? So if he really wants to complete the quest he got from the white-robed woman, he's probably going to have to solo the administrator anyway. Whether these guys help him or not doesn't matter. Besides, Jiang Ye stuck to the same line. "So you're really going to go back on your word? That deal about 10 wins in 10 minutes, and you'll bring me, and was just bulls *** T. Huh?" His tone carried a sharp edge, laced with provocation. The tension in the room grew even thicker. Plenty of eyes turned toward him like he was insane. No one said anything, no one messaged in the group chat, but their stares clearly screamed, "Is this kid fearless or just brain dead? He's just a level 1 trash with 50 combat power. How does he dare talk to big shot Lin Jing with that kind of attitude? Did he really think landing an NPC quest made him hottest HD? Using a golden tier duel machine on a guy like him is a total waste." Lin Jing could have just taken it by force, but instead tried to make a deal, and this punk actually refused. Lin God, hurry up and put this arrogant rookie in his place. And yet, while the onlookers were all itching for a fight, Lin Jing didn't make a move. He stayed calm and didn't get angry over Jiang Ye's tone. Instead, he followed up smoothly. "When I said I'd bring you along, I meant help you in a life-or-death duel, not against the apartment administrator." "Oh, I see." Jiang Ye raised a brow and replied, "Then no problem. I don't need you to help me fight the administrator." The subtext was clear. I'd rather go for the 10-win streak than hand over the golden tier duel machine. Lin Jing's face didn't change, but his gaze turned a little more complex. After a pause, he asked, "You sure?" Jiang Ye nodded. "I'm sure," and added, "I'm sure I'm planning to solo the apartment administrator." Solo kill. The apartment administrator? The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere shifted once again. The looks aimed at him grew even more bizarre. The top players had stayed quiet so far, mostly because Lin Jing was present. But now they couldn't hold it back any longer. Wang Qingjin was the first to speak up, already suspicious from earlier. "This kid, his mouth is way too big. I swear, every word out of his mouth is like farting, pure trash talk." Exactly. Lin God already said it's impossible to solo the apartment administrator, and this guy just insists he can do it. And don't forget when he claimed he'd get 10 wins in 10 minutes and beat Lin God to 100 straight wins. That's straight-up bold-faced bullsh** T. I've never seen someone this shameless in my life. Key point is, he's a total noob. He's either irresponsibly running his mouth, or he's just blindly arrogant and clueless. Clearly, No one here believed Jiang Ye could really solo the administrator. Some of the more ruthless players even started whispering. So what if Lin God really goes back on his word? This isn't some peaceful game server. It's a real F***ing apocalypse. You can kill someone for survival points. Killing for a golden tier duel machine? Even more reason. Exactly. Even if Lin God turns on him and robs him, it just proves the guy's too weak. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if that cross-apartment NPC wants us to kill this guy. An ordinary man guilty only of possessing treasure. He's got a golden tier duel machine. Maybe the NPC gave that as a reward for killing him. Right. That must be why she announced that he got the golden tier duel machine. Normally, NPCs don't give out rewards before a quest is completed. Why'd this guy get his reward in advance? Holy SHD, you're right. Maybe those rewards are meant for whoever kills him. Yeah, don't forget, the NPC was chasing him to begin with. The more they discussed, the more convinced they became. Even Jiang Ye couldn't help but start wondering, was that white-robed woman really trying to use the rewards as bait, hoping someone would kill him? Were those rewards actually meant for these veterans? But just as he started to doubt, Lin God swept his gaze across the room, and that one glance, full of pressure, instantly shut up all the players of apartment 9999. Lin Jing also directly said to the crowd, "You think an NPC would offer a golden tier duel machine as a reward just to have a level 10 player kill a level 1? Normally, quest rewards are based on the difficulty of the task. If that duel machine really was the reward for killing Jiang Ye, then it meant, in that NPC's eyes, Jiang Ye was strong, not someone just anyone could kill. Besides, Lin Jing didn't believe the NPC needed to go through all that trouble just to deal with a low-level rookie. If she really wanted him dead, she could have just given out a direct assassination quest. No need for theatrics. So these players were clearly speculating based on their own self-interest. And once it was pointed out, they looked a bit embarrassed. Lin Jing turned his gaze back to Jiang Ye. After a short silence, his tone grew a little strange. "The quest you took, I'm guessing it's not just to kill the apartment administrator, right? Your conversation with the NPC sounded ridiculous. But your quest, don't tell me, is to kill the apartment boss?" Though he phrased it like a question, his tone was basically stating a fact. And there was something complicated in that tone. Jiang Ye frowned. He felt like Lin Jing's words carried some kind of calculation, maybe even bad intentions. He didn't answer, but it seemed Lin Jing didn't need him to. After another pause, he said calmly, "Like I said before, if you get 10 wins in 10 minutes, we bring you along for battles. That was about life or death duels. But now your golden tier duel machine can be used in life or death duels too. So I figured there's no need to follow our original agreement. You seem to think I'm eyeing your duel machine. But honestly, Jiang Ye, I actually admire you. They think your claim about soloing the administrator is just empty bravado. But I think just having that kind of confidence already makes you better than most." The players nearby were all stunned. They stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they just heard. This had to be the first time Lin God ever said he admired someone, and he was praising Jiang Ye's trash talk. Did he seriously think Jiang Ye could really solo the apartment administrator? At the same time, Lin Jing's word, admire, changed the mood drastically. The looks from the other players in apartment 9999 shifted again. Before, they looked down on him, full of disdain for a cocky noob. Now, like they'd seen a ghost. Suspicion, shock. Some even had a hint of envy and jealousy in their eyes. After all, none of them had ever received Lin Jing's admiration. And Jiang Ye himself. At first, Lin Jing's words did make him feel a brief rush of satisfaction. Being praised and acknowledged always feels good. Even more so when it comes from someone above you in strength and status. It's like an elementary school kid being praised by a respected teacher instead of a random kindergartner. Lin Jing was that respected figure in apartment 9999. So when he said admire and meant respect, of course Jiang Ye's heart stirred, but he quickly snapped out of it and grew more alert. He remembered how the black robe player in the 3-win streak got taken down, how the cross apartment Huang Qi got one shot. He hadn't forgotten a thing. Lin Jing's words just now had shifted too suddenly. That admiration probably had an agenda. So Jiang Ye's expression stayed calm, his face expressionless as he stared at Lin Jing. That cool attitude made the other 9,999 players itch with frustration. But Lin Jing didn't seem to care. He just kept praising. To me, in all of apartment 9999, the only person truly qualified to fight by my side might be you. The top players around them just about exploded from jealousy. Their expressions grew even more complicated. Lin Jing smiled briefly to ease the tension, then brought the topic back. Maybe you do have the power to solo the apartment administrator. But when do you plan to do it? Tomorrow? The day after? In 5 days? 7 days? Tomorrow or the day after? You probably won't have the strength to pull it off. And if you wait 5 or 7 days, sure, maybe you'll be strong enough. But then you'll have barely any time left to complete your final objective, killing the apartment boss. So, I still hope we can cooperate in taking down the apartment administrator. Let's try to finish that within 3 days. As for the golden tier duel machine, if you don't want to give it up, I won't force it. But, though taking down the administrator is our mutual goal and cooperating benefits both sides, you're the one who received the administrator killing quest, so you're getting more out of this. So, I hope, when it comes time to kill the apartment boss, I can be involved too. How does that kind of cooperation sound to you? This wasn't so much a cooperation, as it was Lin Jing helping him complete the quest. Jiang Ye couldn't help but wonder, what's up with this Lin Jing guy? Praising him, acknowledging him, and now even helping with the quest? On the surface, Lin Jing's request was to be part of killing the apartment boss. But in practice, that still helped Jiang Ye. Could it be that Lin Jing had sharp insight and sensed the main character aura in him, so he wanted to cozy up in advance and hold the thigh? No, definitely not. There's something off about Lin Jing. Jiang Ye grew increasingly cautious inside, but on the outside, he put on an expression as if moved by Lin Jing's goodwill. He paused a moment, then finally opened his mouth. So what you're saying is I don't have to do the 10-win streak anymore. Lin Jing smiled again. Of course. After all, I don't have the right to bring you along. What I want is to fight side by side with you. Jiang Ye stayed silent. The rest of the players in apartment 9999 were even more silent. They could hardly believe what they were witnessing. Lin God actually being this cordial to another player. What the actual F******. Who is this Jiang Ye guy? Could he be some secret powerhouse from before the apocalypse? So strong, even Lin God looked up to him, while the others speculated about Jiang Ye's mysterious background as the reason Lin Jing was showing such respect. Wang Qingjin had a flash of inspiration. He remembered, in the Doomsday Apartment game, after the first whale team succeeded in killing the apartment administrator, other whales naturally followed suit. In the end, there were about 10 teams who managed to kill the administrator. But among those 10 successful teams, something unusual happened. That anomaly ended up producing the game's strongest player. However, the player who caused that event was later confirmed to have suddenly died at home. So no one ever knew what had really triggered that incident. But now, Wang Qingjin had a sudden thought. What if the player who mysteriously died in real life and triggered that anomaly was someone like Jiang Ye, who had taken the quest to kill the apartment boss? If that were true, then Lin Jing's actions would make perfect sense. He didn't really admire Jiang Ye. What he wanted was to team up with him, kill the administrator, and then reproduce that game anomaly that made someone the strongest of all time. Thinking this way, even Wang Qingjin began to have ideas of his own. All of them admired Lin God, but that was only because of his overwhelming strength. Lin Jing wasn't a real god, and they weren't true believers. If one day, someone emerged who could crush Lin Jing's power, that person would replace him as the new god. And why couldn't that person be Wang Qingjin himself? He wanted to walk the path of the strongest too. Wang Qingjin lowered his eyes and clenched his fists. His youthful blood boiled up again, uncontrollable. Of course, he was actually pretty young already. Someone his age should be riding high, full of ambition, worshipped by thousands, not the other way around. Thinking this, his gaze swept to Jiang Ye. This ignorant, fearless noob, he'd be the stepping stone on the path to godhood. Let's just see who steps on that stone first. Him or Lin Jing. Wang Chengjin clenched his fist tighter, like a passionate youth setting a grand ambition. When he looked up again, his eyes were noticeably brighter, while the others were still guessing at Jiang Ye's background. Wang Chengjin went straight over with a sycophantic smile, completely changing his tune from earlier ridicule. The*MN, bro. Never expected you'd actually have the potential to earn Lin God's admiration. Guess I judged you wrong. Don't take it personally, man. Oh, by the way, I've been calling you bro and kid this whole time you're a guy, right? That bald look, can you switch it off? The other players watched Wang Chengjin switch faces so fast, and all felt a wave of disdain. Typical bootlicker. But Wang Chengjin didn't care. He was already imagining the day when he'd step on Jiang Ye, surpass Lin Jing, and become the one everyone fawned over. As for Jiang Ye, of course, he didn't change his bald appearance. He had no idea what Lin Jing and Wang Chengjin were plotting. But for now, things seemed calm. No rush to get the 10-win streak. Honestly, he kind of wanted to go back to his apartment. But that would cost one survival point, which he didn't have at the moment. Plus, he had a feeling that Lin Jing wouldn't let him leave before the administrator was taken down. So he didn't mention going back. Instead, he used checking quest rewards as an excuse to head to the administrator's desk on the first floor and rent a room on the 20th floor. Then he went to his new apartment room to sort through the rewards from the white-robed woman. Meanwhile, having retrieved her hair, the white-robed woman returned to apartment 1008, specifically room 2064. Jiang Ye wasn't in sight when she arrived. Her personal assistant robot didn't say anything either. The white-robed woman glanced calmly around her apartment, then walked straight to the large TV in the living room. She let out a cold little laugh toward the screen and casually pressed the remote. The TV flickered on. The screen showed the gloomy forest Jiang Ye had passed through when she brought him to the rooftop. But now, the camera was moving, like a pair of eyes were searching the forest. And then, the eyes locked onto something. Right there in the middle of the forest was the figure of Jiang Ye's replica number 1. Jiang Ye's figure crept stealthily through the gloomy forest. Originally, replica number 1 had just snuck into the white-robed woman's home. Meanwhile, over on replica number 2's side, he was getting schooled by the big shots from apartment 9999 about how overpowered cross-apartment NPCs were. Right then, he had a bad feeling. As soon as replica number 1 entered room 2064, he was already thinking about making a run for it. But the ridiculous part was, getting into 2064 was easy. The personal assistant robot just let him through without question. Leaving, though, he couldn't even get the door open, and that robot clearly had no intention of letting him out either. So while replica number 2 was cursing out, "Why *** G1 Chow, you son of a B** TCH," replica number 1 was also cursing. Later, replica number 2 received a task, and it seemed like the white-robed woman had left. Replica number 1 immediately sensed something was off, so he made a bold decision on the spot. He grabbed his cleaner badge and started fiddling with the white-robed woman's TV. And somehow, just like before, the TV screen really did transport him into the gloomy forest. He had no idea when the white-robed woman would come back, but he remembered clearly that somewhere in this forest was the white bedsheet that could teleport him to the rooftop of the apartment. So as long as he could make it there before she returned, he should be safe, right? And that's how we ended up with this scene. Jiang Ye sneaking around in the gloomy forest. What he didn't know was, right at that moment, the white-robed woman was lounging on her couch in the living room, casually watching him move through the forest on the TV screen. Or Omicron. Her gaze drifted off as she thought, this guy, does he really have what it takes to kill the apartment boss? Usually, when NPCs hand out tasks, they do so because they believe there's a decent chance the chosen player can actually complete them. But killing the apartment boss? Even Insu herself couldn't pull that off. And this sneaky little level 0 trash on the screen? Insu leaned back on the couch, shaking her head slightly, wondering how she ever ended up giving him a task in the first place. But just a moment later, her eyes turned cold. She raised her hand, and a thin black thread shot straight toward the TV screen. Meanwhile, back in the gloomy forest, Jiang Ye had finally found the white bedsheet that led to the apartment rooftop. It was hanging from a leafless, dead tree. The sheet was pure white, no bloodstains. Just as Jiang Ye was about to run toward it, suddenly, from another nearby dead tree, a bloodstained white bedsheet shot out and sucked him in. What the H*LL? What's going on? Jiang Ye's face changed drastically, and the next thing he knew, the whole world around him had shifted. It was still eerie and grim, but the sky was blood red, and the air was thick with a fog that reeked of blood. Even just breathing made his body feel weak, like something wet and cold was seeping into his bones. And at that moment, he realized his already poor attributes as Replica.1 had taken a huge hit. His whole body went weak, just like when his main body was low on stats, and trying to control 3 replicas at once. And to make it worse, while in this weakened state, he suddenly heard the hiss of snakes. Within mere seconds, hundreds of black venomous snakes were slithering toward him at lightning speed. F***me. My trypophobia is about to go off the charts. Jiang Ye nearly cursed out loud on the spot. But he didn't have time for that. More importantly, he quickly fused replica 3 and its mirror replica into himself. Normally, fusing 2 3 replicas would skyrocket his combat power past 200 for sure. But with his attributes halved by the blood mist, the fusion barely gave him the power of 1 replica. Thankfully, when he cast Frozen Domain, the swarm of snakes still got frozen and slowed down massively. This was the first time Jiang Ye truly felt how powerful domain skills could be. He didn't dare waste a second. He immediately followed up with Frost Mist Invasion, sending icy fog sweeping toward the snakes. At the same time, notifications started ringing out in his mind. You've killed a level 1 Shadow Ring snake. Gain plus 10 energy points. Ding. You've leveled up to level 1. Stamina increased by 1 point. Energy increased by 1 point. You've killed a level 1 Shadow Ring snake. Gain plus 1 energy point. Clearly, after leveling up, killing more level 1 snakes only gave him 1 point each. But with hundreds of snakes swarming him, once the plus 1 energy point notification rang out 100 times, he finally got another alert. Ding! You've leveled up to level 2. Stamina increased by 1 point. Energy increased by 1 point. Leveling from 1 to 2 still only gave 1 point each to stamina and energy. After that, killing more snakes didn't yield any energy points. Luckily, in less than a minute, he'd wiped out most of the venomous snakes. And from all those hundreds of snakes, he only got 1 black iron treasure chest. Jiang Ye picked it up and collapsed to the ground, feeling like he'd just narrowly escaped death. But he barely had a few seconds to rest before, from within the blood mist, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. At the same time, he felt the ground under his butt start to shake. Jiang Ye tensed up instantly and stopped resting. He quickly noticed the rustling sound was coming from the twisted trees around him, and there were more of them than there had been snakes. Worse still, these trees seemed to have long-range attack capabilities. Even from a distance, they could lash out at him with extended branches. In this situation, his frozen domain could only cover 2 or 3 trees on the edge. Anything farther out? Totally out of range. Still, with things getting dicey, Jiang Ye cast Frozen Domain, then used Frost Mist Invasion and his Ghost Ring Blade to quickly destroy one of the trees. And a new alert rang in his mind. You've killed a level 3 Twisted Treant. Gain plus 100 energy points. This time, a level 2 killing a level 3 got him 100 points. But it still wasn't enough to push him straight to level 3. Jiang Ye didn't dare let up. He quickly repositioned, dodging the whipping branches while continuing to cut down Twisted Treants. You've killed a level 3 Twisted Treant, gained plus 100 energy points. But as time went on, the pressure in Jiang Ye's heart kept growing. Sure, he'd one-shot those hundreds of venomous snakes just now pretty easily, but that was because he fused 2 replicas. Once the 3-minute fusion window ended, the only ones he could still fuse were replica number 4 and the mirror replica of number 3. And to make a new mirror replica, he had to stand in front of the replica reflection mirror and display his data panel for 30 seconds. 30 seconds during a crisis battle like this could easily get him killed. So what now? Was replica number 1 about to be sacrificed just like that? While Jiang Ye was feeling the weight of this crisis and growing more anxious by the second. Back in room 2064, Insu lounged on her couch, staring at the screen in front of her, lost in thought. That must be replica fusion? This kid, hard work pays off, gold element affinity, ice element affinity. Those 3, they must all be replicas. So his main body probably has an SSS tier ability. It has to be SSS tier, right? After all, having a data panel that even detection can't pick up on, and looking exactly like a normal player's replica. This was a first for her, too. SSS tier abilities were rare, but not unheard of. Still, even with an SSS tier ability, trying to kill the apartment boss who oversees the beginner apartment during the early stages, the odds were still next to impossible. But Insu watched as Jiang Ye swiftly took down his 10th Twisted Treant, successfully hitting level 3. She consoled herself with a thought. Maybe, just maybe, if she rounded the odds enough, next to impossible could kinda sorta be equal to a tiny sliver of hope. On the other side, in apartment 9999, room 2025, replica number 2 Jiang Ye had immediately sensed danger the moment replica number 1 got sucked into the blood mist. Without hesitation, he jumped into action, trying to win a lifeline for number 1. He pulled out the golden tier dual machine from the spatial ring given to him by the white-robed woman. At first, the machine was no larger than a palm, but with a press of the top button, it suddenly expanded, transforming into a hulking device 3 meters wide and about 5 meters tall. Its matte black surface gave off a luxurious, high-end vibe, far beyond any dual machine Jiang Ye had seen so far. But with replica number 1 in critical danger, he had no time to admire it. He immediately tried to enter the golden tier dual machine. Unlike the ones in the dual room, this one didn't deduct any fees. Instead, it instantly performed an identity binding. Just like how internet cafe computers are public, but your home PC is private. The dual machines in the dual room could be used by anyone, as long as they paid. But this private one didn't need payment, just an identity bind, and it could only be used by him. Normally, buying one of these private dual machines would cost a fortune for any player. At the very least, this golden tier dual machine of Jiang Ye's definitely wasn't cheap. Maybe it couldn't even be bought with game coins. It might cost survival points instead. So yeah, it counted as a survival point item. No wonder even someone like Lin Jing had their eyes on it. Hopefully, this thing really did have some powerful functions. After quickly binding his identity, Jiang Ye entered the virtual dual space. But unlike before, he didn't arrive at the first floor lobby or the second floor dual zone. Instead, it felt like he was in a luxurious, low-key VIP suite. There were sofas, a coffee table, a wine cabinet, bookshelves, even a projector and karaoke sound system. All of this stuff would normally cost money to access in the entertainment section of the low-end mall. But here, he could enjoy it all directly inside the golden tier dual machine. Still, Jiang Ye wasn't here to chill. He immediately started checking out the dual machine's features. Soon, he realized each wall of the suite seemed to correspond to a different function. On the north wall, his personal information was displayed. Jiang Ye, combat power, 54. Record, 4-win streak, 100%. Title, Nameless Black Iron. Game coins, 50.02 million. Points, 0. Survival points, 0. Items, announcement card times 3, privilege card times 3, privilege exempt card times 3, quick win card times 1. Wait. What was up with these items? Where did all these cards come from? After a quick check through his mind's operation console, he saw a silent system prompt. First, log into the golden tier duel machine today. Automatically receive announcement card times 3, privilege card times 3, privilege exempt card times 3, quick win card times 1. D***MN. So the golden tier duel machine not only came with a VIP suite, but also gave out free cards daily. These cards, if converted into game coins, had to be worth a fortune. That basically meant using this machine not only cost nothing, but made him money every day. No wonder it was a golden tier duel machine. Straight up badass. But none of this solved the crisis Replica number 1 was in. So without even checking what the quick win card actually did, Jiang Ye started exploring other functions. On the east wall, he found dual mode options. Beginner mode, normal mode, survival mode. None of these helped with the current emergency, so he moved on without digging deeper. Then he touched the south wall. This time, a redemption list appeared on the screen. Its main function was to let him use game coins, points, or survival points to redeem listed items. And depending on his title, he could even enjoy some discounts. Unfortunately, with a title like Nameless Black Iron, he basically got no discounts. If the high-end mall in the apartment was like a physical luxury store, then this redemption list was like online shopping. The items listed weren't physical in the space. They were just images and descriptions, like a product page. But the advantage of online shopping? You didn't have to wander around physically. It was way faster. Tons of products, scrollable at a glance. There was even a search function. Super convenient and saved tons of time. Right now, Jiang Ye could only use game coins for redemptions. But hey, he had 50 million game coins. He could pretty much buy whatever he wanted. Problem was anything he bought would show up on replica number 2's side. Even the skill scrolls from the white-robed woman's task rewards. He wanted to give them to his main body. But how? As his eyes scanned the list, something suddenly caught his attention. A very familiar item, delivery box. Black Iron Tier Delivery Box. Price, 100 game coins. Effect, delivered to the designated apartment's errand station within 3 days. P.S. No defensive measures. High chance of loss. Insurance recommended. Bronze Tier Delivery Box. Price, 1,000 game coins. Effect, delivered within 1 day. P.S. Some defensive features, but still some risk. Insurance recommended. Silver Tier Delivery Box. Price, 100,000 game coins. Effect, delivered to the specified location in 3 seconds. P.S. Very low chance of loss. Recommended for high-value item transport. Guaranteed delivery within 3 seconds. D***MN. This silver courier box is insane. But that price, though, crazy. It's just sending a package, yet it costs 100,000 game coins. That means anything sent with this box must be worth at least 1 million, maybe even tens of millions, right? And even then, it's not 100% safe. It just says the chance of losing a delivery is extremely low. But extremely low doesn't mean 0. Plus, what if someone specifically targets silver courier boxes for a robbery? They could walk away with tens of millions worth of items in one hit. Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel tempted. If only he had the ability to hijack one of these silver courier boxes, he'd definitely go for it. So yeah, it's not exactly secure. He figured he'd check if there was a gold tier courier box. But he'd looked into it before. Whether it was the high-end mall in the apartment or the dual machines exchange list, the highest tier items available right now were all silver tier. So, no gold tier courier boxes either. Too bad. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Ye would have thought twice about using something so expensive and risky. But right now, Replica 1 was way more important than some game coins. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Ye went ahead and bought a silver courier box. Next, he quickly started picking the items he was going to send. Even though it was Replica 1 who was in danger, Jiang Ye had no idea where it actually was. So, the package had to be sent to the main body instead. And to help the main body save the replica, the focus had to be on skill scrolls. If he could get something as powerful as Replica Fusion again, maybe that could turn things around for Replica 1. Besides that, He'd also been thinking about his chances at getting a 100-win streak. The big shots in apartment 9999 made it sound like even a 10-win streak was ridiculously hard, which had made Jiang Ye second-guess himself a bit. At this stage, if it was just Replica 2 fused with Replica 3's mirror replica, then yeah, hitting 100 wins would be tough. Even 10 wins might be a stretch. Why? Because Replica 3 hadn't powered up yet. Its skills like Frozen Domain and Frost Mist Invasion were solid, but it was still level 0 with only 58 combat power. Sure, post-fusion power isn't just a simple 1+1, but what if Replica 3 had all its attributes over 10 and hit over 100 in combat power? Or crazier, what if it reached 500 combat power? Then he could use Replica 2 to match with someone around 50 combat power, fuse with a 500 combat power replica. Even if the final result was just a bit over 500, that's still 500 versus 50. Holy sh*t. Just thinking about it made him want to laugh out loud. Using this trick, Jiang Ye could basically cheat his way through win streaks. He just needed the active replica to be weak enough, and the one for fusion to be super strong. It'd be like a small fry suddenly getting possessed by a god in battle. With this method, hitting a 100-win streak would be a breeze. He might even beat Lin Jing to it. What's that? The Madman Mask is super rare? Well, if all his replicas could go on win streaks, then he could totally grind out a bunch of Madman Masks. Sell the extras for cash if he wanted. Just imagining it made him grin like an idiot. So aside from the skill scrolls for the main body, he also packed items for boosting Replica 3. What happened with Replica 1 made Jiang Ye realize every replica should be trained to stand on its own. He couldn't just rely on replica fusion all the time. Sure, replica fusion was powerful and great for escaping tough situations. But if it wasn't for that bug with the replica reflection mirror, most of his replicas would be stuck in cooldown, unable to fuse again so soon. That's why he had to stop relying on items too much, and instead train every single replica to be a top-tier fighter. And so, Jiang Ye didn't hesitate spending 50 million game coins. First up, skill scrolls. These cost even more than attribute fruits. Bronze tier scrolls started at 500,000, while silver tier ones went for a whopping 8 million each. Clearly, silver tier items were much more expensive than bronze tier ones. Same thing with attribute fruits. But Jiang Ye believed that high prices meant high value. After some quick math, he gritted his teeth in exchange for 2 silver tier skill scrolls and 2 bronze tier ones, 17 million spent. Then, 6 silver tier attribute fruits, 30 million. That left him with less than 3 million. Next, 10 bronze tier attribute fruits, 1 million. Then 20 black iron tier ones, 200,000. Finally, a silver tier treasure chest, 1.2 million. Plus the silver courier box. Total spending, 49.5 million in one go. Remaining balance? 520,000. Just thinking about it made Jiang Ye feel nervous as he loaded the scrolls and fruits into the box. Nearly 50 million worth of stuff in one shipment. If anything happened to it, if someone managed to steal it somehow. No, don't jinx it. He sealed the box tight, then filled in the delivery details. After the apartment fusion, apartment 1008 was renamed apartment 1010. Delivery address, apartment 1010, room 2025. Recipient, Jiang Ye. Confirm all information is correct. Confirm. Send immediately? You can set a delay if needed. Confirm. And just like that, the sleek, silver-colored high-tech courier box vanished like a flash of light. The instant it disappeared, both versions of Jiang Ye held their breath. Thankfully, the god of misfortune must have been taking a nap, because less than 3 seconds later, the courier box materialized, right in the living room of the main body's apartment. Once Jiang Ye, main body, confirmed the recipient info and signed for the package, he was still wondering if the box could be reused. But nope, it blinked away like it never existed. Jiang Ye didn't dwell on it. He'd moved fast enough. Meanwhile, back with Replica 1, the effect of replica fusion had just ended. The good news, He leveled up to level 3 before the fusion ended. At the time, Jiang Ye had thought, asterisk him in, maybe Replica 1 is really going to die after this. He even wondered if he could transfer that level 3 to Replica 3 somehow. But nope, the rules of replica fusion had always been clear. There's a main replica and an auxiliary replica. Only the main replica gets credit for leveling, win streaks, and kills. Nothing transfers to the other. Still, getting to level 3 was something. His stats went up a bit. So when the fusion ended, Replica 1 didn't totally collapse. He still had some ability to move. But let's be real. That mobility was nothing compared to how powerful and agile he was during fusion with 3 replicas. Then came a loud snap. A tree spirit's vine whipped across Replica 1's body. Good thing he was still wearing the protective gear he'd gotten from Huang Qi. Otherwise, that hit might have knocked him out cold. Back in the main body's apartment, Jiang Ye didn't dare waste a second. He still hadn't given up on Replica 1, and instantly tore open a silver tier skill scroll. At the same time, Replica 3 remained standing in front of the replica reflection mirror, continuing to create a mirror replica. 30 seconds. As long as Replica 1 could last 30 more seconds, there was still hope. But maybe Jiang Ye was a bit too anxious when he tore open the skill scroll. This time, when the light from the scroll enveloped him, he didn't get that intense flash of insight he was hoping for. For a moment, Jiang Ye even wondered if he'd just hit one of those rare flukes. What if he didn't learn anything at all? Thankfully, when he opened his data panel, a new skill did appear. But it wasn't the C-tier skill he'd been aiming for. Instead, it was another D-tier skill, just like replica fusion. Shared space, a shared pocket space accessible by all replicas. Items carried by different replicas can be instantly transferred via this space. Well, he couldn't say the skill was bad. At least it was better than by Ruowan's pocket space. At the very least, it meant that from now on, he wouldn't need silver courier boxes to pass items between replicas. He could just drop them in shared space, and any replica could access them instantly. But the problem was, this skill didn't solve the immediate crisis. What was he supposed to toss a silver tier attribute fruit into shared space for Replica 1 to eat? But those attribute fruits were meant for powering up Replica 3, to help Replica 2 rack up win streaks. No time to overthink. Jiang Ye took a deep breath to steady himself and refocus. He wasn't sure if mindset impacted skill comprehension when using skill scrolls. But right now, he had no choice but to calm himself and fully absorb the radiance from the scroll. This time, the sensation was way better. His mind went crystal clear, and it felt like his consciousness had split into 1,000 tendrils, reaching out to grasp something mysterious and profound. But when he snapped back to the moment, Replica 1 was barely holding on. The heart protection jade he'd looted from Huang Qi even cracked open at that moment. Replica 1 felt searing pain surge through his body, and that pain once again shredded his mobility, making it nearly impossible to dodge the attacks from the twisted tree spirits. Worse still, these tree spirits seemed intelligent. Earlier, they'd avoided him because of frozen domain and frost mist invasion. But now that he wasn't using his domain, and after taking a few clean hits with no icy retaliation, they suddenly went berserk. Their assault became brutal and relentless. At this rate, Replica 1 wouldn't last even a few more seconds. And even if he downed an attribute fruit now, it probably wouldn't make a difference. Room 2064. Insu lounged on the sofa, watching the screen showing the battered, powerless young man. She shook her head in disappointment. 3 minutes of replica fusion, and that was his only trump card. With this, he thinks he can kill an apartment boss? Insu had seen replica-based abilities before. Jiang Ye's only real novelty was that his replicas had player panels, making it impossible to tell they were replicas. But strength-wise, each one of them was weak as hell. Sure, for doing errands in the apartment, acting harmless while hiding his strength, or playing multiple roles at once, his ability looked handy. But in the Doomsday Apartment, it was never about jobs or schemes. The only thing that mattered here was power. And this replica's power was way too soft. Even 100 or 10,000 of him couldn't shake a single hair on an apartment boss's head. Hell, he'd probably struggle against an apartment administrator. Insu was clearly disappointed. She kept watching coldly, with zero intention of stepping in to help. But then, just as the twisted tree spirits launched a devastating blow toward the bloodied and faltering Jiang Ye, he suddenly moved like a different person. It was as if all his pain had vanished. His reaction speed skyrocketed. Right before that whip struck, he moved like greased lightning, barely dodging the hit. Phew! Jiang Ye let out a hard exhale. That dodge had been insanely close. But then, Replica 3's mirror replica was finally complete and instantly fused. Now the tide of battle began to shift. Jiang Ye exhaled again, deep and steady. As he dodged, he hurled out the ghost ring blade, unleashed frozen domain, and dove back into battle with the twisted tree spirits. This time, it wasn't as easy as when he'd fused with 3 replicas before. Still, even though his attributes weren't as high this time, with the help of absolute focus and combat stance, his reflexes and combat instincts had clearly leveled up. His footwork while dodging tree spirit attacks was smoother than ever. That's right. The person now, standing in the blood mist, was no longer Replica 1, but Replica 2. Why? Simple. Because Jiang Ye's main body had just acquired a C-tier skill. Replica Swap, C, allows you to designate 2 replicas for a position swap. P.S. In certain special environments, the swap may fail. Jiang Ye didn't know if the blood mist space where Replica 1 was counted as a special environment, but he had no other options. Originally, he planned to swap Replica 3 with Replica 1, but Replica 3 was still busy in front of the replica reflection mirror. If he swapped now, the replication process would fail, costing another 30 seconds. So instead, he chose Replica 2, who was far away in apartment 9999. Luckily, the swap succeeded. Replica 2, with his hard work, pays-off passive, didn't have the powerful offensive skills like Replica 3, but his natural combat instincts were on another level. In fact, Jiang Ye just realized that Replica 2's absolute focus and combat stance only reached their full potential when he was backed into a corner. When it came to dodging the tree spirit's attacks, it was freakishly effective. Jiang Ye even thought he could use these tree spirits as sparring partners to boost his combat instincts further. But too bad, there wasn't enough time. He still opted to finish things quickly. Since Replica 2 was only level 1, his mind kept pinging with notifications. You have defeated a level 3 Twisted Tree Spirit. Gained plus 200 energy points. Ding! You've leveled up to level 2. Stamina increased by 1 point. Energy increased by 1 point. You have defeated a level 3 Twisted Tree Spirit. Gained plus 100 energy points. Successfully killed level 3 Twisted Treant. Gained energy points plus 100. After reaching level 2, taking down these Twisted Treants had clearly gotten a lot easier. At this rate, he only needed to kill 10 of them for replica number 2 to hit level 3 as well. After that, the energy points gained from killing Treants would sharply drop again. But if he just used Replica Swap to switch in another level 0 replica, he could totally turn this place into a leveling hotspot. All his replicas could level up steadily, one after another. Of course, the same old problem remained. Whenever he wanted to use replica fusion consecutively, he needed a 30-second window to create a new mirror replica in between. But now that replica number 2 was stronger, once it hit level 3, it should be able to hold out solo for 30 seconds. Plus, with pocket space now available, replica number 2 would find it much easier to use defensive items during those 30 seconds. And don't forget, Jiang Ye still had some good stuff from those packages he hadn't even used yet. So, after confirming there was no immediate danger on replica number 2's side, Jiang Ye's main body went back to sorting through the items delivered by courier. First up, skill scrolls. He'd already used the 2 silver tier ones, but he still had 3 bronze tier skill scrolls. 2 of them he'd bought, and the third was a reward from a quest given by the woman in white. Jiang Ye was already pretty calm by now, didn't need much mental adjustment. Still, he took a few deep breaths before slowly tearing open the bronze tier skill scrolls one by one. These scrolls came with a chance of failure. He might not learn anything. But his luck was decent this time. All 3 bronze tier scrolls granted him new skills, and they were all D tier. Replica mutation D. When generating a new replica, you can choose a different name and appearance from the main body. This skill didn't boost combat power or anything, but it made his replicas more diverse. Otherwise, when he eventually got to infinite replication, imagine hundreds of Jiang Ye's running around. Anyone would know something was up. Using mutated replicas would lower the chance of being discovered by a lot. So yeah, this was a solid skill. But what really got him excited was the second D tier skill. Replica Possession D. Designate up to 3 replicas to possess the main body. The attributes, abilities, and skills of the replicas are fully stacked onto the main body for 3 minutes. This skill was similar to Replica Fusion, but this time the main body was the core. Now, finally, his main body could handle emergencies too. And if he was right, mirror replicas should also be able to possess him. The third D tier skill was more basic. Detection D. Detect item info. Detect player info. This detection skill was 1 tier higher than Xiao Bing's E tier version, and it was way more convenient having his own detection. No need to rely on Xiao Bing anymore, especially since his own detection could secretly probe other players, using Xiao Bing to do that would likely get noticed. Plus, there were a few items from Huang Qi's stash that Xiao Bing couldn't scan. Time for him to give it a go. First target, a silver-colored ribbon of light. It looked weightless and even felt like nothing in his hand. He hadn't thought much of it at first, but Xiao Bing's detection couldn't ID it. He'd fiddled with it for a while, even had replica number 4 wear around the wrist, but nothing had come of it. Now, with a second attempt at scanning, he finally got some info. Ring of critical strikes. Wrap it around the handle of a weapon. The next attack with that weapon is guaranteed to crit. Use his left 2/3. So it had to be wrapped on a weapon handle. No wonder wearing on the wrist did nothing. Still, kind of tricky item to use. You obviously couldn't keep it on your main weapon all the time. With only 3 charges and likely a huge power boost, it was best saved for critical moments. Problem was when things got real bad, there might not be time to put it on. Best to prepare an extra weapon ahead of time. With the ring already on, treat it as a backup trump card. Jiang Ye stashed the ring away and used detection on a bag of chocolate beans next. What popped up was man-eating plant seeds. Throw hard to rapidly grow various types of man-eating plant monsters that attack all nearby living creatures. P.S. These monsters will attack indiscriminately. Use with caution to avoid friendly fire. Holy sh*T. Good thing he hadn't had a replica. Try one for a snack. They seriously smelled like chocolate, though straight-face. He tossed the whole bag of seeds into the shared pocket space. Next, he scanned an oil lamp. Severing lantern, also known as the heart-cleaving lamp. Once lit, dispels most low-tier illusions. Remaining duration, 100 to 120 minutes. Illusions? If it's got 100 minutes left, Huang Qi already used it for 20? Did he get caught in an illusion? Or was he just messing around? But using it for 20 minutes doesn't sound like just for fun. So chances are it was actually used to break through something. That made Jiang Ye suddenly suspicious. Was that creepy forest covered in white sheets also under the effect of an illusion? And what about the blood mist area where replica number 2 was fighting? Could that be an illusion too? No way to be sure. But the blood mist area wasn't dangerous for now. In fact, it was good for grinding XP. So he decided not to use the severing lantern yet and tossed it into pocket space too. Next up, 2 more unidentified items, a string of prayer beads and a wooden ornament. Scanning the beads revealed. Heartless prayer beads. If your player kill count exceeds 100, wear this at all times to purge killing intent and avoid attracting vengeful spirits. So if you killed over 100 players, vengeful spirits would start tailing you. Jiang Ye stored the beads and moved on to the wooden ornament. But once again, scan failed. This ornament looked creepy from the get-go. It was a sculpture of two babies hugging each other. Usually, stuff like this would be made of translucent jade and worn as a charm for good luck. But this was made of wood, light, rough to the touch. Worse yet, it had been burned black. Two charred infants, curled up as if asleep, but the whole thing gave off an eerie vibe. Jiang Ye knew from the first glance. This item wasn't normal. And sure enough, not even D-tier detection could identify it. He didn't overthink it. He just tossed the ornament into pocket space too. Finally, his gaze locked onto 6 silver-tier attribute fruits. 3 for stamina, 3 for energy. He immediately had his main body consume one of each. The moment he swallowed the 2 silver-tier fruits, a wave of sheer pleasure surged through him. Felt so good, it was like every pore on his body opened up. He even let out a long, involuntary sigh. Checking the stats panel, stamina and energy both increased by 5 points. Keep in mind, bronze tier fruits only gave +1 the first time, and even leveling up only gives +1 to attributes. But these silver tier fruits gave a whopping +5 in one go. For 5 million points? Totally worth it. Next, replica number 3 also took 2 silver tier attribute fruits, +5 to both attributes. He also had replica number 3 consume 10 bronze tier and black iron tier fruits. The first bronze tier one gave +1 point. By the 5th, it was down to just +0.2. So about a 0.2 drop per fruit, which meant the 6th one would probably do nothing. Black iron tier started with +0.5 for the first, +0.1 by the 5th. Same deal. 6th one likely useless. So, if he extrapolated this, the 5th silver tier fruit would only give +1 point. In other words, each tier of attribute fruit had a 5 fruit limit. That's 5 stamina fruits plus 5 energy fruits equals 10 max per tier. Now that he'd figured out the pattern, he'd be able to use them efficiently in the future without wasting any. Also, the total attribute gain from maxing out each tier of attribute fruit could now be calculated. Altogether, that came to 19.5 points. 1.5 from black iron tier, 3 from bronze tier, and 15 from silver tier. As for his replica number 3, after consuming all the black iron tier and bronze tier fruits, its attributes had increased by 4.5 each. Add 1 silver tier fruit on top. That was a total gain of 9.5, which meant replica number 3 had broken past 10 points in all attributes, even surpassing 15 plus. And its combat power? Straight up over 100. Once he used replica fusion again, the effect would only get more terrifying. At this point, even though it was still a level 0 replica, replica number 3 already had the power to hold its own. Even the Blood Mist zone, it could handle Twisted Trance solo. No fusion needed. With that, replica number 3 had fully grown. However, Jiang Ye didn't plan to stop there. He wanted all his replicas to be maxed out on attribute fruits ASAP, which meant it was time to make money. But of course, grinding for money with part-time jobs was out of the question now. His plan? Leverage the golden tier dual machine. Aim for a 100-win streak while raking in cash. That said, it was currently replica number 1, badly bruised and battered, who was occupying room 2025 of apartment 9999. He tried using the golden tier dual machine, only to be told, access denied. So that meant only replica number 2 could use the golden tier dual machine. While Jiang Ye was still frustrated about this, replica number 1 noticed that people in the apartment 9999 chat group were talking about him. That guy jumped straight to level 3. Did he just use 2 level up card back to back? Does the golden tier dual machine give out level up cards as daily rewards? I don't think so, right? Maybe he bought them himself? Dude's already got the golden tier dual machine. Clearly loaded. Jiang Ye stared at the screen, mentally retorting. Load my *SS. I'm broke as hell. I'm still scrambling to make money over here. With that in mind, he suddenly had a bold idea. But he didn't say it directly. Instead, he played it casual in the group chat. Hey seniors, I've got this item called a lucky bracelet. Detection says it can be recharged. Any of you know how to charge it up? Most people chatting in the group were players ranked outside the top 100 on the ranking board. especially Xin, who was second to last in the rankings right behind Jiang Ye and super active in the group. Since he'd also had a run-in with Jiang Ye, he was quick to chime in. D*MN kid, I thought you were a newbie? How'd it go, lucky bracelet? Jiang Ye, didn't I say before? I killed a veteran player from another apartment. Xin, all right, you got me there, respect. As for charging the lucky bracelet, it's pretty much all up to luck. Either bury it in soil where lucky flowers grow, or soak it in the blood of lucky creatures like deer or crows. Thing is, those conditions are really hard to meet during the beginner phase. But once you're in the official Doomsday Apartment, you can pay pro teams to charge it for you. Jiang Ye was a little puzzled. Crows are lucky creatures. Xin, of course. In the Doomsday Apartment lore, crows are considered the luckiest birds around. But some crows have already gone completely dark. If you soak the bracelet in the blood of a corrupted crow, it turns into a cursed bracelet instead. What Xin didn't say was this. Cursed bracelets couldn't be identified through detection. They would still show up as lucky bracelet, even after being corrupted, and they could still be successfully charged using the same methods. But their effect would remain cursed, which meant, once corrupted with dark crow blood, a lucky bracelet would never bring luck again, and the user wouldn't even notice. That's why players handled lucky bracelets with extra caution, to avoid getting sabotaged. That said, it was still the newbie phase. Corrupted crow blood? Practically impossible to come by right now. So the chance of the bracelet getting tainted was next to zero. Jiang Ye still had 1 silver treasure chest and 3 bronze treasure chests on hand. His plan? Open them with luck on his side. Plus, now that his main body's attributes had improved, he could handle more replicas at once. He was wondering, could he max out his luck and maybe roll a replica with an ability that surpasses even S tier? Sure, attribute fruits made you stronger. But other top players could max out on fruits too. The real gap would come from abilities. While pondering this, Jiang Ye's main body used replica swap again. This time, switching replica number 2 with replica number 3. And just as expected, replica number 3 could easily kill Twisted Trance even without fusion, leveling up to 3 in no time. But just then, Jiang Ye noticed something. The more Twisted Trance he killed, the more intense the ground vibrations became, which made no sense. If those tremors were caused by trance moving underground, then with fewer trance alive, the shaking should have been lessening. But now, with fewer trance around, the shaking was getting worse. Originally, he planned to send in replica number 4 to level up too. But with this weird development, he didn't dare take chances. He stayed on high alert, ready to use replica fusion at a moment's notice to handle any unknown danger. At the same time, replica number 1 continued asking in the group chat. Besides the lucky bracelet, I've got another question. I've already browsed the item list from the golden tier duel machine, and something stood out to me. Why are items like skill scrolls and attribute fruits, which directly boost the data panel, so expensive, while weapons and equipment, which don't raise the panel combat power, are relatively cheap? With the dual room system, wouldn't players at the same combat power rely more on gear to win? Take silver tier attribute fruits, for example. At most, one adds 5 points. But silver tier gear can boost both stamina and energy by almost 10 points combined. Plus, they often come with extra effects. At a glance, they seem way better than attribute fruits. Yet price-wise, gear isn't nearly as expensive as the fruits. This puzzled him. In the 99.99 apartment group, it was again Xin who jumped in with an answer. Except, he didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked a question of his own. You know why Lin, the top player on our War God ranking, has a 100% win rate and might be the first to reach a 100-win streak? Why? Jiang Ye's first thought was, match fixing? After all, based on what he understood about the duel mechanics, getting a 100-win streak should be pretty difficult. Veteran players usually block win streaks at key points, and without spending money to fix matches, it's honestly really tough. But even if he did pay for match fixing, Jiang Ye suddenly thought of something else. Assuming Lin Jing's strength had already reached the top of his region, would he even still get matched with players of similar combat power? Could it be that because he was the strongest, he always got matched with weaker opponents, which guaranteed his 100-win streak? Jiang Ye was still thinking and hadn't answered yet. Juan Xin chimed in again. Because God Lin has a talent that's perfect for the duel room. A talent perfect for the duel room? Could his ability also exploit some kind of duel room bug? As he was wondering, Juan Xin explained. You've read some Xinxia novels before, right? There's always sword cultivators who achieve sword body unity. And for people without sword-related talents, no matter how hard they practice, it's useless. Doomsday Apartment has a similar setup. Like the combat power shown on your data panel, it's not something you can fully bring out. Most players, without professional training, can only use about 80% of their combat power, and that's already decent. As for the attribute boost shown on items, the actual benefit players get is even lower, like a silver tier item that says plus 10 stamina. In reality, you might only be getting plus 1. This is also where professional training comes in, to build synergy between the player and their gear. But there's a rare kind of talent, weapon mastery, that lets players bring out 100% or even more of a weapons bonus. Just like in cultivation novels, where a sword immortal can unleash celestial power with even a broken wooden sword. That's what a real sword genius is. Nigerian IROES. Oh, that makes sense. No wonder stat fruits are more expensive, even though item bonuses can seem stronger at the same level. Because with a fruit, you can make use of 80% of it. But with items, the effectiveness depends on the synergy between the player and the item. Without talent support, that kind of synergy usually takes time to build and requires deliberate practice. No wonder Zhao Yudi got one shot by him, even though she was wearing a full set. At the end of the day, gear is just an external tool. It's not the player's true strength. So now, Jiang Ye also guessed Lin Jing's situation. Lin Jing has a weapon-based ability and also a powerful weapon that matches it. 1xin, exactly. Guess you're not totally brain dead. So that means, to make the most of his talent, Lin Jing probably bought a survival point weapon tailored to his ability. It might even have really strong attribute boosts. And his actual ability is likely pretty OP too. If we go a bit over the top with the estimate, he could be unleashing 200% of a sword's power. Then a sword with plus 10 stamina and plus 10 energy could become plus 20 stamina and plus 20 energy under his talent bonus. That's F*** King insane. Even crazier than his own replica fusion. After all, his number 3 replica hadn't even reached plus 20 in stats yet. Jiang Ye had just been feeling super confident, thinking he could get to 100 wins easily. But now that he thought about it, he let his guard down. If Lin Jing has this kind of talent, then other veteran players definitely do too. And since he pissed off the duo organization, when he gets blocked on his win streak, there's a high chance he'll run into one of those freakish veterans. T. Jiang Ye had just been thinking he was about to soar and was ready to flex a bit. But after chatting in the group for a bit, that cocky mood got put out real quick. At the same time, in the blood mist space, the chaos was ramping up. After most of the twisted tree spirits were dealt with, the tremors on the ground grew more and more intense, until number 3 replica clearly saw cracks splitting across the ground. One by one, the fissures deepened and widened, as if some monster underground was tearing the space apart. Number 3 replica dodged with difficulty, trying to stay on solid ground and avoid getting swallowed by the cracks. Replica number 2, who was with the main body, quickly created a mirror replica, always ready to fuse and support number 3. Replica number 1 kept chatting in the group. I thought Lin Jing's combat power was so overwhelming he couldn't even get matched with players at his level. Sure enough, 1xin replied. You don't have to overthink it. The War God ranking works by different rules. Anyone on the War God ranking only gets matched with veteran players or other War God ranked players from other regions. Other regions' War God ranked players. Jiang Ye remembered. The top 5 on the War God ranking all had 100% win rates. So their perfect win rates are actually way more legit than those of regular players. But getting on the War God ranking probably comes with perks too, right? Jiang Ye recalled the bald scammer saying that players on the War God ranking could set their own spectator fee. There should be other privileges too. He was just about to ask more about the War God ranking, when suddenly, Lin Jing popped up and AD'd him directly. There's a quick battle card in the daily rewards from the Golden Tier duel machine. I'm willing to pay 20 million for it. At Jiang Ye, 20 million. Jiang Ye replied right away. Game coins or survival points? Lin Jing, cut the crap. Just tell me, are you selling or not? Cut the crap. What dialect is that from? Could it be a pun on Xiaoping, baked flatbread? Jiang Ye replied in his head with beaker as a code word, then responded seriously. I was just browsing the exchange list and haven't had time to look into what this quick battle card does. Lin Jing, Juan Xin, explain it to him. He's got 5 hours to decide. After that, I'm not interested to. As soon as he said that, other players in the group started cheering. 5 hours? Does that mean Godlin can hit a 100-win streak in just 5 hours? As expected of Godlin. Seriously, that fast? And that's without using the quick battle card. With it, it'd be even faster. He wouldn't even need 5 hours. If Godlin really uses the quick battle card, he might become the first player in any region to hit a 100-win streak. There might even be a server-wide announcement. It was plain to see the players were getting visibly excited. Jiang Ye, on the other hand, was mentally calculating his own chances of hitting 100 wins within 5 hours. At the same time, he saw Juan Xin explaining the quick battle card in the group chat. To weak players, the quick battle card is not only useless, it's a money sink. But to truly strong players, it's basically a god-tier item. When you use the quick battle card, you'll be asked to set a goal for the number of matches, up to 100. Meaning, without playing a single match yet, you can instantly set it to clear 100 wins with the card. Of course, that's only if you actually have the strength to pull it off. During the quick battle process, you must complete all the set matches in one go. The matchmaking speed becomes extremely fast, and the rules are slightly different. Normally, if you wager 100, you're only matched with players wagering between 100 and 900. But under the quick battle effect, you can match with players from all wager ranges. And the final wager amount will scale upward. For example, if you wager 100 and get matched with someone wagering 1 million, and you win, you take their full 1 million. Normally, with a combat power of 50, you'd only match against players with CP around 50. But under the quick battle effect, you can match with any CP player. Of course, during the duel, the stronger side will have their power suppressed to match the weaker player's level. So, if you have 50 CP and match with a 500 CP powerhouse, the system will weaken their stats, skills, etc. until their panel shows 50 CP like yours, and then the match begins. Basically, during quick battle, you can match with anyone in the entire player base, no restrictions, and it all happens lightning fast. There are also some extra effects to the quick battle card. If you lose even one match during the set streak, you'll be kicked out of quick battle mode. Also, the winnings from your first match automatically become the wager for the next. For example, if you bet 100 in the first round and win 1 million, then your next match wager becomes 100. It keeps stacking like that. The more matches you win, the bigger your wager gets. But if you fail to complete the full quick battle streak and lose even once, everything before that is for nothing. You walk away with 0. Only by completing all matches can you claim the total accumulated prize pool. TSSSS. Holy SH*T. That's high stakes. When Jiang Ye first heard the start of it, he thought the card's main perk was just faster matchmaking. But now he realized this card was something only true powerhouses could dare to use. Because only if you clear the entire streak would you actually get the benefits. Otherwise, losing just once meant everything was wasted, the card and your efforts. That Lin Jing dared to offer 20 million to buy it. It showed he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Jiang Ye's first instinct was honestly not to sell the card. After all, he still had the crazy dream of hitting a 100-win streak before Lin Jing did. If he sold the card to Lin Jing, Wasn't that just handing him the victory on a silver platter? Sure, Lin Jing said he admired him and didn't cause him trouble later. But Jiang Ye didn't feel grateful in the slightest, and of course wasn't inclined to sell Lin Jing any favors. However, after hearing all the effects of the quick battle card, Jiang Ye suddenly came up with a bold new idea. First off, quick battle allows full server matchmaking, meaning, normally, Jiang Ye's CP wouldn't let him match with someone like Lin Jing. But under quick battle he could, and the prize pool of quick battle keeps growing. So if someone defeats the quick battle player right before they finish their streak, they'd win the entire prize pool all at once. It would be like someone works their SS off grinding quick battle, and some sneaky bastard swoops in at the end and takes everything they've built up. F***K. What a dirty move. Jiang Ye looked down on it. So he replied to Lin Jing directly. All right, I'll sell you the quick battle card, but I've got a few conditions. At Lin Jing. Lin Jing, say it. Just don't get ridiculous. Jiang Ye. First price, 20 million isn't enough. You need to pay more to... Lin Jing, fine. Since you responded this quickly, 30 million. Now I said more to... Jiang Ye, deal. Second condition, I want to spectate your quick battle session. I need to observe so I can prep for using my own card tomorrow. Not too unreasonable of a request. So Lin Jing agreed as well. Fine, but you'll pay your own spectator fee. He figured enabling spectators during quick battle wasn't a bad idea. With his reputation, and being the likely first ever user of the card, he could set a high spectator fee and rake in even more profit. Seeing that his goals were met, Jiang Ye followed up. Also, I want to verify the effects of the quick battle card for myself, to make sure one XIN didn't scam me. You can get the trade prepped on your side. In about 5 minutes, once I confirm the card's effects are legit, we'll make the deal. Lin Jing, okay. He agreed pretty straightforwardly. Jiang Ye did the math. 30 million could buy him 6 silver attribute fruits. 3 for stamina, 3 for energy. That would fully max out the fruit limit for his number 3 replica. As for gold tier attribute fruits, he didn't have any way to get them yet, so he'd let that go for now. But there was still one problem. The blood mist space. The number of fissures in the ground kept increasing, and number 3 replica had fewer and fewer safe spots to stand. One misstep, and he'd fall into an abyss. He was on high alert, not daring to make a single mistake. But then, after the twisted tree spirits were completely wiped out, a chilling sensation suddenly surged up from the cracks. And it wasn't the cold from ice-type abilities, but rather, it was a dark-type cold, gloomy and bone-chilling. Number 3 replica, with his ice element affinity, usually felt a kind of familiarity with cold. But right now, he felt a chill running down his spine, a deep, unsettling fear. Thankfully, the ground had stopped shaking. He stood somewhat stiffly between 2 of the fissures. But soon he suddenly saw, along with that piercing cold, something was crawling out of the crack. It was actually a ghost-like, shadowy gray mist creature. He immediately unleashed Frozen Domain and Frost Mist Invasion. But unbelievably, they had 0 effect on the mist creature. Even the ghost ring blade slashed through like it was hitting air. Completely ineffective. What the? Jiang Ye's nerves instantly tensed to the max. Meanwhile, in room 2064, the white-robed woman watching TV lazily let out a curious noise. Huh, that kid got tainted by a dark creature. Just as she spoke, the creature on the screen suddenly lunged and charged straight into Jiang Ye's body. In that instant, Jiang Ye felt like he was being hit with an upgraded version of Frost Mist Invasion. He felt like his entire body, his lungs and internal organs, were about to dissolve in an instant. Even his consciousness felt like it was about to be swallowed by that icy, dark mist. This feeling was way too bizarre. And more importantly, even Jiang Ye's main body started to feel a bit dazed. It was as if his connection with number 3 replica could snap at any second. That was really bad news. He'd invested so much in a number 3 replica. If something actually happened, it'd be a total blood loss. Jiang Ye, from his main body, immediately attempted a maneuver. He tried to use the mirror replica created by number 2 replica to swap places with number 3 replica. Logically speaking, if mirror replicas can fuse, then they should also be able to switch places. Sure enough, Jiang Ye's vision rippled. Number 3 replica's consciousness gradually cleared. What he saw changed from a place filled with blood mist and cracked earth to the familiar interior of apartment room 2025. The discomfort from the foreign invasion in his body had completely disappeared. It worked. A flash of joy quickly crossed Jiang Ye's eyes, because this meant the replica reflection mirror's bug was even more broken than he thought. From now on, anytime a replica faced certain death, he could try to use a mirror replica to swap them out. Then let the mirror replica die in their place. Just like now, the mirror replica had taken number 3 replica spot and bore the brunt of the ghost mist invasion. All Jiang Ye had to do now was remove the mirror replica, and it'd all be over. Or just wait for it to die naturally. That mirror replica had been created using number 2 replica, and number 2 hadn't eaten any attribute fruits yet, so it was way weaker than number 3. In those conditions, the mirror replica shouldn't last long. But Jiang Ye still felt something was off. That ghost mist that rose from the cracked abyss, it gave off a disturbing, indescribable vibe. So, he didn't want to wait for the mirror replica to die on its own. He planned to remove it directly. Removing a mirror replica was pretty simple. When Jiang Ye used the replica reflection mirror to create a mirror replica, a blurred silhouette would remain on the mirror surface. It was exactly because of this silhouette that the mirror couldn't be used twice at the same time. In other words, only one mirror replica could exist at any given moment. To create a new one, you had to erase the silhouette on the mirror. And erasing that silhouette would simultaneously delete the existing mirror replica. That's how mirror replicas are cleared. It was always a very simple process. But this time, when Jiang Ye tried to wipe the silhouette from the replica reflection mirror, it failed. The silhouette on the mirror, which had always been easy to erase, was now stuck like it had been welded to the glass. No matter what he did, the F***K. What the hell? A chilling wave of dread surged through Jiang Ye's heart. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the mirror replica invaded by the ghost mist in the blood mist space can't die naturally? And now, since he couldn't delete the mirror replica and it wouldn't die on its own, did that mean he had to kill it manually? Otherwise, if it didn't die, his replica reflection mirror would be unusable. Jiang Ye felt cold, despair creeping in. At the same time, he held onto a sliver of hope. Maybe, just maybe, that out-of-control mirror replica would die in the blood mist space soon. That space was insanely dangerous. Surely a weak mirror replica would die easily, right? But what Jiang Ye didn't know was, apartment 2064. The white-robed woman sitting in front of the TV was staring at the screen in shock. At first, when she saw the kid on screen get invaded by the soul-eroding phantasm, she figured he was about to lose a replica, just like that. And based on what happened after, it did seem like the kid was giving up on that replica. That replica didn't even struggle, just calmly accepted the invasion. Or rather than calmly accepted, it was more like, enjoyed it? Watching that moment, the white-robed woman had felt a creeping unease. Besides, usually a replica was just that, a replica. It didn't have a complete soul. So when a replica got invaded by a soul-eroding phantasm, it usually just disintegrated. Unlike normal living creatures, whose souls die and bodies become monsters. But Jiang Ye's replica was clearly different. That replica showed no signs of fading. On the contrary, what left the woman completely stunned was the replica, originally with its eyes closed, looking like it was blissfully enjoying the invasion, suddenly opened its eyes. Its pupils were an unnatural pitch black, like two black holes. Its facial expression was stiff, but it forced a weird, unsettling smile. Then he slowly opened his arms. The soul-eroding phantasms in the depths of the abyss below seemed to respond to a call. They all surged upward. Even the ones that had already emerged were now diving straight into that replica's body. The replica opened his arms again and closed his eyes, as if indulging once more in the pleasure of being invaded by thousands of phantasms. That scene made the white-robed woman's scalp prickle. She had absolutely no idea what that kid was doing. From her perspective, things now seemed to be slipping out of control. The white-robed woman sat on the sofa like she was sitting on needles. Suddenly, her figure flickered. With a whoosh, it was like she dove straight into the TV. But in the next second, she didn't appear in the blood mist space. Instead, she emerged in the gloomy forest. Her figure darted around, and she quickly locked onto a blood-stained bedsheet hanging from a dead tree. With a flick of her hand, a ball of dark red flame surged forth and burned the sheet. Even so, she still had a lingering sense of dread. It felt like something was already beyond her control. But after the sheet was fully consumed by flames, nothing unusual happened. The white-robed woman frowned. Her figure flashed again and vanished from the gloomy forest. Elsewhere, Jiang Ye swapped number 2 and number 1 replica again. He had number 2 return to apartment 9999 and enter the golden tier duel machine to inspect the quick battle card's effects. After confirming Xin hadn't lied, he took the quick battle card out separately. Then he asked in the group, "By the way, if a survival point item malfunctions, can I ask the shadow in the hallway to repair it?" As soon as he said that, the chat went silent. After quite a while, Xin finally replied, "Your survival point item broke." Jiang Ye wouldn't say it's broken, more like a minor issue. Xin cold face, a minor issue. But let me ask, this malfunctioning survival point item, don't tell me you snatched it from some cross-apartment player? Jiang Ye, is that a problem? At this point, a bunch of players just sent rows of ellipses, like they were collectively speechless. Jiang Ye was confused. Xin finally replied again. "Forget it. You're a rookie. It's normal if you don't get it. Since you're willing to sell the quick battle card, I'll explain a bit more. Survival point items usually have a binding feature. In other words, they recognize their owner. You can't just steal one and expect to use it. If you manage to steal it, there are only 2 possibilities. Either that cross-apartment player scammed you, and it's not a real survival point item. Or it is a survival point item, but one that can't be bound to an owner. Jiang Ye was a bit stunned and was just about to ask more, when Xin helpfully continued. If it's not a survival point item, but you mistook it for one, it might be an NPC item. That cross-apartment player you killed could have been doing an NPC quest. As for survival point items that don't bind, there are a few out there. But most players wouldn't voluntarily exchange for unbindable items. Do you know how many survival points that cross-apartment player spent on the item? Jiang Ye replied right away. He seemed to have killed 2 or 3 apartments worth, had about 100 points to Xin quickly deduced. If it cost over 100 survival points, and it's unbindable, there's only one explanation: defective product. That player probably exchanged with a traveling apartment merchant for a survival point item marked with damaged or cursed. D*MN. So the replica reflection mirror was that special? Jiang Ye recalled what Huang Qi had told him. He figured the mirror really had come from a traveling merchant. The smug way Huang Qi bragged about the replica reflection mirror didn't feel like a lie. Now that Jiang Ye thought about it, that boast had another hidden meaning. That mirror was something rare, even among survival point items. And Huang Qi had said the replica reflection mirror was unique. So Jiang Ye quickly asked, "Do survival point items all have uniqueness?" Xin answered bluntly, "Of course not. But wait, are you saying the one you stole is unique? Seriously? Did that cross-apartment player tell you that?" Only now did Jiang Ye realize that bug-creating replica reflection mirror of his might really not be just some basic item, and that out-of-control mirror replica in the blood mist space might end up causing him big trouble. Jiang Ye hated trouble, but he couldn't bear to give up such a god-tier item, so he had to find a way to fix this. Plus, he understood the saying, "An innocent man gets into trouble just for holding treasure." So he posted in the group again. That guy was probably just bragging. Thinking back now, maybe I got scammed. The item isn't even working anymore. Then he changed the subject. Anyway, my quick battle card is ready. At Lin Jing, when do you want to trade? Meanwhile, his main body still hadn't stopped trying to wipe off the blurry figure from the replica reflection mirror. During this process, whether due to frictional heat or some other reason, he suddenly felt a warmth in his palm. Soon, the misty silhouette on the mirror became clearer and clearer. But in the end, it didn't vanish. It turned into a bright silvery outline, like a new mirrored surface. Only a faint trace remained around the humanoid edges. If the earlier silhouette was like a solid shadow drawn in pencil, then now that solid shadow had turned hollow. Only the outer contour remained. Jiang Ye didn't know what had happened, so he tried wiping away the outline again. But this time he felt. The line seemed engraved into the replica reflection mirror. When he touched it with his finger, he could feel a slight raised texture. He was shocked and uncertain. Then he had a thought. Previously, the replica reflection mirror couldn't be used again because the misty silhouette blocked it from reflecting anyone else. But now that the silhouette had turned into just an outline, could it be usable again? So Jiang Ye sent out his weakest number 4 replica to stand in front of the mirror and display its panel for 30 seconds. Sure enough, it worked. The replica reflection mirror successfully copied again. It looked like that out-of-control mirror replica had already perished. The mirror had returned to normal, but the humanoid outline left on it still gnawed at Jiang Ye's mind. And he couldn't shake the feeling that this new number 4 replica had a faintly eerie vibe. He tried fusing number 4 into number 3. The process felt the same as always. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Then he canceled the fusion and once again tried to erase the blurry silhouette on the replica reflection mirror. That, too, succeeded without issue. Meanwhile, in apartment 9999, not long after Jiang Ye submitted the trade request, a knock sounded at the door, almost at the exact same time. His main body's apartment room also had a knock at the door. He knew the knock at apartment 9999 was Lin Jing coming to complete the trade, so he wasn't worried. But the knock at his main apartment? What the hell was that about? Jiang Ye glanced at the group chat again. It was completely quiet. No updates, no chatter. Xingman had gone to rescue by Rowan, but who knew how that was going? He had number 4 replica, the one he was always ready to sacrifice, peek through the peephole. But outside the door, there was no one there. So where had the knock come from? Just as the creep factor spiked, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from the TV in the living room. Stop looking outside. I don't use the apartment hallway. That was the voice of the white-robed woman, coming from a TV. What the F*** K? Was she seriously about to crawl out of the TV? It's one thing for players to force their way into someone's apartment, but now even NPC residents could break in too. Was nowhere in this beginner apartment safe anymore. Jiang Ye was still reeling when that lazy voice came through the screen again. I'll give you 30 seconds to clean up. I'm coming in after that. If I see something I shouldn't, don't say I didn't warn you. What the actual F*** K? Is she being considerate? He had no idea the white-robed woman already knew about his replicas. Jiang Ye quickly grabbed number 3, number 4, and the replica reflection mirror, and rushed into a secluded side room with his main body. He left only number 1 replica in the living room to deal with the white-robed woman's intrusion. At the same time, he used number 3 to create a new mirror replica, ready to back up either number 1 or number 2 at any moment. Over on number 2 replica's side, the person knocking was Wang Changjin, running the errand for Lin Jing to complete the quick battle card trade. The whole transaction went smoothly. 1 quick battle card in exchange for 30 million game coins and the right to spectate Lin Jing's quick battle run. Jiang Ye had expected some kind of contract or agreement for the spectator access. But instead, all he got was Lin Jing's spectator seat number for the quick battle duel. He'd have to look it up himself to join the viewing. Still, verbal agreements could easily be broken. Seeing the concern on his face, Wang Changjin chuckled. If God Lin really wanted to screw you over, wouldn't it have been easier to just rob you of the quick battle card? But instead, he didn't steal your card, and didn't even touch the golden tier duel machine afterward. With that, you still don't trust him? Previous chapter, next chapter. Like H asterisk, LL, I trust him. Still, at the moment, Jiang Ye's attention was mainly on his main body's side. So he didn't argue further with Wang Qingjin. Once the trade was complete, he went back to his room and exchanged the 30 million for 6 silver attribute fruits. Then, using the shared space feature, he had number 3 replica, who was with his main body, consume all 6 in one go. At this point, from black iron to silver, all 3 tiers of attribute fruits had been maxed out for number 3 replica, and his new stats were completely refreshed. Jiang Ye, level 3, stamina 28.3, energy 29.7, combat power 249. So now, number 3 replica's stamina and energy had increased by 22.5 points each compared to when he was first created. Of that, 19.5 points came from eating attribute fruits. The other 3 came from leveling up. And now, his combat power had skyrocketed to 249. He was already halfway to Jiang Ye's dream target of 500 combat power. But Jiang Ye didn't feel especially excited, because number 3 had already maxed out on attribute fruits. From here on, his only way to increase stats was leveling. But each level only gave 1 stat point. At that rate, even if number 3 reached level 10, his combat power would only hit a bit above 300. The goal of 500 seemed totally out of reach. Unless he managed to get his hands on gold-tier attribute fruits, or found some other way to boost stats. Jiang Ye's main body was worrying about how to raise number 3's stats, but also keeping a close eye on the safety of number 1 replica. Right then, 30 seconds passed. Sure enough, the white-robed woman emerged from the TV screen. Number 1 replica instantly tensed up. The white-robed woman flicked her hair, her expression calm, but her eyes scanned the apartment without a word. Finally, settling on Jiang Ye, seated on the sofa. She flashed forward and sat beside him, opening with, "Kid, you've picked up something dirty." Huh? Jiang Ye blinked. She tilted her head, eyes narrowing at him sideways. "You're not that dull, are you? Show me." Show her? Show what? Dirty thing? Jiang Ye's first thought was the replica reflection mirror that had been acting up. But that mirror matched his infinite replication ability way too well. No way he was risking putting it on her radar. So, after a brief pause, he flipped his hand and took out something from shared space. That creepy wooden ornament with the twin baby carvings curled up asleep, which even his D-tier detection couldn't identify. It definitely gave off weird vibes. Maybe that's the dirty thing she meant? This one? He asked tentatively. She glanced at it, and her expression shifted slightly with surprise. "Where'd you get this thing?" Jiang Ye hesitated, but still answered honestly. "Snatched it from a cross-apartment player." "Is it dirty? Cross-apartment player snatch?" She seemed stunned by the combo of those 3 words, and instinctively followed up. "You kill that guy?" "Huh?" Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel there was something off in how she called the cross-apartment player that guy. He remembered an episode of Detective Conan where Conan figured out the suspect knew the victim, just from how they said that guy. So, could he infer from this that she knew Huang Qi? But with Huang Qi's shady vibe, how would he know this white-robed woman? And if she really knew him, why didn't she just say Huang Qi by name? The whole thing gave Jiang Ye a weird, unsettled feeling. But being the totally honest guy he was, he straight up asked her, "You know that guy?" Her expression visibly changed. She frowned slightly and shook her head. "No." She said it so fast and naturally, it didn't sound like a lie. So maybe she didn't know Huang Qi, but she did know the original owner of that wooden ornament? Jiang Ye kept thinking about it. The white-robed woman was acting weird, but she, too, seemed to think he was weird. The way she looked at him was oddly complicated. Jiang Ye swallowed and was just about to dig deeper when she suddenly asked, "You ever use a luck-based item?" Jiang Ye hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah." "You didn't toss it after, right?" "Nope." "Show me." Jiang Ye thought for a second, then pulled out the earliest one he got, the non-rechargeable Lucky Lantern. She glanced at it, then ordered, "Drop some blood on it." Huh. Jiang Ye clearly hesitated and looked reluctant. She rolled her eyes at him. "Relax. I just want to see your luck. Drop blood on a lucky item to check luck? Jiang Ye, still half suspicious, eventually gave in. He pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the now useless lucky lantern. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. Could different replicas have different luck? Would the luck of number one replica represent his main body's luck? And if he was ridiculously lucky, could he charge up a lucky item with blood, like some kind of chosen one? Might be worth a shot, right? Just as he was thinking that. Crack! A sharp sound split the air. The lucky lantern, the one he just bled on, suddenly cracked down the middle. Then, his blood seeped into the crack, and the whole lantern. Crack, crack, crack. Shattered into pieces in seconds. Into complete dust. Oh! Jiang Ye stood there, frozen. For a long while, he turned to glance at the white-robed woman beside him, and realized she, too, was stunned. In fact, she looked even more stunned than he was. Trying to break the silence, he cautiously asked, "So, what do you think of my luck?" It took a moment for the white-robed woman to snap out of it, stiffly. Her gaze toward him grew even more complex. So much so that Jiang Ye felt his scalp start to tingle. Still trying to think positive, he offered a guess. Could it be that I have God-tier luck? Like one of those legendary chosen ones? Her eyes stayed complicated. The corner of her mouth twitched. After a long pause, she seemed to regain composure and asked, "This one's a replica, right?" That caught Jiang Ye off guard, but he wasn't too surprised. After all, when he showed up at apartment 9999 using the bald-headed persona, he'd already exposed his real name, Jiang Ye, and the white-robed woman had been to apartment 9999. She'd even issued the SSS-tier confidential quest to bald Jiang Ye. So it wasn't weird for her to realize the bald guy was just a replica. Still, she probably didn't know his ability was X-tier infinite replication, right? Jiang Ye stayed on guard. But the white-robed woman didn't press the issue. Instead, her tone suddenly turned serious as she warned. "My advice, don't ever use luck-type items again." Jiang Ye blinked. "Why?" "Because they'll make you unlucky." Her gaze stayed just as complicated. Then she stretched out her hand toward him, face emotionless. "Give me your work badge." "What?" Jiang Ye was confused for a moment, but handed over number one replica's cleaner badge. She took it and tapped around on it. In Jiang Ye's mind, a notification popped up. "Ding! Your cleaning job at apartment 2064 has been confirmed complete. Service fee received, 6,000. Ding! You've received a 5-star rating for your cleaning work. Badge points plus 10. Huh? She just closed out his cleaner job? Did this white-robed woman actually show up just to pay him?" As he was still processing, she tossed the badge back to him, then turned as if she were about to leave. Jiang Ye was completely lost. He quickly called after her. "Wait, hang on. So this wooden ornament, it really is cursed or whatever?" The white-robed woman looked at him, nodded, and said, "Yes, but not as cursed as you." "Huh, not as cursed as me. So I'm the dirty one? More cursed than this weird twin baby ornament." Jiang Ye was completely stunned. So that blood luck test didn't reveal he was some child of fate, but instead confirmed he's a walking disaster. And now this white-robed woman settled his pay and bounced. Was she afraid of being contaminated by him, or something? Seriously, was it that bad? Jiang Ye's mind was in chaos. He stared at the woman's disappearing figure and quickly blurted out a question that had bugged him for a while. "Wait, about your hair. If it was precious enough that you chased it across apartments to get it back, then why'd you call a cleaner to handle it in the first place? Did you plan the quest from the start?" At that, the white-robed woman paused mid-disappearance. She turned back and looked at him. Then she shook her head. "No, I never intended to create a quest from the start. The only reason I hired a cleaner back then was because the game had just started." And as she said those 6 words, the game had just started, her figure completely vanished. The words seemed to linger in the empty room, echoing faintly through the air. Number one replica stood beside the sofa in the apartment's living room, wearing a confused expression. The game had just started. What did she mean by that? Was she implying that the NPC residents of the beginner apartment appeared at the same time as the players? Could it be that, just like the players, the NPCs also received their own version of the system announcements and were playing their own version of the game? And what about Huang Qi, the cross-apartment guy? Did he really know the white-robed woman or not? Jiang Ye had a bad feeling. This kind of unknown. It gnawed at him. He had to get to the bottom of it. Back in apartment 9999, number 2 replica seized the chance to probe the group chat. You guys have played the game before. Anyone know if the apartment NPCs are hiding any secrets? This time, the chat was still just the usual players outside the top 100 of the rankings. But this time, it wasn't one XIN who replied. It was a different player. What kind of secret could there be? The NPC residents are just there to give players early jobs. It's only in the last 2 or 3 days of the beginner apartment that they start attacking players. By then, veteran players usually step in to handle any crises caused by NPCs. And new players who've grown stronger can try to cling to a veteran and survive. Other players responded with similar answers. It seemed that the NPC residents of the beginner apartment only existed to fit the game's progression. But then, a usually silent top-ranked player suddenly tagged him with a question. Kupong, you suddenly asking this. Did you find something? At Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye thought for a moment and gave a vague reply. Nothing major. I just took an NPC quest earlier and it felt a bit intense. He figured that would be the end of it. Probably wouldn't get much more out of them. But surprisingly, Kupong kept pressing. The cross-apartment player you killed, can you describe what he looked like? Huh? Why ask about physical appearance? Jiang Ye found it strange. Kupong followed up. It's nothing. I just want to confirm it's not someone I know. Someone he knows? If Jiang Ye hadn't just had that weird exchange with a white-robed woman, he might have just taken it as a concerned friend being overly cautious. But after recently suspecting the white-robed woman might know Huang Qi, and now this comment from Kupong, Jiang Ye couldn't help but wonder. Was there some hidden connection between Kupong, the white-robed woman, and Huang Qi? And it was exactly this line of suspicion that made Jiang Ye realize something else. So, using that thought as a lever, he directly replied. His name was Huang Qi. Is he someone you know? Sure enough, Kupong still replied with. Did he have any specific physical features? Very strange. Not interested in the name, only the appearance. Just like the white-robed woman, who never referred to him by name, only as that guy. That's when a bold idea struck Jiang Ye. What if this cross-apartment Huang Qi was no longer the real Huang Qi? What if he'd been tainted by some kind of actual dirty thing? With that in mind, Jiang Ye casually responded. He was skinny, had a tattoo on his forehead, probably to cover a scar. He waited to see if Kupong would dig any further. But after a long pause, the only response was, It's fine. Not someone I know. Jiang Ye still felt something was off. But right then, the group chat suddenly exploded with activity. His question was quickly drowned out by the new hot topic. God Lin has started using the quick battle card. Jiang Ye could only push aside his suspicions for now and quickly logged into the golden tier duel machine. He walked directly to the east-facing wall and once again faced the mode selection screen. 1. Beginner mode, game coins. 2. Standard mode, duel points. 3. Survival mode, survival points. It was easy to tell. The 3 modes were based on the currency used for betting in duels. Jiang Ye clicked on both 2 and 3. Both gave the same prompt. Requires a 10-win streak to unlock this mode. No wonder when he said he was on a 4-win streak earlier. People laughed at him, saying 4 wins isn't even enough for a life-or-death duel. Now it made sense. 4 wins didn't meet the threshold for unlocking anything. Even the push to hit 10 wins was probably because 10 was the prerequisite to unlock the other 2 modes. Since he didn't meet the requirement, Jiang Ye didn't dwell on it. He just clicked straight into 1. Beginner mode. Jiang Ye thought that duels in beginner mode would be the same as when he used the duel machine last time. He expected to go to the second-floor lobby, find a seat, and operate the duel or spectate from there. But the private version of the golden tier duel machine obviously came with VIP treatment. He didn't enter a lobby-like environment, but remained in what looked like a luxurious private suite. He could choose. Either enter the first or second floor lobby to find a public seat for operation, or stay directly in the deluxe suite to duel or spectate. Jiang Ye didn't dare waste time. He immediately searched for duel arena number 18 and chose to spectate. But just for this round of spectating, he was prompted to pay 10,000 game coins. That is, the spectating fee set by Lin Jing was a whopping 10,000, meaning for every 10 spectators, he could earn 10,000 in fees. 1,000 spectators would mean 1,000,000. Just the spectating fee alone was more than the total bet and viewership rewards. Jiang Ye earned his fight with Zhao Yudi. And in that match with Zhao Yudi, the actual viewership reward was only 60,000. The gap between a war god ranking player and an ordinary player really was massive. But a 10,000 coin spectating fee would definitely stop a lot of regular players. So even with the popularity of the war god ranking, Lin Jing might still not reach 1,000 viewers. However, anyone who could afford a seat in this viewing gallery probably wasn't average either. Jiang Ye only had 20,000 game coins left. After hesitating a moment, he still paid the 10,000 to enter the spectator seats for Arena 18. This arena number 18 also seemed different from the ones used by regular players. Not only did it cover a much larger area, but huge electronic screens surrounded it, broadcasting key moments from the arena in real time so spectators could see more clearly. In addition, the entire arena looked extravagant. The floor was a dark black material, unknown what kind, with War God etched across it in dark silver lines. The font of those two characters looked overwhelmingly bold and powerful. It gave the whole arena an aura of dominance. Moreover, the same War God characters in matching font were printed on the backrests of the audience seats. Clearly, it gave proper status to a War God ranking powerhouse. When Jiang Ye first stepped into the spectator section, he still felt a little sting from spending that 10,000 coins. But the moment he took in the atmosphere, he completely forgot about the cost. All he felt was a surge of heroic pride. A real man should be like this. He should become a top-tier powerhouse, enjoying privilege and honor in the spotlight. No wonder people became obsessed with power. Jiang Ye used to think he didn't care for fame or gain. Only now did he realize it wasn't that he was detached, it's just that he'd never seen real prestige or tasted its benefits. Clearly, among the surrounding spectators, there were other country bumpkins like him. They were awestruck by the grand arena and exclaimed, "The*MN. No wonder the spectating fee is so steep. This arena's setup, this clout, it's on a whole different level from the regular dueling arenas. As expected of a war god ranking powerhouse. I bet just this one match will net him tens of millions easy. I used to think calligraphy was a scam, like calligraphers were just con artists. But after feeling the impact of those two characters firsthand, I believe now, maybe calligraphers really are awesome. Jiang Ye felt the same. But just then, a player in a black tactical jacket sitting next to that country bumpkin folded his arms and shot him a disdainful glance. That's not calligraphy. It's inscription art. Those two characters, War God, were probably crafted with special inscription techniques, which is why they stir emotions and ignite fighting spirit. Normally, getting roasted like that would make anyone a little embarrassed. But that country bumpkin was thick-skinned. Not only was he totally unfazed, he even cozied up with a big grin and flattered the player in the black jacket. "The*MN. How do you know so much? Don't tell me. You're also a war god ranking powerhouse. And your outfit, it looks just like Lin Jing's on stage. Is this like the official uniform for war god ranking players?" The player in black just gave him another look of contempt, then turned his attention to the arena. He glanced at Lin Jing's opponent with the same disdain, then scoffed. No wonder the crowd's so small. If I'd known, I would have waited for a few rounds before coming. Jiang Ye noticed it too. Lin Jing's audience really wasn't large. Didn't even look like it had reached 100 people, and more than half of them were wearing the same black tactical jackets. Who knew how many of these black-jacketed players were from apartment 9999? Jiang Ye even spotted a few familiar faces, like Wan Xin and Wang Qingjin, who he'd interacted with before. He thought for a moment, then moved to the seat beside Juan Xin and asked this group chat junkie. I remember someone in the chat saying War God ranking players get matched with other districts' War God players. So among these spectators, could there be people from other districts too? Juan Xin glanced around, shook his head, then nodded. There are spectators from other districts, but not because of the War God ranking. It's due to a hidden effect of the Quick Battle card. Quick Battle card, also known as the show-off card for powerhouses. If you're going to show off, you need an audience, right? So after using this card, if you enable spectating access, then players from all over the Huaxia region can come and watch. But unfortunately, Lin Shun doesn't have a region announcement card, so news of his Quick Battle hasn't spread yet. This is just the first match with a Quick Battle card, so there are only this few spectators for now. Once the news gets out, the later matches could easily break 10,000 spectators, or even 100,000 wouldn't be hard. 100,000. Holy SH asterisk T. Jiang Ye quickly did the math in his head. 100,000 spectators, each paying 10,000 in spectating fees, with the winner getting 10%. That would be 10 million, as in 100 million. Holy SH asterisk T. 100 million game coins. How many attribute fruits could that buy? With his current number of replicas, would it even be enough to feed them all? Just the thought made Jiang Ye swallow hard. And when he looked at Lin Jing on the arena stage again, it was like seeing a steaming hot fresh bun straight out of the oven. However, Juan Xin remained surprisingly calm in the face of 100 million game coins. He even couldn't help but complain. Game coins are basically useless. There's a very limited range of things they can actually buy. So Lin Shun predicted it long ago, using one survival point to trade for 100,000 game coins from apartment peddlers. That's basically getting your pants ripped off. If you have strong connections and can find a powerhouse player for a private exchange, it's easy to get a rate of one survival point for 1 million game coins. And that's just within the first 3 days of the beginner period. After 3 days, the exchange rate could go even crazier. By the time the beginner period is about to end, game coins might be like hell money. No one would take them no matter how much you have. Jiang Ye thought about it and figured it made sense. After all, the initial announcement did mention survival points and survival stones can be carried over, but game coins are limited to the beginner period only. In that case, once the beginner period ends, the beginner mode on his golden tier dual machine, which uses game coins for wagers, will probably disappear too, right? As he was thinking about that, Juan Xin glanced at him with a slightly sour expression. Do you know why even Lin Shun can't help but covet your golden tier dual machine? Jiang Ye raised a brow. Aside from the quick battle card, there's another reason? Juan Xin nodded hard. The other reason is the exchange list. When the beginner period is about to end, players won't be able to take their game coins with them, and they won't be able to sell them either. So the only option is to exchange them for items. But items in the high-end mall are limited in supply each day, especially silver tier items. The purchase restrictions are super strict, but the exchange list of the golden tier dual machine doesn't have any of those purchase limits. In other words, on the last day, even Lin Shun might come to you looking to exchange his game coins for silver tier items. Lin Jing asking him to exchange for silver tier items? Jiang Ye mulled it over, then suddenly asked, once a golden tier dual machine is bound, can it be unbound? That question came out of nowhere, but the implication was obvious. Still, Juan Xin was on Lin Jing's side. Even if Lin Jing had openly said he appreciated Jiang Ye, words of praise are just words. They can't feed you. For all he knew, Lin Shun was just trying to lull the kid into a false sense of security, right? So Juan Xin didn't directly explain the unbinding conditions. Instead, he said deliberately, unbinding a golden tier dual machine has extremely harsh requirements. Normally, it's impossible to meet them during the beginner period. So, when the beginner period is coming to an end, you'll definitely be able to make a fortune off that golden tier dual machine. Juan Xin wasn't sure what Lin Jing was really planning, but if the goal was to lull Jiang Ye, then saying this would only make the kid more relaxed, wouldn't it? Yeah, Jiang Ye did get lulled a little in his head. He was becoming more and more suspicious. Lin Jing may look all righteous and upright on the outside, but he was definitely scheming on the inside. Calling him to team up against the apartment administrator, probably just planning to use him in that fight, right? As he was thinking about it, Lin Jing's first quick battle officially began. Above the massive arena, a commanding voice rang out. First match of quick battle number 18, countdown begins, 3, 2, 1. Maybe it was a hidden feature of the quick battle mode. That 3, 2, 1 countdown was way faster than usual. Jiang Ye figured if you didn't enable spectating for quick battle, it'd probably run like a gauntlet, match after match with 0 breaks in between. That would definitely be fast, but it'd also wear you down fast. The later the matches go, the worse your conditions likely to be compared to the first round. But if spectating is turned on, not only do you get to show off and make money at the same time, you also get a 3-minute break between matches. Oh yeah, pros and cons. He was thinking that when he noticed the fight on the stage wasn't quite what he expected. Earlier, he saw the guy in the black tactical jacket look at Lin Jing's opponent with total disdain. Jiang Ye assumed Lin Jing would one-shot his opponent and end it in a flash. But to his surprise, Lin Jing looked dead serious, totally focused. As soon as the countdown ended, he suddenly held his right hand out in front of him. At the same time, a pitch-black long blade appeared in his palm. Yeah, a blade. Lin Jing's ability isn't sword mastery, it's blade mastery? He was just thinking that when he noticed red dots forming along the black blade. Jiang Ye was still puzzled. Why was Lin Jing's opponent just standing there like an idiot, not moving at all? But soon he realized those red dots on the black blade, they weren't red dots at all. They looked more like bloody eyeballs. No doubt about it. He was sure. He could even see those blood-red eyes spreading rapidly across the blade, blinking in sync. Even watching from the spectator's seat, Jiang Ye felt an overwhelming sense of creepiness. He couldn't even imagine what Lin Jing's opponent on stage was experiencing right now. That guy who had been frozen stiff in fear, eyes wide with terror, his eyeballs turned into the same bloody eyes on the black blade. And then, with a bang, a juicy burst echoed through the arena. Those 2 blood-red eyeballs exploded on the spot. A few country bumpkin spectators screamed in horror from the stands. But on stage, Lin Jing's opponent didn't even have time to let out a single cry of pain. Instead, he suddenly moved like a puppet on strings, face full of eerie blood-red streaks, staring with empty, eyeless sockets. Then suddenly grinned wide and let out a bizarre laugh. What was even more twisted, he wasn't laughing at his opponent Lin Jing. He was laughing at the spectators, as if what was supposed to be a duel between 2 people had now become a solo performance by Lin Jing. His supposed opponent had turned into nothing more than a puppet minion, grinning at the audience, showing off Lin Jing's victory for him. The scene made many spectators' scalps tingle. Some were so scared they couldn't even scream. They were frozen silent. At last, the guy on stage finished his creepy grinning, bowed to the audience, then smacked his own forehead with a palm. And just like that, the first quick battle match ended. The winner, quick battle side, Lin Jing. As the authoritative announcement echoed above the arena, Jiang Ye still felt kind of dazed, his whole body tingling. Shocked, shaken. After the duel ended, the spectators didn't leave right away. Naturally, Jiang Ye stayed too. When he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but turn to Wan Xin and awkwardly say, "So, Lin Jing's fighting style is pretty unique, huh?" Wan Xin didn't seem surprised at all. He raised an eyebrow and gave Jiang Ye a look. "You mean creepy, right?" Jiang Ye fell silent. Wan Xin let out a dry chuckle and said, "Then you probably don't know the saying that goes around in Doomsday Apartment. The creepier something is, the more absurdly strong it is. In a lot of literature, they always say stuff like evil can't triumph over good, but that's all bullsh**T. Here, evil versus good is just dimensional crushing. So that's how it is." Suddenly Jiang Ye remembered what the woman in white had told him not long ago, that the wooden ornaments were definitely dirty things, but not as dirty as him, which meant she wasn't insulting him. She was praising him. No wonder that woman in white, who looked super shady, was also so powerful. From that angle, Jiang Ye even started to feel like his replica reflection mirror wasn't so creepy after all. Like, seriously, what's creepy about it? It's obviously warm and thoughtful. However, just as his replica number 2 was getting ready to let Lin Jing bask in the spotlight for a while he went and scored his 5-win streak. Back in his main body's apartment 1010, a new apartment announcement suddenly rang out. Apartment announcement. Congratulations to Xing Man for becoming the first player in this apartment to reach level 6. Reward. Black Iron Treasure, chest times 1. TCH. What? Just a level up announcement. Scare the SH*T out of me. Inside room 2025, Jiang Ye couldn't help but mutter FML to himself, mainly because he was right in the middle of running a pretty sketchy experiment. The lucky lantern had already been smashed to bits, but the lucky bracelet was still intact. Ever since the woman in white left, he'd been itching to mess with it. While his replica number 2 was spectating, his main body here couldn't resist testing out some blood rituals. Of course, he wasn't about to use his own blood, so he ended up using the blood of replica number 3. And it was through that bloodletting process that he gained a much deeper understanding of how players unleash their combat power. The Apartment 9999 veterans had explained it before. Players without professional training could only bring out about 80% of their actual combat power. At that moment, Jiang Ye felt it firsthand. Once he lost blood and his body weakened, the combat output dropped below even that 80%. So, how much combat power a player can use is clearly tied to their physical state. Fatigue, injury, weakness, any of these could lower combat effectiveness, which is exactly what made replica number 2 so strong. Under the effects of absolute focus and combat stance, he operated in a perfect peak state and could unleash 100% of his combat power. Then, when fused with other replicas, the effects went through the roof. So in the case of replica fusion, having number 2 involved far outweighed any fusion without him. Good thing the golden tier dual machine was bound to replica number 2. While Jiang Ye was feeling grateful, he was also getting ready to drop the lucky bracelet into a bowl full of his blood. That's when the apartment announcement popped up. He wasn't really fazed by the announcement, just confused. Wasn't Xing Man supposed to be on the 3rd floor hallway, helping Bai Ruowan kill Wang Lingling's group? Logically, it should have gone one of two ways. Either Wang Lingling, Gao Chong, and their group got wiped out, or Xing Man got ambushed and taken out. But it had been a long time already, and it seemed like neither group had made a move. Instead, now Xing Man suddenly leveled up. Don't tell me. He ran deep into the 3rd floor hallway to farm monsters and grind EXP. Jiang, you didn't think too hard on it. He was just glad that when he dropped the lucky bracelet into the bowl of his blood, it didn't explode like the lucky lantern had. Reno. Instead, he couldn't quite describe it, but the color of the blood in that bowl looked darker. No, scratch that. It was darker. At first, the color of his blood still allowed him to see the lucky bracelet submerged inside. But as time passed, the blood darkened so much that the bracelet was completely obscured from sight. He couldn't see it at all with the naked eye anymore. That felt kind of creepy. At the same time, the quiet class group chat suddenly lit up with a new message from Xing Man. And it wasn't directed at Bai Ruowan or Wang Lingling. It was aimed straight at Yang Wenchao. Xing Man, hey Yang Wenchao, I've got time now. Out of respect, give me your coordinates and I'll come find you. Xing Man, judging by how cocky you were before, I'd say I'm walking into death. I'm bringing my head from miles away. Don't tell me you're too scared to take it. At Yang Wenchao, these two messages made it obvious to anyone paying attention. Xing Man was about to make a move on Yang Wenchao, and it wasn't like before where both sides were probing and avoiding direct confrontation. This time, he was coming in hot and full of confidence. All this just from hitting level 6? Why the sudden boost in confidence? Could it be that after level 5, each level gives more than just one attribute point? But even so, it probably wouldn't be that big of a difference, right? Jiang Ye was puzzled, but still waiting for the show to unfold. But Yang Wenchao didn't reply in the group at all. So Xing Man and his Class 9 crew started throwing verbal jabs, bombarding the group chat and spamming mentions. Xian Heng, You've even tagged this many times and still won't show? Looks like Yang Wenchao is just a coward hiding in his shell. Ranzi, acting all tough before, saying he was waiting for Brother Xing on the rooftop. Turns out it was all just talk. Dude was faking it the whole time. Do Hemming. Seems like all these goody-goodies are just gutless weaklings. Getting trashed like this and not even making a peep. No backbone at all. Screw it, let's just wipe them all out. For a while, the group chat was flooded with Class 9's aggressive shouting. That previous atmosphere of terror once again blanketed the entire apartment. Meanwhile, deep in the second-floor hallway, where Wang Lingling's group had already set up traps for an ambush, things were starting to feel tense. Especially as they watched those Class 9 players insult their Class 1 and Class 2 classmates. It obviously didn't sit well. Gao Chong couldn't hold back and cursed under his breath. F***, a G born with SHD luck. Why the hell haven't they come to the second-floor hallway? And how the hell did Xing Man level up? Lu Shan furrowed his brows and immediately analyzed. That doesn't make sense. Based on our scouting, monsters in the third-floor hallway cap at level 3. Xing Man was already level 5. He shouldn't get any EXP from killing level 3 monsters. So how did he hit level 6? As soon as he said that, he noticed a shift in Yang Xiaoman's expression. He quickly followed up, Yang Xiaoman, do you know something? But Yang Xiaoman just gave a slight shake of her head and pressed her lips together. No, I'm only guessing. Guessing there might be some kind of secret deeper in the hallway. What kind of secret? Lu Shan blurted. But Yang Xiaoman just shook her head again, as if she really didn't know anything and was only speculating. Wang Lingling's expression grew heavier too. She turned to everyone and said in a low voice, whatever Xing Man went through, the fact that he's suddenly picking a fight with Yang Wenchao means he's got a reason. Maybe he found something in the depths of the third-floor hallway, some secret that gave him power. Or maybe it's something else entirely. But one thing is clear, he's stronger now. And right now, I have 2 ideas. 1, we stay here and continue the ambush. Wait for the opportunity to strike Xing Man. Judging by what he said in the group, he should be heading our way soon. But he seems to have regrouped with his lackeys and gotten stronger. Whether we can pull off a successful ambush, that's becoming more and more uncertain. The mutual aid group members had also grinded some monsters deeper inside the second-floor hallway. But the highest-level monsters on the second floor were only level 2. Everyone had reached level 2, and a few even hit level 3. Still, compared to Class 9, they were way behind. At this point, continuing to lie in wait for Xing Man really had a slim chance of success. So everyone quickly asked Wang Lingling about her second idea. She turned her head and looked toward the deeper part of the hallway. I was thinking, if there really was some secret in the third-floor hallway that made Xing Man stronger, then maybe there's one in the second-floor hallway too. The moment she said that, the rest of the group immediately caught on. Wang Lingling's second idea was to continue exploring deeper into the hallway. Lu Shan was the first to respond with analysis. That is a solid idea. I felt for a while now that Yang Wenchao seemed to know more than us. For example, it's like he already knew the third-floor hallway only has monsters up to level 3. I even suspect he already knew there was some secret in the depths of the third floor. So if we can uncover a secret on the second floor, maybe we'll have a chance to deal with Xing Man. But, as he spoke, Lu Shan once again looked into the depths of the second-floor hallway. Before the grind, they had bought flashlights, candles, and other lighting tools from the low-end mall. But the deeper they went, the darker the hallway became. The range of their lighting tools also got smaller and smaller. And the further in they went, the creepier the monsters got. Still level 2, and still dropped the same amount of energy points. But monsters with that eerie, shadowy aura were clearly stronger than the regular ones. So whether it was the third-floor hallway or the second, they'd only killed some of the normal monsters before deciding not to go any deeper. Now, if they really planned to explore further, they'd have to accept a certain amount of risk. Lu Shan weighed the pros and cons, then suddenly looked to Yang Xiaoman. Xiaoman, what do you think? Should we keep waiting to ambush Xing Man, or head deeper in the hallway to explore? Yang Xiaoman frowned and was just about to speak when her expression suddenly shifted. Check the group chat. The mutual aid group quickly glanced at the apartment group and saw, out of nowhere, the normally silent ranking board player, Jiang Ye, had suddenly spoken. Just one short line. Jiang Ye, WTF. Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye was hiding out in his apartment, munching on drama. Then he saw that message and was totally confused. What? Wasn't Xingman just challenging Yang Wenchao to a fight? Why the hell was his name suddenly getting dragged into it? This Zhang Jintian hadn't said a word this whole time, and now that he did, it was just to throw shade his way? What? Did they have beef or something? No way. Jiang Ye thought it over. They didn't know each other at all. Unless this guy somehow crossed into apartment 9999 and discovered one of his secrets. Now that it involved him, Jiang Ye could no longer just sit back and watch the show. While keeping an eye on the lucky bracelet soaking in blood, he crouched and stared at the group chat. Right then, a bunch of Class 9 players immediately fired back at Zhang Jintian. What the H*LL are you yelling about? At Zhang Jintian. Didn't we make it clear that this apartment group is a private chat for our Class 9 bosses? Only Class 9 gets to speak. Xingman even tagged him directly. If you're looking to die, drop your location. I'll personally send you off. At Zhang Jintian. Everyone expected Zhang Jintian to turtle up like Yang Wenchao and just ghost the chat. After all, the guy had always kept a low profile and barely spoke in a group. But to everyone's shock, not only did he not back down from the Class 9 powerhouses, he even tagged Xingman directly. Zhang Jintian. And bro, we didn't know Jiang Ye before, did you? At Xingman. Zhang Jintian. By the way, you guys, at Xan Hang, at Ranzi, at Do Hemming. You probably don't know Jiang Ye either? What the hell was that supposed to mean? It was like Jiang Ye wasn't just pronounced Jiang Ye, but rather pronounced Li Gang or something. Xingman, being the hothead he was, instantly snapped in the group. If you got something to say, just F***ing say it. Cut the cryptic bullshit. Jiang Ye is just some nobody, so what if I don't know him? And Jiang Ye on the side was thinking the same. Yeah, I'm a nobody. Why the hell are you forcing me into this plot line? But then, Zhang Jintian's next message stunned everyone following the group chat. Zhang Jintian. If you'd even met Jiang Ye and seen what he looks like, you'd realize. That guy standing right next to you, the one you've been clinging to like a big shot, he looks exactly like Jiang Ye. Holy *T. Looks exactly like me. Wait. Replica. Jiang Ye immediately checked over all his replicas. Replica number 2 was inside the golden tier duel machine, going for a 5-win streak. Replica 1, 3, and 4 were all with his main body. The mirror replica had just been fused into number 2, also doing the win streak. All his replicas were accounted for. Then who the H*LL was the person Xingman was clinging to? Holy *T. Jiang Ye suddenly looked toward the replica reflection mirror. The faint humanoid pattern on it made his skin crawl. So, that out-of-control mirror replica in the blood mist space. Could it be still alive? Not just alive, but now Xingman's big shot, and came back to the apartment with him? Wait, wasn't that thing stuck in the blood mist space? How the hell did it get here? He couldn't possibly be after the replica reflection mirror, right? What now? What kind of power did that guy have? Could he even beat him? Jiang Ye was so utterly shocked that his mind flooded with 1,000 thoughts. But his classmates were even more stunned than he was. What the hell? Xingman latched onto Jiang Ye's thigh and was still talking smack in the group like, Jiang Ye is nothing. What kind of sci-fi plot twist was this? No way, right? In the depths of the second-floor hallway, Wang Lingling and the others were also dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock. At that moment, the group chat, which had gone silent for quite some time, suddenly lit up again with Xingman's message. Xingman, anyone from Class 9 know what Jiang Ye looks like? Before any Class 9 student could respond, it was actually Teacher Zhou, who taught both Class 1 and Class 9, who replied, Zhou Qiao, I know it. Xingman, okay, Teacher Zhou, come over to the third-floor hallway and help identify someone. The rest of the students stared at this message with more anticipation and anxiety than waiting for their exam results. They all wanted to know, was Zhang Jintian full of crap? Or had Xing Man actually latched onto Jiang Ye's thigh without even realizing it? Meanwhile, in the depths of the second-floor hallway, the mutual aid group members exchanged looks. Lu Shun suddenly analyzed, "No, that can't be Jiang Ye. On the ranking board, Jiang Ye is currently level 3. That's decent among our classmates, but still below Xing Man. Besides, if it was Jiang Ye, he'd be able to see Xing Man talking sh*t about him in the group. In that case, there's no way he'd play along and let Xing Man cling to him." That reasoning made a lot of sense. However, Gao Chang added, what if Jiang Yi used some trick to pretend to be strong and bluff Xing Man? He made Xing Man think he was powerful, but really, he's still just a small fry. So, when Xing Man called him nothing in the group, he didn't dare say anything and just played it cool. That theory also sounded possible. But Yang Xiaoman stepped forward to back up Lu Shun. Do you remember what we were just talking about? Xing Man went deep into the third-floor hallway and uncovered some kind of secret. I suspect the person he's clinging to, who looks like Jiang Yi, is actually the secret he found. So, could our classmate Jiang Ye have shown up deep in the third-floor hallway? Not very likely. That's why I think this Jiang Yi look-alike is probably some kind of dark entity in disguise. And yes, I believe he really is strong. I don't think Xing Man is the type to get tricked into treating a small fry like a big shot. Rather than debating whether that thigh is Jiang Yi or not, what I'm more interested in is, why disguise as Jiang Yi? And more importantly, how did he become Xing Man's thigh? What method did Xing Man use to make that big shot follow him? If we can figure that out, we might just be able to turn the tables. Reverse the situation. A lot of students lit up at those words. If they could use Xing Man's big shot to turn things around and get rid of Xing Man, then the crisis they were facing would most likely be resolved. They could even be the ones to cling to that big shot afterward. Of course, that was wishful thinking. In reality, that kind of big shot wasn't easy to cling to. And they weren't just clinging for survival. They were trying to turn the big shot. That wasn't going to be easy. But Yang Xiaoman didn't get a chance to continue analyzing. Instead, Lu Shun quickly suggested, the fact that this big shot looks exactly like Jiang Yi. Maybe we can use that somehow? By Rowan, probably from watching too many palace dramas, suddenly had a light bulb moment and excitedly proposed. How about we pull a prince and pauper swap? Let Jiang Yi impersonate the big shot. Then, Xing Man takes the fake Jiang Yi to find Yang Wenchao, and we go find Yang Wenchao too. At the critical moment, we all help Yang Wenchao, and Jiang Yi switches sides. Don't you think we'd be able to take down Xing Man? She looked thrilled as she spoke, thinking she finally came up with some clever scheme. But clearly, her idea didn't line up with what Yang Xiaoman and Lu Xun were thinking. And it was obviously pretty childish. Yang Xiaoman immediately pointed out, "Prince and pauper swap? Then what do you plan to do with the real prince?" "Prince." Bai Ruowan blinked dumbly, then realized, in the palace dramas, the prince would usually be quietly taken care of. But saying it out loud, she suddenly snapped back to reality. The real prince in this case was the actual big shot, who looked just like Jiang Yi. Her whole plan had a glaring hole. That real prince was way too powerful. There was no way they could replace him. Which brought them back to the root problem, how to get the big shot to switch sides. And honestly, if they could turn the big shot, there wouldn't be any need to go through the whole prince swap plot. Just have that powerhouse of a big shot directly take down Xing Man and be done with it. Realizing this, Bai Ruowan got a bit embarrassed. Still, she tried to save face by saying, "I only thought of that because I figured Jiang Yi might be with Yang Wenchao right now. Think about it. On the second floor, we were grinding monsters. Xing Man was on the third floor. But Jiang Yi leveled up to level 3 during the time when both leveling zones were taken. So he must have leveled up somewhere above the third floor. There's no way he did that on his own. So he's probably been grinding with Yang Wenchao." Yang Xiaoman nodded. "I thought the same thing. That's why I was thinking, maybe if Yang Wenchao reveals his location and lets Xing Man come to him. And then that big shot of Xing Man's meets Jiang Ye face to face. Maybe something magical might happen. Something magical, like a chemical reaction. Sounded kind of mystical. But both Class 1 and 2 were science track classes. And somehow, in everyone's minds, the left side of a chemical equation popped up. Xing Man, big shot, plus Yang Wenchao, Jiang Ye. If they added by Rowan's Prince swap idea, then it could be a displacement reaction, turning into Xing Man, Jiang Ye, plus Yang Wenchao, big shot. Or, if it wasn't a standard single replacement reaction, maybe the right side would be Xing Man plus Yang Wenchao, Jiang Ye, big shot. With Yang Wenchao pulling a 2v1 setup, how could Xing Man not die? But to trigger this chemical reaction, Yang Wenchao had to be a highly oxidizing, high-velocity metal ion. Wait. What the hell were they even thinking? DMN. Too many test papers. Now, they were fully losing it, /omega *. While the students were spiraling into scientific madness, wondering what kind of catalyst could trigger this reaction, there was suddenly a knock at Jiang Ye's apartment door. His heart jumped, and he instinctively looked toward the TV screen, thinking maybe the woman in white had broken in again. But there was no voice from the woman in white this time. Instead, replica number 4 looked through the peephole and saw Yang Wenchao. Jiang Ye froze. Why was Yang Wenchao coming to him? And just then, the group chat suddenly lit up with Yang Wenchao's reply to Xing Man's arrogant message. Yang Wenchao, you've been barking for so long. Surely you won't chicken out again this time, right? At Xing Man. Chicken out? Was he talking about how he'd been waiting on the rooftop for Xing Man, and Xing Man never showed? But calling that chickening out didn't seem quite accurate. Before he could finish that thought, Yang Wenchao continued. Good thing you bailed that time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it into the top class. Right after that, Xing Man fired back with mockery. TCH. Top class? You mean class 1 and 2? Who can't even fart back in the group? I'll admit, before coming to the Doomsday Apartment, the top class sounded impressive. But here, top class ain't worth *T. Wang Chong, Yang Wei from your top class. Their screams before dying were definitely sharp enough to be top. Yang Wenchao didn't hold back either. Oh yeah? No surprise. I mean, Wang Rui's screams before she died were probably even sharper, right? Oh, and by the way, Wang Chong was right. Wang Rui was killed by me. I did it for you, and honestly, it felt pretty damn good. Turns out, there had already been a round of unresolved taunting between Xing Man and Yang Wenchao. And this round of mutual verbal jabs and provocations made it clear to every student watching the group chat. Holy *T. So there's some personal vendetta between Xing Man and Yang Wenchao. That meant Yang Wenchao killing Wang Rui wasn't just about sending her to reunite with her parents. It was also tied to some private beef with Xing Man. Some of the students started remembering. Back in freshman year, Yang Wenchao had quite the delinquent reputation too. Apparently, after that rumor about stealing money, he became quiet and withdrawn, didn't really have any friends, and then his grades started climbing. By senior year, he was assigned to class 1. So what now? Yang Wenchao and Xing Man are fallen brothers turned enemies? Plenty of students couldn't help gossiping in their heads, though none dared to speak in the group. Xing Man, however, was clearly provoked hard by Yang Wenchao claiming to have killed Wang Rui. He was probably boiling with rage. He didn't bother with more back and forth. He just dropped a direct reply. Fine. Very well. Even the text seemed to be grinding its teeth. So you made up your mind to settle this with me once and for all? Yang Wenchao stayed arrogant, as ever. I don't need to prepare to deal with you, Duck. To avoid more whining about saving face, let's make it simple. No need for you to come find me, or for me to look for you. 3 minutes from now, first floor lobby. Either you die, or I live. Sound good? Jiang Ye, still spectating purely for the drama, couldn't help but roast in his head. Either you die, or I live. So either way, Xing Man's dying, huh? Xing Man seemed to pick up on that too. Furious again, he gritted out a reply. Hope you can keep up that attitude when you get to the lobby. So that meant he agreed to the first floor duel? In that moment, all the remaining class 1 and 2 students were getting excited. Could Yang Wenchao really take out Xing Man? Yang Wenchao didn't respond again and just kept knocking at Jiang Ye's apartment door. But Xing Man added more in the group. Right now, Class 9 is full of powerhouses. To avoid you calling it unfair, I'll go alone, just me, and we'll fight 1v1. But on one condition, you bring Jiang Ye with you. Because killing just you isn't enough to vent my anger. I want that Jiang Ye you save to join Wang Rue in death. Of course, killing Jiang Ye will come after I kill you. So if you can beat me, Jiang Ye will be just fine. Jiang Ye had been enjoying the drama just fine, then suddenly saw his name dragged into this mess again. And this Yang Wenchao guy didn't even hesitate. He replied directly, "Okay, WEF. You okay? I'm not okay. Why the H*LL do I need to be there for your fight?" Jiang Ye was mentally cursing nonstop. Still, after thinking it over for a moment, he sent out replica number 1 to open the apartment door, stepped outside, and shut it again right behind him. Yang Wenchao didn't even get a chance to peek inside, so he frowned and asked, "You got something in there you don't want people to see?" "No." Jiang Ye looked completely innocent, shaking his head. "Didn't you and Xing Man agree to fight in the lobby in 3 minutes? So obviously you don't have time to tour my apartment, right?" He said it like it was the most natural thing in the world. Yang Wenchao didn't press further, turning toward the red light elevator. As they walked, he gave Jiang Ye a sidelong glance and asked, expression complex, "How'd you get a level 3? And that guy Xing Man's following, who looks just like you, any idea what's going on there?" "Well, about leveling up, it's a long story. I'll explain after you beat Xing Man. As for that guy, who looks like me, I have some ideas, but I'm not totally sure." In other words, he said a whole lot of nothing. Still, Yang Wenchao noticed something in his tone and mannerisms. The kid was clearly a lot more confident than before. He spoke calmly and steadily, a big change from how he used to be. Looked like his boost in strength had given him some real backbone. Yang Wenchao didn't push the issue. He and Jiang Ye entered the red light elevator together. Meanwhile, on the third-floor hallway, after finalizing the duel with Yang Wenchao, Xing Man turned to his underlings and calmly gave instructions. "All right, according to plan, I'll keep Yang Wenchao occupied first. Then Ran Zi, you'll ambush Jiang Ye. Once you confirm Jiang Ye is dead, Xian Hang, you signal the blood mist guy to release the mist and suppress Yang Wenchao's attributes." Clearly, the fact that the blood mist guy looked identical to Jiang Ye was still on his mind. That's why he demanded that Yang Wenchao bring Jiang Ye to the first-floor lobby. Once Jiang Ye was dead and the blood mist guy made his move, there shouldn't be any surprises. As for all that stuff he said in the group about fighting Yang Wenchao 1v1, killing Yang Wenchao first, then killing Jiang Ye, that was all bullshit. Back in school, words might have meant something. But here, in the Doomsday Apartment, going back on your word was the norm. Xing Man had it all planned out. But before leaving, he turned to Zhou Qiong with a polite smile. "Thanks for helping me ID the guy, Teacher Zhou." Zhou Qiong was clearly afraid of Xing Man. Even now, being thanked, her expression was stiff. She didn't dare say much. What she didn't expect was that Xing Man, still smiling, suddenly said something straight out of hell. "But tell me, Teacher Zhou, are you going to run to the group chat and blab about what I do next?" Her pupils shrank. Face went pale in an instant. She stammered out, "And no, I won't say anything." But Xing Man just shook his head with a smile. "Only the dead don't speak." And with that, blade flashed, head dropped. Afterward, he even put on a look of sorrow, sighing softly. Too kind-hearted for this world. Just not cut out for survival in the apocalypse. Maybe logging off early isn't such a bad thing after all. I'm not wrong, am I, teacher? Double negatives make a positive, so it's a good thing. Never thought I'd be the one teaching you one day. With that, Xing Man's mood seemed to improve. As planned, he entered the red light elevator alone, and Zhou Qiong's death was noticed by the students immediately. But since Xing Man was still alive, no one in the group dared to speak. Still, her death left a bigger impact than when Wang Chong, Yang Wei, and the others died. The remaining students were becoming more and more aware of just how brutal life in the Doomsday Apartment really was. They had no one left to rely on. They had to depend on themselves and grow stronger. Fast. The silent group chat hadn't received a single new message, yet Zhou Laosher's death seemed to fill it with a wordless grief. Back in room 2025, Jiang Ye's main body also felt a twinge of emotion. But soon, he collected himself and used his chopsticks to lift the lucky bracelet out of the blood-filled bowl. Then, he cast a detection. Lucky bracelet. Energy +1. Slightly boosts luck attribute. Duration 8 minutes, rechargeable. Holy SH asterisk T. That was his blood, and it actually recharged the lucky bracelet. So then, was he seriously some kind of heaven-defying luck god? A super lucky charm on par with a cursed crow? If that were the case, couldn't he just keep charging up luck-based items and make a fortune that way? Wait, no. The woman in white did call him dirty. If he was dirty, then maybe this lucky bracelet had already been corrupted into a misfortune bracelet, even if it wasn't tainted. The woman in white had specifically warned him not to use luck-based items going forward. So this lucky bracelet, powered up by his blood, best not to use it, huh? Thinking that, Jiang Ye dropped the bracelet back into the blood bowl, then stashed the whole thing into his replica shared space. Meanwhile, in the first-floor lobby, Yang Wenchao and Xingman both arrived, face-to-face at last. Of course, Jiang Ye was there too, but he just wanted to be a background character and quietly watch the drama. He originally thought he'd get to see Xingman, that guy who looked exactly like him and had such a powerful presence. But who would have thought Xingman was actually pretty gutsy, really looked like he was about to go 1v1 with Yang Wenchao, and even showed up alone. So, that means he's pretty confident about going solo against Yang Wenchao. Just as he was thinking that, Jiang Ye noticed. Xingman gave him a look. His eyes were complicated, with a hint of killing intent. In fact, that killing intent was even stronger than what he had toward Yang Wenchao. Jiang Ye frowned slightly, just in time to see Xingman turn back toward Yang Wenchao. These two really looked like they knew each other. More than just plain hostility, their eye contact sparked with explosive tension. Yang Wenchao fiddled with the pair of bracelets on his wrist and slowly said to Xingman, "I thought you'd fall back on old habits and show up with your little lackeys and that so-called thigh of yours to gang up on me. Didn't expect you to actually come alone. You're not afraid I'll go back on my word and team up with Jiang Ye?" Xingman didn't respond. His expression stiffened a little. After all, he couldn't just come out and say, "From what I know about you, you're not the type to go back on your word." If he said that, the contrast would be too brutal. His understanding of Yang Wenchao, not likely to go back on his word. Yang Wenchao's understanding of him always goes back on his word. Wouldn't that just make him look like a total scumbag? What? Does he not care about his reputation? So instead, he forced himself to act tough and sneered coldly. Trash is trash. Even if you teamed up with every last one of your so-called top-class classmates, I wouldn't be scared. And with that, not waiting for Yang Wenchao to reply, he darted straight toward him. His footwork was lightning fast, legs leaving after images. At the same time, his fingers interlocked, then yanked apart with a shout. Open. In that instant, the space in front of him looked like it was torn apart, and Yang Wenchao, who stood directly where his hands pointed, seemed to be ripped in half by some overwhelming force. Left and right halves dropped to either side. It looked exactly like a log split in two by an axe. Jiang Ye, still in full popcorn-munching mode, was totally dumbfounded. No way. Yang Wenchao got one shot. No. Wait. Jiang Ye remembered Xiao Liquan and Wang Chong describing Yang Wenchao's fight with a monster in the group chat. They mentioned one key word, resurrection. And sure enough, just as Xingman was looking a bit stunned by the insta-kill, the two halves of Yang Wenchao's body on the ground suddenly turned into black mist. The black mist gathered fast and quickly reformed into Yang Wenchao's shape. Just like he thought, Yang Wenchao resurrected. Xingman, seeing this for the first time, was clearly shaken. His expression immediately turned grim. Even the way he had been closing in on Yang Wenchao shifted to a cautious retreat. After arriving at apartment 9999, Jiang Ye had picked up quite a bit of knowledge. At this moment, he quickly realized Yang Wenchao's resurrection ability probably wasn't just simple resurrection. It was some kind of sketchy ability. According to what one Xin said, the more sketchy the ability in the Doomsday Apartment, the stronger it is. So Yang Wenchao's ability had to be even more powerful than your standard elemental types. No wonder he dared to solo a level 6 like Xing Man when he was only level 4. At the same time, Jiang Ye thought Wang Lingling's ability was an S-tier dark element affinity. It probably had a touch of that sketchy vibe too. So among the S-tier abilities, Wang Lingling was likely quite strong. But Yang Wenchao's ability seemed even sketchier because he kept dying 2 or 3 more times. And every time he came back, he looked stronger. Xing Man clearly noticed it too. His expression wasn't just grim now. There was sweat forming on his forehead. And Yang Wenchao still had the nerve to taunt mid-fight. Already panicking? Is that all your strength amounts to? Xing Man was silently throwing out a ton of MMPs in his head. Come on, this isn't even a strength issue anymore. He already one-shot Yang Wenchao multiple times. But every time, he couldn't actually kill him for good. Worse yet, each time Yang Wenchao came back, he got stronger. At this rate, he had to find a real way to kill him. Take him out in one definitive hit. Otherwise, this fight was only going to get worse and worse. Once that clicked, Xing Man stopped rushing to kill Yang Wenchao and instead started dragging out the fight, trying to find the right way to truly finish him off. Jiang Ye realized it too. Yang Wenchao's ability might be sketchy as hell, but there had to be a weakness. There's no way he could just resurrect forever. The key would be to reduce his number of resurrections and then kill him for real. Thinking of that, Jiang Ye remembered the time outside Duel Machine 1, where he saw Yang Wenchao lose to some female college student. At that time, he noticed that girl clearly had the upper hand, but didn't immediately go for the kill. She dragged the fight out. However, that was the moment the apartment ranking board announcement popped up and distracted Jiang Ye. By the time he snapped out of it, Yang Wenchao had already lost. So in the end, he never saw how exactly Yang Wenchao was defeated in that fight. Jiang Ye was still thinking when he suddenly sensed something strange. Almost without hesitation, he merged the mirror image of replica number 3 into replica number 1, the one currently spectating the fight. At the same time, to avoid exposing the fact that he had replicas, he didn't use his ice-type ability. Instead, relying on the boost from his strong attributes, he cast Golden Light Technique. Whoosh! A streak of golden light shot toward the hidden attacker. PSHHH, the golden light pierced flesh. Ran Z's figure was exposed. Clutching his right arm with his left hand, his face went pale, twisted in pain, eyes filled with disbelief as he looked in Jiang Ye's direction. But there wasn't even time to react further. Another streak of golden light came flying in at a speed that completely outpaced his nerve response and stabbed straight into the center of his forehead. Ran Z's pupils suddenly widened in horror and disbelief, and then quickly dimmed. Inside Jiang Ye's mind, a prompt sounded. Ding! You've killed a level 4 player. Congratulations, you've earned +1 survival point. Nice! Another survival point. And it was legit self-defense. Jiang Ye squinted toward Xing Man, still locked in combat with Yang Wenchao. He thought to himself, there was no grudge between them, so why had Xing Man insisted on dragging him into this? Turns out, that whole kill Yang Wenchao first, then kill you speech was total bull's **T. What he really wanted was to have one of his lackeys ambush Jiang Ye during the fight with Yang Wenchao. But a sneak attack? Xing Man really thought that highly of him, huh? No. Jiang Ye instantly realized, if Xing Man was willing to resort to sneak attacks to kill him, then there's no way he'd play fair in a 1v1 against Yang Wenchao either. He immediately raised his guard, becoming hyper-aware of his surroundings. Meanwhile, Xing Man, still grappling with Yang Wenchao, watched in shock as Ran Zi, the second strongest in Class 9 after himself, got insta-killed by Jiang Ye. His composure shattered. Yang Wenchao, who had been on the defensive, suddenly thrust both arms forward, The bracelets on his wrists flew off with a bang, smashing straight into Xing Man's forehead. At the same time, the two bracelets suddenly expanded and trapped Xing Man's whole body. Next, Yang Wenchao followed up with a flying kick. Trapped by the bracelets, Xing Man lost his balance, fell to the ground, and had his face stomped on by Yang Wenchao mid-air. This position, humiliating to the extreme. But the worst part was his hands and feet were locked by the bracelets, and he couldn't muster enough force to break free. All he could do was lie there, getting his face stomped into a distorted mess by Yang Wenchao. Like a cornered beast, bloodshot eyes full of rage, he glared at Yang Wenchao, mouth twisted in fury and humiliation, letting out a muffled growl, but it was so garbled no one could tell what he was saying. Yang Wenchao, foot still on his face, was in a great mood and started taunting again. Tut tut, so unwilling to accept it. But what a shame, you're out of chances. As he said this, he raised his foot, ready to crush Xing Man's skull. But in the next second, a red mist appeared out of nowhere and suddenly enveloped Yang Wenchao. Wrapped in the blood mist, Yang Wenchao instantly felt his attributes drop and his body weaken. Xing Man was thrilled by the sudden turn, seized the chance, and flipped out from under Yang Wenchao's foot. In no time, he even broke free of the two bracelets trapping him. Seeing Yang Wenchao completely covered in red mist, he went straight in for the counterattack. And while doing so, he threw Yang Wenchao's earlier taunt right back at him. No more chances? No, the tide has turned. But because of Yang Wenchao's sketchy resurrection ability, Xing Man still didn't try to finish him off with a single blow. Instead, he launched a flying kick, aiming to stomp Yang Wenchao's face in. Yet the kick only sent the red-misted Yang Wenchao flying. His foot hadn't yet landed that sweet revenge stomp, when suddenly, the red mist started floating back in his direction. Now, it was Xing Man's turn. His attributes plummeted, and his body weakened in an instant. Yang Wenchao's eyes lit up. His expression shifted slightly. But even mid-fight, his reaction was fast. With a quick kip up, he counterattacked Xing Man again. And of course, dropped another taunt. Not sure what's going on. But hey, looks like the tide's turned again. Boom! Xing Man got kicked flying again. On the sidelines, Jiang Ye watched, eyes wide with shock, because he recognized that red mist. Wasn't that the blood mist from the blood mist space? It really was that out-of-control mirror replica from before. His eyes scanned the area in disbelief. And sure enough, next second, a wave of red mist appeared right in front of him. Not far off, Xing Man's panicked shout echoed. You've got it wrong. Blood mist guy, move your blood mist away. And the blood mist guy he was talking about suddenly appeared right in front of Jiang Ye. And yep, looked exactly like him. The only difference was, this guy was surrounded by a faint, eerie red mist. And when he heard Xing Man yelling, for whatever reason, he actually did move the mist away from Xing Man. But he didn't send it back over to Yang Wenchao. Instead, he retracted it back onto himself. Next thing you know, the replica shrouded in blood mist, and Jiang Ye locked eyes in a good OL face-to-face stare-down. Well, more like same-sized eyes staring at each other. Although, the replica's eyes did look a little darker. Jiang Ye had been all ready to throw down with this darkened version of himself. But at that moment, during the big eye stare down with the darkened replica, he realized this replica didn't seem hostile toward him. In fact, this intense eye contact almost felt like it was waiting for him to give a command. For a moment, Jiang Ye was a bit stunned, but he thought to himself, if Xing Man could cling to this thigh, then someone like him, who had a connection with this thigh, should be able to cling too, right? So he gave it a shot and greeted the darkened replica. Hi, hello. The darkened replica looked pretty creepy, shrouded in blood mist, jet black eyes with an innocent look, but the corners of his mouth curled into a chilling smile. With that same creepy smile, he greeted Jiang Ye back. Hi, hello. Jiang Ye was momentarily speechless, then tried to keep things friendly. Hey, could you maybe help me grab that Xing Man guy over here, so I can kill him? The darkened replica blinked and nodded. Sure. And then, whoosh, the blood mist once again engulfed Xing Man, and in an instant, dragged him right in front of Jiang Ye. Yang Wenchao, who was just about to land a killing blow on Xing Man, got completely kill-stealed and froze in place. He turned sharply toward Jiang Ye, looking absolutely dumbfounded. That expression, like he'd just seen a ghost. Jiang Ye, looking pure and innocent, gave a cheerful wave to Yang Wenchao. "Hi, Brother Chao. Hi, your *SS. Yang Wenchao cursed in his heart, but then his gaze swept over to that figure wrapped in blood mist who looked exactly like Jiang Ye. His expression instantly turned wary. He didn't dare make a move. After all, he'd experienced the attribute drain under the blood mist firsthand. That feeling of weakness, way too dangerous and way too unbearable. When Jiang Ye saw Yang Wenchao just standing there ignoring him, he turned to Xing Man instead and gave him a little wave. "Hi, brother man." Xing Man's whole body froze, swirling in chaos inside the blood mist. Jiang Ye, playing totally clueless, looked as harmless as ever as he cheerfully asked Xing Man, "Brother man, where do you find this thigh to cling to? And why does he look exactly like me? Is his way of protecting people just wrapping them in this red mist?" Inside the blood mist, Xing Man was about to lose his mind. Once he confirmed that the blood mist big bro he was clinging to looked exactly like Jiang Ye, he knew things had gone south. He had everything planned out. First, ambush Jiang Ye, the unpredictable variable. Then the whole apartment would be his to command. But who would have thought? Jiang Ye actually one-shot Ran Zi. And this blood mist big bro, who looked exactly like Jiang Ye, turned out to be a traitor, ditched him and started following Jiang Ye instead, after having his face stomped on by Yang Wenchao and now being humiliated by Jiang Ye like this. Xing Man didn't answer Jiang Ye. He just glared at the blood mist guy, bloodshot eyes full of unwilling fury, and roared, "Blood mist, I'm the one who brought you into my apartment. You promised you'd repay the favor. You can't be this ungrateful. Move. Move this blood mist off me right now." The moment Jiang Ye heard that, he realized this darkened replica of his was probably brought back by Xing Man from the far end of the third-floor hallway. So that means the far ends of each hallway might actually be connected to some other spatial zone. Or maybe every floor's hallway has a passage like that, linking to a different instance or dimension. Could it be that the way to farm monsters in the Doomsday Apartment is to break through each floor's hallway and enter instance zones through those spatial passages? That blood mist space he entered through the white-robed woman in the gloomy forest, maybe that counts as one of those instance zones too? As he thought about all this, his darkened replica suddenly looked down at Xing Man. Those jet-black eyes held an innocent purity, yet also a cold detachment, untouched by any emotion. Tainted with sinister energy, this replica didn't seem the least bit bothered by words like ungrateful. So, he completely ignored Xing Man's accusations and simply corrected him. "Not your apartment. My apartment." Then pointed at Jiang Ye and added, "This me. He good stuff." When the darkened replica pointed at him, Jiang Ye felt an inexplicable wave of amusement. Not far off, Yang Wenchao's gaze was complicated. And as for Xing Man, lying in the blood mist, he had completely given up hope. His blood mist big bro had really betrayed him. The *M in it. If he'd known, he never would have brought that thing back. Or rather, if he'd known it would come to this, he should have taken out Jiang Ye from the start. So infuriating, so regretful. But there's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Xing Man was stewing in his own regret, but there was nothing he could do. All he could do now was, those who understand the times are wise. That's right. When the blood mist big bro pointed at Jiang Ye and said the apartment belonged to this me, Xing Man finally saw the light. No matter how much hatred or unwillingness he felt, he quickly adjusted his mindset. He no longer tried to accuse the blood mist big bro, but suddenly turned toward Jiang Ye, voice full of flattery and submission. "Classmate Jiang Ye, what the blood mist big bro said is true. This apartment is yours now. I'm yours too. Whatever you say, I'll do. I'll listen to whatever you tell me. In Xingman's mind, there was still a chance to survive. After all, a lot of these classmates had never actually killed anyone. This Jiang Ye, sure, he one-shot Ran Zi, but he didn't look like the bloodthirsty type. And now that he'd voluntarily surrendered, wouldn't it be better to keep him as a lackey than to kill him? Plus, a thought struck Xingman, and his eyes lit up. His tone became steady, even a bit confident. He started pitching himself to Jiang Ye. I know now that you've got the blood mist big bro on your side. You can basically strut through the apartment unchecked. Naturally, you probably don't care for a small fry like me. But you have to understand, the world of the Doomsday Apartment is huge. It's not just our one little apartment. The blood mist big bro is strong, yeah, but he's definitely not invincible. And if someone figures out how to counter that blood mist ability, well, then his power is only SOSO. The moment he said that, the darkened replica clearly wasn't happy. Those pitch-black eyes flicked toward Xingman. Xingman felt a chill run down his spine. But seeing that the blood mist big bro just shot him a glance and didn't make a move, he relaxed a little. He looked back at Jiang Ye and continued. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't win against 4 hands. If you really want to survive and grow stronger long-term in the Doomsday Apartment, having more allies is always better than more enemies. And my value doesn't lie only in my strength. As he spoke, Xingman shot a glance over at Yang Wenchao. After a moment of silence, he leaned in close and lowered his voice. You want to know why Yang Wenchao and I are stronger than most of the others? Jiang Ye already knew. They were game players, right? But Yang Wenchao had only shared info about game players with Bald Guy, not Jiang Ye. So technically, this #1 replica of Jiang Ye wasn't supposed to know about that. However, since #1 replica Jiang Ye was already level 3, he wasn't planning to play dumb anymore. So he glanced at Yang Wenchao too, then lowered his head and said to Xingman, because you and Yang Wenchao are game players? Xingman's eyes instantly went wide. You know, Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. So what you're trying to say is your value also lies in your identity as a game player? Then let me ask you, do you know what the requirements are for killing an apartment administrator? Xingman had just been full of confidence, thinking his game player status could save his life. But now he was starting to panic. Still, he quickly answered, if a player attacks the apartment administrator, they could be directly erased on the spot. And a reward for 100 straight wins in the duel room, the Madman Mask, grants 3 minutes of immunity against that kind of erasure. Also, once the administrator dies, the tenants in the apartment won't be able to pay rent normally. The apartment they manage will automatically be destroyed at the next midnight after their death. So, after the administrator dies, players have to either leave the apartment through cross-apartment travel or use a survival stone to clear the beginner apartment ahead of time. So, you could actually clear the beginner apartment early. The big shots in apartment 9999 were probably aiming for that, huh? But if Jiang Ye wanted to kill the apartment boss, then most likely he wouldn't be able to clear early. He'd have to stay behind through cross-apartment access and keep working on the follow-up quest to kill the apartment, wandering merchant and the apartment boss. Wait, a sudden thought hit Jiang Ye. If killing the apartment administrator would cause the apartment to be destroyed early, then what about the white-robed woman? He had thought the apartment's destruction would cause her some kind of trouble. But if he kills the administrator, wouldn't her trouble just arrive ahead of schedule? Or maybe the white-robed woman assumed he was planning to kill the administrator of apartment 9999, so apartment 1010 wouldn't be destroyed early? No, that can't be it. Jiang Ye clearly remembered the white-robed woman specifically saying, once he killed the apartment administrator, she'd give him a surprise. And the tone she used when she said surprise was quite meaningful. Jiang Ye turned back to Xingman and asked, besides that, any other consequences of killing an apartment administrator? Xingman instinctively shook his head. Shouldn't be. But then he froze mid-sentence. As if he suddenly remembered something, his face changed and he corrected himself. Actually, I think I remember there was one. Not sure if it counts as a result of killing an administrator, but it was a game incident. Game incident? Jiang Ye was intrigued and motioned for him to continue. But Xing Man took this chance to bargain. I'll tell you, but only if. He hadn't even finished saying, but when Yang Wenchao walked over and said seriously, it really was a pretty strange game incident. Back then, none of us game players realized the game would eventually invade reality. So, at the time, that incident was just seen as a coincidence. But now that we've actually entered the Doomsday Apartment, it all feels a bit suspicious. Jiang Ye pressed, "Give me the details. What exactly happened in that incident?" It wasn't anything crazy. Just that back then, a newbie team used pay-to-win mode to challenge the apartment administrator. But for some reason, after that team successfully killed the administrator, the game suddenly issued a server-wide announcement. The content was a server-wide kill order targeting one of the whales from that team. That was probably the only time a server-wide kill order ever happened in the game. The announcement made a big stir at the time, but it didn't last long, because within 2 or 3 minutes of the kill order going out, that whale got backstabbed and killed by another whale from the same kill admin team. After that, the guy who completed the kill order got the bounty, and that player later became the strongest player in the whole game. Up to this point, it didn't really sound like a full-blown game incident. But then Yang Wenchao added, if it had just happened inside the game, kill order, betrayal, strongest player, it wouldn't have been that special. What makes it a game incident is that whale who got the kill order. He was later found dead at home, sudden death. Of course, dropping dead from gaming all night isn't exactly rare, so no one thought much of it at the time. Players just assumed it was coincidence. But now, with the game becoming real, that changes things. It suggests that game wasn't just a game. So now I'm seriously wondering, that whale's sudden death, what if it was caused by the server-wide kill order? Maybe even worse. Yang Wenchao raised a brow at Jiang Ye. You've read those game invasion novels, haven't you? Jiang Ye nodded. Yang Wenchao continued. In those novels, the main character always gets some cheat skill before the game invades reality. So I'm seriously suspecting that guy who completed the server-wide kill order and became the strongest, he's probably got some kind of powerful cheat skill now. HSS. Could that be true? Well, it did make a lot of sense. Jiang Ye quickly asked, do you know who that strongest player is? Yang Wenchao shook his head. Everyone used nicknames in the game. No way to tell who was who. But he must have been loaded. He P2WD up to level 25, probably dropped close to 300k on the game. HSS. Dropped 300k on a game. F*******. Rich people are the worst. Still, with only 300k, probably not someone who knew about the game invasion in advance, right? Jiang Ye remembered those game invasion novels. The protagonist who knew ahead of time usually dumped at least a few million. The really hardcore ones were spending in 7 figures like it was pocket change. But then again, Jiang Ye thought, maybe the strongest player didn't even have a cheat skill. What if? The whale who got the server-wide kill order. Why him specifically? Yang Wenchao shook his head. That was debated a lot in the forums, but no one ever figured it out. People said it was because he killed the apartment administrator, but the whole team killed the administrator. There were more than 10 of them. But it's true, he was only targeted after the kill. So maybe something got triggered when he delivered the finishing blow. Yang Wenchao was thinking aloud, trying to piece it together. And in Jiang Ye's head, one idea came straight to the surface. No way. That unlucky whale who got the kill order and died IRL. Could it be that he had accepted the kill the apartment boss quest? And the first step of that quest was to kill the apartment administrator. He did it, then got the kill order, got betrayed by teammates, and died right there. Holy SHD. That explains it. Jiang Ye suddenly understood what Lin Jing was planning when he asked him to help kill the administrator. That guy must have remembered the game incident too and figured. Once Jiang Ye accepted the kill the apartment boss quest, he'd get hit with a server-wide kill order too. And Lin Jing just needed to kill him right after it triggered to collect the bounty, and maybe even become the next strongest player. DMN. So the surprise the white-robed woman mentioned was that the kill order too. F******. What a twisted woman. Wait, If she really wanted him dead, why bother with all this complicated setup? She even gave him the golden tier duel machine reward early. So, she probably does want him to succeed in the kill the apartment boss quest. The kill order must just be an added difficulty, a built-in challenge, and for other players, a juicy bonus. Still, Jiang Ye couldn't help but wonder. This server-wide kill order, could he just kill himself and claim the bounty for himself? Cough. Probably not. And anyway, the bounty probably isn't worth more than the actual rewards for killing the apartment boss. Now that Jiang Ye had a general grasp of the situation, he didn't stress over it too much. He turned to Yang Wenchao and asked, "So what kind of strength are we talking about for the apartment administrator?" This time, it was Xing Man shouting from inside the blood mist, eager to answer. Different apartments have different strength levels for their administrators. Even the whales in the game, with all the guides and stuff, still had to rely on luck ag. Before he could finish, Yang Wenchao gave him another kick. Then Yang Wenchao picked up. Generally speaking, if your luck isn't garbage, a team of 10 top-tier fighters with combat power 500 has a good shot at taking down an apartment administrator. Combat power 500? Jiang Ye looked stunned, completely in disbelief. Before he could even fully react, Yang Wenchao jumped in with a question. "How do you know about game players and killing apartment administrators?" Jiang Ye had already prepared his explanation. "Because back on the rooftop, didn't you suggest I hide out in the white-robed woman's apartment? I actually did go there, and I ran into Bald Guy again. He helped me level up to 3. Also this," Jiang Ye pointed to the darkened replica. "This guy who looks just like me. I don't know exactly where he came from, but the place where Bald Guy and I fought monsters was a space full of red mist." Yang Wenchao's mouth twitched. No way. That guy who got pursued across apartments by an NPC was still alive. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Surviving an NPC cross-apartment hunt? How the hell did he manage that? But he didn't ask Jiang Ye. Instead, Jiang Ye, smug as hell, volunteered the info. "Bald Guy told me he crossed apartments to apartment 9999, and it's packed with top-tier pros over there. He didn't just blend in with them. He even got an NPC quest from the white-robed woman. He's thriving in 9999 apartment, killing it." As he bragged, Jiang Ye watched Yang Wenchao's expression. Sure enough, at first, the guy looked like he'd seen a ghost. Then he started looking like he was super constipated. Jiang Ye was so satisfied watching it, he couldn't hold back. He burst out laughing. "Ah, man, this is too good. My number one backup is the awesome Bald Guy. Then I've got this blood mist big bro as backup number 2. And you, Brother Chow, you're my backup number 3. Man, when you think about it like that, I'm so damn lucky, ha." Yang Wenchao's expression was starting to look more and more like he was constipated. Deep down, he really wanted to curse. F*** king third big leg. As your so-called third big leg, can I hit you? Seriously, can I? Obviously not. Yang Wenchao was feeling a kind of unexplainable frustration and a twinge of envy. This Jiang Ye, isn't he just stupidly lucky? More accurately, that Bald Guy of his is way too freaky. A cross-apartment NPC. How rare is that? And he managed to survive an encounter with one. Even F*** king got a quest from the NPC. NPC quests aren't always difficult or full of rewards, but during the beginner phase, they're definitely rare as hell. And he just happened to get one. Plus, he's thriving in apartment 9999, while Yang Wenchao didn't even have the guts to step foot in apartment 9999. The worst part? The guy isn't even a game player. Seriously, no comparison, no harm, right? But that kind of person, impossible to compare with, has become Jiang Ye's backer. And if it was just that one backer, fine. It's not like the Bald Guy can stick to Jiang Ye 24/7 and guard him around the clock. But now there's suddenly this blood mist guy who looks exactly like Jiang Ye. Yang Wenchao took a deep breath, glanced at the blood mist guy, then looked at the smug Jiang Ye and lowered his voice. In the Doomsday Apartment setting, the weirder something is, the stronger it tends to be. I remember there's this creepy item called the Cursed Puppet. Its trait is that it targets a specific creature within its range and mimics its expressions, movements, voice, etc. Through imitation, it gradually erodes the target's soul. In the end, the cursed puppet replaces the creature it mimics, and the original becomes the puppet. On the surface, it sounded like he was just describing a strange item. But the pointed glance he gave to the blood mist guy made it clear what he was getting at. Jiang Ye wasn't dumb. He picked up the implied meaning immediately. The darkened replica got it too. Its pitch-black eyes glanced at Yang Wenchao. That look alone put huge pressure on Yang Wenchao. But Jiang Ye stayed chill, waving it off casually like it was no big deal. Whatever. With my current strength, if the blood mist guy really wanted to do something to me, there's nothing I could do about it anyway. So worrying would be pointless. If the sky's gonna fall, it's not like I can hold it up. Saying that, Jiang Ye suddenly straightened his expression and looked at Yang Wenchao seriously. Yang Wenchao felt his heart skip a beat from the sudden shift in tone. Jiang Ye said solemnly, "Brother Chao, you once said, you don't believe good people get rewarded, but those who help you, Yang Wenchao, will definitely be repaid." Well, I'm giving that same sentence back to you. Anyone who helps me, Jiang Ye, will definitely be repaid. I haven't forgotten that you went to the rooftop to save me. With that, he flipped his hand and pulled out a bracelet, handing it to Yang Wenchao. This is a lucky bracelet. I think my good luck might have come from wearing it. Right now, it probably has about half an hour of luck left, so I'm giving it to you, Brother Chao, to repay you for saving my life. Jiang Ye looked absolutely sincere. It made Yang Wenchao feel a bit awkward. He looked at the lucky bracelet, feeling kind of conflicted. After all, this kind of thing, in the Doomsday Apartment game, forget gifting. Items like this shouldn't even pass through other people's hands. They're too easy to mess with and trap people. If you can't even hand it over, gifting it is totally out of the question. But a game's a game. Game players have some experience. But this is the Doomsday Apartments beginner phase. Beginner players definitely don't have access to Black and Crow blood. Plus, Jiang Ye isn't even a game player. There's no way he understands the mechanics of the lucky bracelet, so naturally he wouldn't use it to trick him. So Yang Wenchao didn't refuse. When he accepted the lucky bracelet, he even gave Jiang Ye a bit of insight. Lucky-type items in the Doomsday Apartment usually come with a time limit, and there's actually a hidden mechanic with luck items. The good luck a player gets from them doesn't just come out of nowhere. Some experts on the forum analyze this. When players are in a lucky state, monster drop rates and chances of triggering positive buffs clearly increase. But once the lucky state ends, drop rates actually go below average. So strategy experts have speculated. The essence of luck items is basically borrowing from the user's future luck. Usually, after the luck effect wears off, players go through a string of bad luck. So the correct way to use luck items is to fight as many monsters as possible while the effect is active. Then once it's over, log off for a while and let the unlucky part pass offline. Even though this isn't technically a game, this trait probably still applies. If you were wearing that lucky bracelet just now, then for the next while, it's best to rest up and avoid taking risks. Only then did Jiang Ye learn about this kind of mechanic. His first thought was to ask, what about the misfortune bracelet then? Is that also borrowing from future misfortune? And once it ends, you get super lucky? But of course, he couldn't mention the misfortune bracelet to Yang Wenchao. Otherwise, wouldn't that totally give him away? Also, based on Jiang Ye's own guess, he figured the misfortune bracelet might be just like that cursed puppet Yang Wenchao mentioned earlier. It had already turned into some kind of cursed item, so the misfortune it brought to players likely came from the item itself. Of course, Jiang Ye wasn't actually sure whether the bracelet he gave Yang Wenchao, the one powered by his own blood, was really a lucky bracelet or a misfortune bracelet. If it was still a lucky bracelet, then great, it counts as him repaying a favor. But if it had turned into a misfortune bracelet, well, that'd just be Yang Wenchao's bad luck. As for him, he could at least use this as an experiment to figure out whether his blood was like the auspicious crow blood or the cursed black and crow blood. Yang Wenchao had no idea. Seeing that there wasn't much time left on the lucky bracelet, he waved to Jiang Ye and said, "That third big leg thing, I'll just pretend you were joking. No need to talk about repaying favors either. I mean, it was the bald guy who insisted on rescuing you. But I'll still take this lucky bracelet. Just think of it as payment for all the info you shared. Since there's still some time left on it, I'm off to go grind and level up. Game players aren't anything rare. As for Xing Man, that guy, you'd better not let him walk away alive. With that, Yang Wenchao slipped the lucky bracelet onto his wrist. It clinked with a sharp clang against the bracelet he was already wearing. Then, as if venting, he gave Xing Man a good kick. As he turned to leave, he suddenly glanced toward the stairwell on the first floor. Next moment, his figure flickered and vanished. Meanwhile, Xing Man, who'd just been kicked again for no reason, was inwardly cursing. But after thinking about what Jiang Ye and Yang Wenchao had talked about, then, as Jiang Ye's gaze swept over to him again, he felt a chill run down his spine. Jiang Ye don't listen to, but before he could even finish, Jiang Ye cut him off. He also gave Xing Man a solid kick, then stepped on his back and said seriously, 3 questions. Answer them properly, and I'll let you go. Oh, really? Xing Man looked stunned, but excitement lit up in his eyes fast. He knew it. These top students from Class 1 and Class 2 didn't have the guts to kill. Jiang Ye one-shotting Ran Zi had just been an accident in self-defense. He wouldn't kill him. Hope flared up in Xing Man's heart, and he quickly swore, as long as you let me go, I'll answer everything honestly. First question. You game players, other than having played the game before, do you have any special advantages? Like the announcements you hear, the abilities you awaken, or anything you had in the game? Did you bring any of that over? Xing Man didn't think too hard before answering. Before the apartment fusion, I already talked this over with some classmates from Class 9. About a few bros in Class 9 who also played the game. And here's what we figured out. When game players show up in the real Doomsday Apartment, we don't really get any perks. The announcements we hear, the abilities we awaken, it's all the same as regular people. And everything we had in the game didn't carry over to this apartment. The only real advantage was all game players were initially placed on the 20th floor. That actually was a pretty solid benefit. Access to dual rooms and the high-end mall right from the start. And more importantly, they could exchange survival points for money from the apartment merchants. That reminded Jiang Ye of something, and he speculated further. In your game, the pay-to-win part is probably survival points, right? Can killing people in the game earn you survival points? Xing Man shook his head. You guessed right. In the game, the pay-to-win system is all about buying survival points. When you meet apartment merchants, that's how the first recharge bonus is triggered, and players killing each other doesn't grant any survival points. Besides that, survival points in the game can also be used for resurrection. But in the real apartment, I've tested it. Survival points don't have resurrection power. D*M, he even tested that? This Xing Man must have killed quite a few people. Now that Jiang Ye had a rough understanding of the in-game setup, he asked another. Second question. Do you know how to get survival stones? At this, Xing Man frowned. In the game, survival stones were actually easy to get. Even though it looked like an apartment setting, the game was packed with monster spawn zones. At the end of each floor's hallway, there were dedicated dungeon entrances. The higher the floor, the harder the dungeon. Then in the red light elevator, you had a chance to trigger special secret realms. Also, every player's assigned apartment room came with a personal instance, which contained survival stones. Usually, players would grind in the far end of the hallway, since the monsters there had set levels and the risk of accidents was lower. Pay-to-win whales usually went for high floors or the red light elevator. The secret realms triggered in the red light elevator always had monsters way above your level, so even whales often got wiped out. But the game's horror effects were really well done, and the secret realms were super thrilling, so whales didn't mind getting wiped. As for the personal apartment room instances, they were generally for fun and could be entered repeatedly. For example, some girls would be assigned tasks like growing flowers, planting veggies, or feeding cute animals. They'd spend ages in there just enjoying themselves. My personal instance in the game was raising snakes, and those snakes could even be used to play a snake game straight face. Besides that, during holidays in real life, the game would run top-up promos and apartment events. Like during Chinese New Year, there were limited-time dragon and lion dance skins, plus group events where players worked together to blow up the Nian Beast. It was a whole vibe. Of course, that was all in the game. In this real Doomsday Apartment, so far I've only managed to find the dungeon at the end of the hallway. I haven't figured out how to trigger the secret realms in the red light elevator or the personal instances in our apartment rooms. Yikes! Jiang Ye had searched every corner of his own apartment too and hadn't triggered any personal instance either. So he couldn't help asking, then how did you trigger personal instances in the game? You tap on Return to My Apartment and then just wander around the room. When you swipe the screen, anything clickable would open up the instance. Ah, yeah, that actually makes sense. Games are always flat-screen experiences. You click around with a mouse on a computer or swipe your finger on a phone screen. Usually, anything on the screen that reacts is hiding something important. Once you find those and poke around a bit, triggering a personal instance isn't hard at all. But in real life, yeah, it's definitely more of a hassle than in a game. Still, now that it was confirmed that personal instances in player apartments were how you got survival stones, Jiang Ye's main body started seriously searching the apartment room with replica number 3 and number 4. At the same time, through replica number 1, he asked Xing Man one last question. Are there any differences between apartments with different numbers? Like, apartments with special numbers such as 6,666 or 9,999. Do they have anything unique about them? Xing Man nodded. There are, yeah. But I can't say for sure if it's the same in real life as in the game. In the game, apartments with special numbers usually had some kind of special features. For example, some of them had a civil affairs bureau where you could get married in-game. Some special number apartments were all female, with an aesthetic, dreamy vibe. There were even some with completely different gameplay. You didn't need to grind or level up. Instead, you could just hang out with NPCs and play all sorts of random minigames, both solo and multiplayer. As for the ones you mentioned, 6666 and 9,999, I remember apartment 9999 was also known as the pay-to-win apartment, or the strong player's apartment. Like if you made it onto the war god ranking in the duel room, you could get a room in apartment 9999. Yeah, get like completely free, no rent at all. In a Doomsday Apartment, tenant and resident are two different things. Those big shots on the war god ranking who have rooms in apartment 9999, they're the residents. As for us ordinary players, we're basically just tenants. A tenant's privacy isn't 100% guaranteed. For example, remember when I used your mutual aid group's registry to go door to door looking for people? That's because we're all just tenants. All I had to do was bribe the apartment administrator a little, and I got a master key card. With a master key card, you can open a tenant's door. But a resident's door? That card won't work. You must have purposely registered a fake room number, right? Room 2025 has an NPC resident, so my master key card didn't work on it. Holy SHD, you can bribe the apartment administrator to get a master key card? This dodged management, absolutely no principles. Totally deserved to get killed. Jiang Ye complained inwardly, feeling a bit puzzled too. He really did live in 2025, and he really was a tenant. So why couldn't Xing Man open his door back then? So he asked Xing Man again. The master key card opens tenant rooms 100% of the time? Are there any special cases where it won't work on a tenant's door? Xing Man froze for a second, then added, the master key card doesn't have a 100% success rate. It works on tenant doors about 80% of the time. So basically, open it 2 or 3 times and you're good. But there's one more thing. NPC residents have weird temperaments. Some are super aggressive, and if a player dares use a master key card to open their door, they'll literally sick their dog on you and kill you instantly. That's why I only dared use the master key card after confirming a player room from a registry. I tried 2025 twice and failed both times. I got nervous thinking I might be dealing with a high-tier NPC I shouldn't mess with, so I gave up forcing it. ROE. That explains it. So Xing Man had already tried twice at 2025 and gave up. Makes sense. An 80% success rate, but failed twice. Statistically speaking, Jiang Ye really was pretty lucky. Wait, no, it's actually Xing Man who got lucky. If he had managed to open that door, he'd have been dead on the spot, and none of his stuff after would have happened. But thinking long term, if Xing Man had died back then, Jiang Ye's blackened replica, who had been wandering outside, might never have made it back. So yeah, luck's a funny thing. Sometimes what seems like good luck at the time might actually be the start of a bad streak. Jiang Ye sighed internally, then looked at Xing Man again and continued asking, besides the resident status, is there anything else special about apartment 9999? There is. Xing Man nodded frantically. Definitely something special. But I don't know exactly what's inside the apartment, since I've never been there myself. I just read the forums and listened to game experts analyze it. Back then, probably around a month ago, the game Doomsday game suddenly dropped an official announcement. Said something about being criticized by higher-ups, forced to shut down for review and rectification, and that they'd come back with a brand new look. The shutdown was super sudden, and some forum experts speculated it was because Apartment 9999's gameplay resembled gambling, so it had to be adjusted. So my guess is Apartment 9999 is kind of like a casino. Those whales go there to bet money. And then there's Apartment 6666. Normal players can't directly travel between apartments. It's said that you have to go through Apartment 9999 to get to 6666. So I don't really know what's in Apartment 6666 either. Even on the game forums, nothing's been leaked about it. So I suspect that 6666 also has some kind of illegal gameplay that led to the shutdown. Maybe worried that what he said wasn't enough to satisfy Jiang Ye. Xing Man racked his brain and added, right, there's one more thing. Usually, beginner apartments get destroyed, right? But in the game, 6666 and 9999 supposedly don't get destroyed. Of course, that's in game only. Reality and the game are still a bit different. Hearing that, Jiang Ye chuckled. So even if you make up some bullsh asterisk T, you can just claim it's because the game and reality are different? Xing Man's face went pale. No, that's not it. I'm not making anything up. I'm telling the truth. All right, let's say you're being honest. But when it comes to the special numbered apartments, you haven't really told me anything useful. Xing Man turned even paler, thinking Jiang Ye was about to kill him after the questioning. But then, Jiang Ye casually said, so your third answer failed. I'll just ask a different question instead. After the beginner period ends, what exactly is the Doomsday Apartment like? Xing Man let out a slight sigh of relief and quickly explained. Not all players can clear the beginner apartment. Around day 8, veteran players and NPC residents usually start sweeping the apartment. Most players just go through the beginner apartment on repeat. The ones who manage to leave it and enter the Doomsday Apartment, those are the veterans. I've never made it out of the beginner apartment myself, but I spent a lot of time on the forums reading veterans' descriptions of the Doomsday Apartment. It's supposed to be massive, with very tall floors. All the residents inside are players. Only special buildings are managed by NPCs. Yeah, and players in there have to buy a place. They're all residents. There's no such thing as being a tenant anymore. But I heard you can buy a place with a down payment and pay the rest through a mortgage. I saw a forum post once where a player intentionally defaulted on their mortgage and got kicked out of the Doomsday Apartment. That guy shared his experience. Outside the apartment was all mist. He wandered around and just randomly died. Couldn't even use survival points to resurrect. When he restarted, he had to begin again from a beginner apartment. Xing Man rambled on about various things he'd seen veterans post on the forums about the Doomsday Apartment. Jiang Ye got the gist, but honestly couldn't tell whether it was all true or not. Besides, the actual situation might not match the in-game version. But then, after Xing Man finished his spiel, Jiang Ye suddenly asked, "You've always played in the beginner apartment and never entered the real Doomsday Apartment. What about Yang Wenchao? Do you know if he cleared the beginner apartment?" Xing Man's expression shifted, and his tone turned sour. "He just got lucky, that's all. And me, I actually think the beginner apartment is kind of fun, too. Jiang Ye couldn't be bothered to watch him keep being stubborn and directly asked, "Do you remember the black tactical jacket Yang Wenchao was wearing?" Xing Man was stunned for a moment and blurted out, "Why would I remember anything? We already fell out, and we weren't even in the same class in our second and third year of high school." Clearly, he misunderstood what Jiang Ye meant. But mid-sentence, he suddenly realized something. His eyes lit up, and he quickly corrected himself. "Oh, sh*T. I do remember. I do. Not from real life. From a game. I remember seeing it in the forums. Some old players shared a picture of someone wearing a jacket like that in-game." As he spoke, Xing Man suddenly understood something himself. In this place, game players weren't getting any special treatment. Maybe it was just that he, as a game player, had never cleared the beginner apartment and never made it into the real Doomsday Apartment. Realizing this, Xing Man's face turned pale and his expression even more bitter. The****. Yang Wenchao outdid him again. As rage boiled in his heart, a heavenly voice rang in his ears. "All right, you've answered sincerely enough. And I'm not the type to go back on my word." Xing Man looked at Jiang Ye. Even though he could hear the sarcasm in that "go back on my word" line, knowing that he really was going to be spared, he was overwhelmed with joy. He saw Jiang Ye turn to the red mist version of himself that looked exactly like him. Same eyes, staring at each other for a moment. Then he said to the red mist guy, "Let him go." Okay. Hearing that one word from the red mist guy, Xing Man was so overwhelmed he was nearly moved to tears. Unbelievable. Jiang Ye was actually that good of a person. No wonder his luck was so good. He deserved that luck. But the very next second, the red mist dispersed. Xing Man had just gotten to his feet, and then he felt a chill press against his forehead. It was the red mist guy. The tip of his right index finger pressed against Xing Man's forehead. Pitch black eyes like bottomless black holes stared straight into him. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of terror swept over him like a venomous snake. Xing Man's eyes went wide. At the same time, both hands clutched his own neck tightly, like he was afraid something would come out of his throat. His pupils widened further and further, and dark red-black goo started oozing from the corners of his eyes. Moments later, he collapsed with a loud thud. It looked like he'd choke himself to death. But in Jiang Ye's mind, a system notification rang out. "Ding! Killed level 6 player. Congratulations, you gained +1 survival point." Huh? The blackened replica killed Xing Man, but the point got credited to him directly? Jiang Ye was confused for a second, but after a bit of testing, he realized his main body skills, whether it was replica fusion, replica swap, or even replica possession, all of them seemed to work on this blackened replica. It felt like that previously lost mirror replica had come back. Still, a mirror replica is a mirror replica. He could clearly sense the difference between it and the replicas he'd created himself. The ones he created shared consciousness with him, to the point where, if he didn't have enough attributes or energy, he couldn't even control more replicas at once. But a mirror replica created by the replica reflection mirror couldn't be controlled directly by his consciousness. That mirror replica had always acted dumb, like it had no soul. Jiang Ye had never thought much of it, just used it as a tool for infinite fusion. But this blackened version of the mirror replica was clearly something else. As his main body pondered all this, replica number 1 looked at the blackened replica after Xing Man died, stunned, and said, "Oh, he told you to let him go. Why didn't you listen?" The blackened replica blinked, and in his pitch-black eyes a flash of confusion actually showed. "I did listen." Jiang Ye thought to himself, "Sure, you did listen, but you didn't understand what the boss was saying. You poor thing, no future for you." He ignored the idiot and looked sadly at Xing Man's corpse. "Sorry, brother man. Looks like the blood mist guy you were clinging to hated your guts too much. Ah, the death of a fellow struggler hits hard. You went down this miserably trying to ride someone's coattails. Doesn't bode well for my own ending either. So tragic. Too tragic." Jiang Ye lamented with a sorrowful face while picking up all the loot Xing Man dropped, including the master key card he'd been eyeing for a while. The blackened replica still looked confused but crouched down to help loot the body too. Jiang Ye caught a close-up glance at him out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but feel like that guy's smile was seriously creepy. So he couldn't help but complain, "Hey, big leg bro, can we talk for a sec?" Leg bro replied seriously, "Okay." Jiang Ye said, "Can you not smile?" Leg bro thought it over very seriously and gave him a legit explanation. "Those who smile have good luck." For real? After the whole lucky bracelet charging incident, Jiang Ye becomes super sensitive to the word luck. And hearing that now, it suddenly made so much sense. No wonder this blackened replica insisted on keeping that creepy smile, even though he was clearly kind of dumb. Turns out there was a reason. So Jiang Ye didn't insist on making him drop the smile. But still, he suggested, "Fine, smile if you want, but can you smile a different way? Yours is just too creepy." "Sure." The blackened replica agreed without hesitation. He even pulled out a mirror and started adjusting his smile while looking into it. Jiang Ye leaned over to check. Holy sh*T. The mirror didn't reflect the blackened replica at all, but somehow the guy still seemed able to see his own expression in it. He was actually adjusting it patiently. Jiang Ye couldn't see what was in the mirror, but he could see the replica himself. So he started pointing things out directly. Eventually, he taught him how to smile with his teeth showing. Jiang Ye looked in the mirror himself and found it odd. When he smiled like that, he looked especially naive and honest. But when this blackened replica smiled the same way, it still came off creepy as hell. So he stared at the blackened replica for a while and finally concluded, "It's those freaky eyes of yours. Why don't you try the covering your face smile? You know, the one where you hide your eyes with your hand. /Omega. Then he realized, keeping your eyes covered all the time probably isn't very practical. But the blackened replica actually did it. So then, a severed hand cut off at the wrist covered his eyes. He flashed a big, toothy smile at the mirror. No clue how he was seeing the mirror with his eyes covered. But the blackened replica actually said, "It really does look better." Jiang Ye glanced at the two hands on the blackened replica, then looked at the third, severed hand covering his eyes. Swallowed hard. "Where'd you get a third hand?" "Blackened replica. I have a fourth one too. Want it?" As he spoke, another severed hand floated right in front of Jiang Ye. In his ear, Big Leg Bro's serious tone sounded, "It looks better this way. What the F***K? Could you not be so creepy?" Jiang Ye lost his vision the moment his eyes were covered, and it totally threw him off. The worst part? The blackened replica actually said this looked good. He couldn't help but suspect. Was this blackened replica using this method to teach him the lesson of don't do to others what you don't want done to you? In his eyes, the blackened replica's smile was terrifying. But in the replica's eyes, using severed hands to cover the eyes was good-looking. Jiang Ye quickly told him to get that severed hand out of his face. And, at the same time, stop trying to force his own aesthetic standards on the blackened replica. So, the blackened replica kept the one hand over the eye pose, admiring himself in the mirror, looking very satisfied. Though in the end, he went for two severed hands. One hand over each eye, symmetrical, and now it was even more good-looking. Jiang Ye thought, "Fine, whatever. I guess you get used to it after a while." Still, staring at those two severed hands, he couldn't help but ask, "How many of those severed hands can you make, anyway? Please don't tell me it's like that white-robed woman's hair. Up to 10,086 or something." But the blackened replica answered, 9. As he spoke, he really summoned 7 more severed hands to float around him. The scene was deeply unsettling. But then, Jiang Ye suddenly noticed, among those 9 hands, one had what looked like a tattoo near the base of the thumb. That sight triggered a sudden thought in his mind. So he immediately ordered the blackened replica to put all the hands away. Then he, in the replica, took the red light elevator and left the first floor lobby. However, just as they stepped into the elevator, at the front desk on the first floor, the fused apartment administrator, still the deadpan middle-aged man from apartment 1008, was sitting with his head lowered, reading a thick black tome. At that moment, he suddenly looked in the direction where Jiang Ye had left. A moment later, he looked down again and turned a page. Then his index finger pressed down on the page where it said 2025. For the first time, a cold smile crept onto his eternally emotionless face. But this little detail no one noticed. Not even Wang Lingling and the others who were secretly watching from the stairwell. Wang Lingling and the rest only came out to the lobby after Jiang Ye and the blood-mist big shot had left. A group of over a dozen people stood there, completely silent. A deathly quiet filled the air. In the group chat, though, one bold classmate tentatively spoke up. Xing Man's name just disappeared from the ranking board. Did he die? No one replied in the group. But among the mutual aid group members gathered in the lobby, someone did finally snap out of it. Top student Su Yuewan swallowed nervously and murmured to herself. That really was some amazing chemical reaction. But the one with strong oxidizing power wasn't Yang Wenchao. It was Jiang Ye. Her voice, though soft, noticeably quivered with shock and excitement when she said Jiang Ye. That same shock quickly spread to the others nearby. And then, the dozen or so core members of the mutual aid group all started chiming in. Holy SHD, Xing Man's so-called big shot actually looked exactly like Jiang Ye. And he really was weird. He ignored Xing Man and listened to Jiang Ye instead. When did Jiang Ye suddenly become so strong? No, it's not that he got strong. His big shot is strong. Didn't you hear him show off to Yang Wenchao? The bald big shot, the blood mist big shot, and Yang Wenchao, they're all backing him. DMN, just give me one of those three to cling to, and I'd be flying too. That dog Jiang Ye, his luck is F***ing insane. DMN, I'm calling it. I'm going to cling to Jiang Ye too. In your dreams. You think it's that easy to cling to a big shot? You got Jiang Ye's kind of luck. Better not try and screw yourself over instead. But now that he's got 3 big shots on his side, he should have no problem paying that sky-high rent, right? Ugh, his rent is beyond what we should be worrying about anymore. What we should be grateful for is that Jiang Ye isn't like Xing Man, randomly killing people. Otherwise, he could totally become the next Xing Man and have the blood mist big shot kill everyone on command. But I still think relying on a big shot can't beat having real strength. Didn't Xing Man cling to the blood mist guy and act all smug? And look how he ended up killed by the same big shot. Jiang Ye himself isn't strong enough. He probably can't even control the blood mist guy. If that guy turns on him, Jiang Ye won't stand a chance. He could easily end up just like Xing Man. Gao Chang nodded in agreement, then said generously, but no matter what, Jiang Ye helped us out of the crisis Xing Man caused. If he really does get betrayed by the blood mist big shot, and by then we're strong enough, maybe we can give him a hand. Wang Lingling and Lu Shun both nodded too. At least we've learned a lot more now. Our growth should start speeding up. From here on, we'll split the mutual aid group into 3 teams. Group A will focus on fighting monsters and leveling up. Group B will work jobs to earn money. Group C will break into the apartments of classmates who've already died and see if they can recover any survival stones. A bunch of students are already dead, so that means more survival stones we can trade for cash. Once we've got enough game coins, we'll level up even faster. Soon, the group chat was buzzing again. The mutual aid group had reassembled. Group A, for monster hunting and leveling, was led by Wang Lingling. Group B, for working and earning money, was led by test grind specialist Wang Hengyi. Group C, for searching for survival stones, was led by Yang Xiaoman, who had already recovered one before. The 3 groups took off in separate directions. After surviving the threat from Xing Man, everyone seemed a lot more united. Of course, behind that unity was a burning hunger for strength. None of them ever wanted to experience that terrifying, helpless feeling of hiding in a closet, trembling in fear again. And more than that, they were all teenagers full of fire and pride. To be humiliated by those losers from Class 9 like that, and not even have the guts to fight back, that was just too frustrating. They were desperate to grow stronger, desperate to level up. So at this moment, their unity carried a strange sense of unspoken understanding and tragic resolve. As for Jiang Ye, he didn't pay too much attention to what his classmates were doing. His focus was already back on apartment 9999. To be precise, on replica number 2 in the duel room. While replica number 1 was handling Xing Man, replica number 2 had a smooth run through his 5-win streak. The reward he received was the same as Yang Wenchao's, a privilege exempt card. His 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th wins were all smooth sailing too. At this rate, getting 10 consecutive wins didn't even seem like it would take 30 minutes. However, something unexpected happened on the 10th match. His opponent for the 10th win was still a black-robed player wearing a mask. When the countdown hit 3-2-1 and the duel began, Jiang Ye skillfully performed replica fusion and one-shot his opponent. That's right, he really did one-shot the opponent. He was absolutely certain of that. But the duel didn't end. Jiang Ye's nerves instantly went on high alert. He stood at the center of the frozen domain, eyes scanning the entire duel arena. The first thing that came to mind was resurrection, like Yang Wenchao's ability. But Yang Wenchao could still be seen by others after reviving. So where the hell did this opponent go after reviving? There wasn't a single trace of them anywhere in the arena. Staying alert, Jiang Ye carefully shifted his footing. Moments later, he realized his body felt heavier somehow. Was this some kind of domain skill? No, that wasn't it. Still in absolute focus, he cautiously moved again and realized it wasn't his body that got heavier. It was his shadow. Yes, the shadow. Jiang Ye's eyes snapped down to the floor beneath his feet, his expression turning grim and tense. At that moment, a voice actually came from his shadow, relaxed and laid back, but full of smug arrogance. Found me this quick? Your battle instincts aren't bad. So was hiding in the shadow. Jiang Ye tensed even more and immediately cast another frost mist invasion, targeting the shadow. However, the shadow didn't seem affected at all. That same relaxed, smug voice carried on leisurely. But man, you're really something. Your combat power was under 80 during matchmaking, but shot up to 400 during the fight. No wonder you managed to pull off 10 consecutive wins so easily, even when we were trying to block you. With a broken ability like yours, I'd believe it if someone said you could speedrun a 100-win streak. Too bad, though. You ran into me. No, wait. More accurately, too bad you offended the duo organization. There was the duo organization, deliberately targeting his win streak to intercept it. But the attempts from win 5 to win 9 weren't all that impressive. He breezed through them. This guy blocking his 10th win, though, seemed like he was specially tailored to counter Jiang Ye's abilities. Jiang Ye was feeling uneasy, but he wasn't panicking. After all, he had multiple privilege-exempt cards. Even if he lost the duel, the streak wouldn't break. Plus, now that his black and replica had returned, he had an extra trump card for replica fusion. Still, a trump card is a trump card. Since he hadn't figured out what was really going on yet, Jiang Ye didn't act recklessly. It felt like the duo organization had something they wanted to say to him. Sure enough, that nearly immune to damage shadow slowly started speaking again in that same arrogant voice. Duel number 666. This must be a personal golden tier duel machine, right? Still in the beginner phase, and you've already got a golden tier duel machine. Not bad. No wonder you dare to ignore duo. But it's also kind of unfortunate. This kind of personal duel machine has its perks, but the downside is just as obvious. Anyone from duo who wants to match with you only has to target number 666. I bet you're thinking right now, whatever, I got privilege exempt cards. Even if I lose this one, it's no big deal. But let me ask you this. How many of those cards do you have? I can tell you clearly. Every time you use a card to skip the 10th win, the next match will still be with me. So this 10-win streak, you're never getting through it. And this is what happens when you offend the duo organization. D*MN. This guy's cocky as hell. In game terms, this was like corpse camping someone until they dropped back to level 0, right? If he kept blocking Jiang Ye's 10th win, even a pile of privilege cards wouldn't be enough. But seriously, this guy was way too confident. While Jiang Ye was thinking all that, the arrogant voice from the shadow piped up again. Oh ho, your combat power dropped back to 78. So your power-up only lasts for 3 minutes? Looks like your abilities got quite a few flaws. Lots of people in Duo could counter someone like you. True enough, his replica fusion had timed out, and the thing in his shadow had noticed right away. But while that guy was running his mouth, replica number 3 successfully created a mirror replica, and the blackened replica had also returned to room 2025. Jiang Ye had no patience for the yapping thing hiding in his shadow anymore, so he cut straight to the point. You've been talking my ear off this whole time. Duo must have something to negotiate with me, right? The presence inside the shadow gave a soft laugh. Then, in that same arrogant tone, let out a mocking chuckle. That's right, the Duo organization does have something to say to you, but only after you suffer 10 straight losses in your 10-win streak. So now, enjoy this moment. Here comes your first loss stuck on the 10th win. This creepy-ass voice, man, it was really cocky. That enjoy the moment line sounded like, watch this blade in slow motion, it'll look cool as hell. It actually made Jiang Ye a little tense. His mirror replica and blackened replica were both standing by for fusion. But then, right in the middle of the shadowy guy's smug monologue, Jiang Ye's main body suddenly noticed something. In his replica fusion skill menu, there was a new selectable target. Meanwhile, on the duel arena, replica number 2 saw it with his own eyes. The guy who'd been talking from his shadow just a moment ago, his shadow flickered, and in an instant he transformed into someone who looked exactly like Jiang Ye. Yes, exactly the same. He looked just like another replica. Oh, hell no. Wait. A chilling thought hit Jiang Ye like a brick. The new target that had suddenly appeared in his replica fusion list. Could it be this opponent on the field? The one who just turned into him? No way, right? Just because someone turned into him, the game actually counted it as one of his replicas? So then what happens if he uses replica fusion on that? Well, Jiang Ye wasn't one to back down. He was bold for a reason. Besides, he had privilege exempt cards. So why not try out? So, just as the opponent, who looked exactly like him, launched an attack, Jiang Ye's main body activated replica fusion on him. Yup, fused him directly into replica number 2 in the duel. And then, only one player remained in the arena, replica number 2. Per the duel system's rules, that meant Jiang Ye won the match. Immediately, system prompts rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on winning this duel. You've earned a wager of 320,000. Ding! Congratulations on completing a random match 10-win streak. Please select your win streak reward. What the F ******? No way, that's it. He actually won. For real. Jiang Ye hadn't even processed it yet. To be precise, he hadn't expected that the fusion would actually work. So that opponent, the one who had transformed into his exact likeness, was really fused away just like that. What even was that? Did that mean the guy was dead? Or was he just locked down for 3 minutes? After all, Jiang Ye's replica fusion only lasted 3 minutes. When the 3 minutes were up, would the guy realize he'd been fused? Would the opponent share all of Jiang Ye's memories during the fusion time? A flood of questions exploded in Jiang Ye's mind. He barely paid attention to the 10-win streak reward floating in front of him. Instead, he immediately pulled up his data panel and found this bizarre fusion was recorded as nothing more than 2 replica number 2s fusing together. Nothing unusual at all. In other words, the opponent had copied not just his appearance, but also his data panel. No wonder that guy had been spouting off details like how Jiang Ye's combat power was 78 during matchmaking, but surged to 400 during the fight. That shadow ability was freakishly powerful. If it weren't for Jiang Ye's absurdly broken replica fusion, he probably would have lost his 10-win streak. Of course, to be fair, the truly broken thing wasn't replica fusion. It was his X-tier ability, infinite replication. Only now did Jiang Ye realize. He had severely underestimated the value of an X-tier ability. It was infinite replication that had registered the shadow clone version of himself as one of his replicas. That's what let him use main body skills meant for replicas on it in the first place. Right now, Jiang Ye's main body had 5 replica-related skills. But in actual combat, the 3 that mattered were replica fusion, replica swap, and replica possession. And their skill levels weren't even that high. He started thinking, if in the future he could get a skill like replica self-destruct, then a fight like the one just now would make a lot more sense. Because as it stood, even though he won with replica fusion, once the 3-minute duration ended, he had no idea whether that shadow guy was alive or dead. And if he was alive, what he might think of the whole thing. That guy had been such a smug, asterisk earlier, shouting about how he trapped Jiang Ye into a 10-match losing streak on the 10th win, told him to enjoy his first loss like some kind of movie villain. And in the end, this was it. If that guy was still alive, would he even dare show up again to block Jiang Ye's streak? If he did, he'd have to intercept Jiang Ye's 11th when using a veteran's duel machine. Wonder if he'd feel awkward about it. Jiang Ye definitely would, just watching him. He waited the full 3 minutes for the fusion to end, then finally turned his attention to the 10-win streak reward. What he didn't know was, far, far away from all the ruined beginner apartments, across a boundless sea of death, there stood an enormous building wreathed in eerie symbols and towering into the misty sky. The legendary Doomsday Apartment. On the first floor, just like the lobby of a beginner apartment, it gleamed with gold and marble, bustling with players. However, from the 2nd to the 20th floor, things were nothing like a normal apartment. There, the floors resembled a giant hive, filled with countless tiny rooms. Each room was coffin-sized, about 2 square meters, and each floor had 1,000,000 of them. This beehive structure continued all the way to the 19th floor. The entire 20th floor served as the shared living and working area for those who lived in the coffins. The bottom-tier ants of the Doomsday Apartment, starting from the 21st floor and up to the 99th, were rooms for players with standard permissions. Those rooms varied in quality depending on the floor, with increasing luxury the higher you went. And from the 100th floor onward, were entire zones dedicated to guilds, studios, and organizations. On the 100th floor alone, over 20 small studios were crammed together, making the whole floor feel packed. But the duo organization? They occupied 2 entire floors, 118 and 119. The 118th floor was massive, decorated like a professional esports arena. Rows and rows of duel machines stretched on endlessly. Some were in use, others were idle. The entire atmosphere was silent, strict, like an exam hall where no one made a sound. Compared to that, the 119th floor was much livelier. It had fewer duel machines, spaced further apart, and nearly every machine had a few spectators gathered around. These spectators weren't duo members. They were paying visitors, people who had bought admission tickets, just like entering a theme park. One ticket bought you a full day of access to watch every match on the floor. That's right. For beginner players, the fact that they were buying win streaks was a secret. But in the Doomsday Apartment, veteran players had been watching and laughing about it the whole time. Some even recorded footage of promising newcomers buying win streaks. So that one day, when those players became powerful, they'd have blackmail-worthy dark history on their hands. Of course, for these tourists, the real reason they paid to access the 119th floor wasn't just to watch rookies cheat their way to victories. That wasn't entertaining. What they came for was to gamble. Every time a rookie player appeared at a duo-controlled duel machine, it was guaranteed to be the 3rd win, which meant every 3rd win for a rookie would trigger a betting match. Tourists could place bets on whether the player would choose to buy their win streak or not, and if they didn't buy, whether they'd win or lose. After a rookie's first 3-win debut, they would leave an impression on the spectators. Later milestones like 5 wins or 10 wins would trigger new rounds of betting. Of course, these smaller streak bets were just casual fun. The real high-stakes spectacle came with 100-win streak bets. The duo organization would analyze each player through their previous duels, gathering detailed data and developing countermeasures against their abilities. Under those conditions, Pulling off a 100-win streak solo was nearly impossible. And the 100-win bets? Those were serious business. Additionally, once more than 10 rookie players had triggered the 100-win streak milestone, Duo would start ranking and evaluating them. Tourists could then place bets on one major question. Among all the 100-win rookies, who would become this season's Rookie King? Only one Rookie King would be chosen from all the beginner apartments across all districts. So it was a huge event. Even more, the first player to correctly bet on the Rookie King would win Duo's exclusive prize, the Eye That Sees Heroes Award. This prestigious prize attracted countless spectators. After all, if you wanted to win it, you had to spend time studying the rookies with real potential. Just like sports betting, you had to know your teams. Naturally, Jiang Ye's 3-win debut had already drawn quite a bit of attention here. At the time, many tourists noticed this guy seemed to be performing far above his listed combat power. That was no joke. Even among Doomsday Apartment veterans, it was rare to see a power breaker type player, someone who performed beyond the system's limits. As a result, many spectators started watching Jiang Ye. Debates broke out about whether he was truly a limit-breaking rookie. Some players argued that Jiang Ye was a martial arts prodigy, the kind you only see once in 100 years. A true overachiever among rookies. Others thought he wasn't actually breaking limits. He just had a special ability that made him look stronger than he really was. In any case, he was the talk of the town, which meant he had popularity. And just like that, despite only having a 3-win debut, Jiang Ye became a hot topic within the Duo organization. The craziest part? Someone actually went for it and placed a Rookie King bet on Jiang Ye. That caused an uproar, no less shocking than someone tipping a web novel $1 million. Because according to Duo's rules, each player could only bet on one Rookie King. No hedging or multi-bets allowed. And the cost of that bet? A whopping 10,000 survival points. With that much SP, you could buy a serious upgrade. Even for filthy rich whales, that wasn't pocket change. Normally, even though the Eye That Sees Heroes award only went to the first player to make the correct bet, most players would wait until there were at least 10 100-win rookies before carefully placing their bet. But someone had bet on Jiang Ye, a guy who'd only hit his first 3-win streak. This was completely unheard of. It was absurd beyond words. So, because of that insane bet, Jiang Ye, just a low-level rookie, gained even more attention. And, of course, more targeting. His 5th win was already hotly anticipated. On the 119th floor, it triggered a sizable betting round. Duo clearly put their money on their own player, trying to block his streak. So for those who bet on Jiang Ye to win, the odds were sky high. And the result? The crowd that bet on Jiang Ye's 5th win raked in a fortune. His 6th to 9th wins weren't shown to spectators. But within Duo, his matches were tracked and controlled through targeted matchmaking. Then came the public 10th win. Once again, quite a few spectators took a gamble, betting Jiang Ye would hit 10 wins on his own strength. But some cautious viewers analyzed the situation and said, the fact that Duo was still offering high odds meant they were sure he wouldn't succeed. This bizarre, polarizing rookie, they thought, will probably fail right here at 10 wins. And it seemed like that. At the start of the duel, though Jiang Ye immediately one-shot his opponent. Once the audience saw who he was fighting, they exploded. F***K. It's just the 10th win, and they're already using a glyph mark member with suppressed combat power. Using glyph abilities on a newbie. That's just straight-up dimensional suppression. Duo's got no shame. Absolutely disgusting. Refund. RNM. Spectators who had bet big on Jiang Ye were furious. They felt completely scammed. Especially when Jiang Ye's shadow started talking trash mid-fight, announcing that he'd be blocked over and over again and forced into 10 consecutive losses. Those who bet on him were livid, as if they were the ones being ganged up on and losing the match. This is bullsh**T. Duo's shameless, absolutely shameless. Meanwhile, the more analytical viewers, who had predicted Jiang Ye would lose due to Duo suppression, wore smug told-you-so expressions and stepped up to defend the organization, who said you can't use glyph abilities at 10 wins. Duo's done that before. But the pro Jiang Ye bettors fired back instantly. Yeah, right. Every time they've used glyph abilities at 10 wins. It was against rookies who already had glyph powers themselves. This player, number 666, is clearly a total beginner with no glyphs. What Duo's doing here is just plain suppression. It's blatant targeting. And the anti-Jiang Ye bettors? They didn't hold back either. Dimensional suppression? Targeting? So what? He's weak, he deserves to lose. You think they'd offer odds that high just to hand out free money? Take a risk, ride a bike and get a motorcycle. Making money isn't that easy, pal. And yet, just as the players who bet on Jiang Ye to lose stood smugly by Duo's side, hurling mockery and taunts, the duel result popped up on the screen. At first, their arrogant grins only widened. But the moment they really saw the result, everyone froze. Even the viewers who bet on Jiang Ye to win sat there stunned for a long moment before bursting out. Holy SHD, what just happened? Holy SHD, I was too busy arguing. I missed it. Someone tell me, what the hell happened? Why does it say, the winner is that rookie, number 666? Holy SHD, I saw it happen, but I still can't explain it. The duo glyph guy was just about to attack. Then suddenly, poof, he vanished. And then the results screen just popped up. DM in it. It looked like he just surrendered or something. Like he voluntarily forfeited. Voluntarily surrendered? Don't tell me this rookie, number 666, secretly bought a win streak package without us knowing? So was this a fixed match? No way, right? If it really were fixed, what was the point of that duo member rambling on just now? Drama King? Loves putting on a show that much. Impossible. That definitely wasn't an act. He was clearly full of confidence, ready to block this rookie from getting 10 win streaks. In the end, it must be that this rookie has some kind of insane ability and once again one-shot that duo Glyphmark member. Holy SH*T? What kind of broken skill is that? I didn't even see how he made a move. The audience members, whether they bet on Jiang Ye to win or lose, were all utterly shocked. Of course, the ones who bet on Jiang Ye to win were not only shocked, they couldn't stop grinning. They turned right around and fired back at the ones who just mocked them for betting on Jiang Ye. By comparison, the ones most shocked were, of course, the members of the duo organization. But their discussion wasn't out in the open on the 119th floor. It was in their internal group chat. Xing Xiao, what's going on? Even a Glyphmark member lost? Chi Bai. It really looked like Wu Ying surrendered on his own. Zisong Haoyun. Could it be a mind control type ability, making Wu Ying surrender voluntarily? Su Shun, no way. If the opponent really had a mind control type ability, Wu Ying would have been able to replicate it. And with his combat instincts, there's no way he would have been caught off guard by something like that. Xing Xiao. Maybe it's not an ability, but an item? After all, Wu Ying can't replicate items, right? Tong Sang. Doesn't feel like that either. First, we didn't see that guy use any item. Plus, item activation is usually slower than abilities. Wu Ying's a Glyphmark member. He wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Zisong Haoyun. No matter what, Wu Ying's loss was way too fishy. Hurry up and explain it, Wu Ying. Tang. Yeah. Why hasn't Wu Ying come out to clarify anything yet? 3 whole minutes of chatter filled the duo internal group. Finally, the highly anticipated Wu Ying spoke up. This is seriously cursed. I think I really was hit by some kind of mind control ability and got force controlled for 3 minutes. The truly freaky part isn't that I don't know how I lost. It's that based on your chat messages, I should have lost that duel 3 minutes ago. Logically, no matter what kind of mind control I was under, I should have returned to normal the moment the duel ended. But I didn't snap out of it until just now. A full 3 minutes completely unconscious. And the key point is those 3 minutes didn't even take place in the duel arena. What the H*LL did that kid do? Wu Ying dropped a whole string of messages, venting his inner shock. And the other duo members? They were just as dumbfounded. What the H*LL? A method of controlling your opponent that lasts even after the duel ends? How's that possible? This kid's way too freaky. If that's true, then his ability overrides the duel system? No way. No freaking way. Yeah, no way. Wu-Wing, could you have made a mistake? Wu-Wing, how the F asterisk asterisk K could I have made a mistake? But seriously, this situation is just too unbelievable. Even as he said it, he knew it would be hard for anyone to believe. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't believe it either. As the group was heating up over his explanation, suddenly, a message popped up from the group owner. Duo, group owner, bring the scroll of memory and the soul-calming bell, and do another match at Wu-Wing. If you still lose the duel, make sure to stay in the shadow replica state. I want to see for myself what the H*LL is going on. The group instantly quieted down a lot after that message. After a long pause, someone finally chimed in. Still lose. So you're planning to lose to that guy again? But if he stays in shadow replica form, he can fully replicate the opponent's ability. Then we can study it together. Yeah, we have to figure out what the hell's up with that kid. Wu-Wing. Truth be told, Wu-Wing really didn't want to match with Jiang Ye again. I mean, he was so cocky just now, was planning to go big, and instead made a big mess. And it all played out in front of a huge audience. The psychological trauma Wu-Wing was dealing with right now, immeasurable. He even thought about ditching his identity altogether, starting over with a brand new identity. Otherwise, he couldn't bear to face anyone. Yeah, he had to switch identities. Wu-Wing thought it through and naturally agreed to Duo's request. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye himself had no idea any of this was going on in the far-off Doomsday Apartment. He only started checking out his 10-win streak rewards after the effect of Replica Fusion ended. The reward for a 10-win streak was still a choose 1 out of 3. But from the veteran duo players and the top dogs in Apartment 9999, Jiang Ye already knew. 10-win streak rewards were way more generous than those for 3 or 5-win streaks. In fact, the combined rewards from 3 and 5 couldn't even compare to a single 10-win reward. So yeah, he was pretty hyped. But with 3 options, he had no idea what to pick. In the end, he just closed his eyes and picked the middle one at random. Once the choice was confirmed, the contents of all 3 rewards flipped over one by one. The first card flipped over to show, I have Death Special Accessory. Effect 1, Dark Type Skill Damage plus 5%. Effect 2, Dark Type Damage Resistance plus 10%. Effect 3, Immunity to Standard Dark Type Instant Death Effects. D*MN. This special accessory was seriously OP. The damage boost was percentage-based. That kind of item could stay relevant long-term and not get phased out. The key was Effect 3. It could even block instant death effects. Jiang Ye was practically drooling. It was almost enough to make him regret not picking that reward. Even though he didn't have any dark-type abilities yet, he was destined to have infinite replication. So dark-type talents were just a matter of time. What a pity he didn't pick it. The second reward, the one Jiang Ye had chosen, flipped over to reveal. Phantom Lantern, eerie item. Light the oil lamp, and wherever its light shines, a phantom replica will appear. PS1. The phantom replica's strength is equal to that of the body illuminated by the lamp. PS2. The phantom replica's duration equals the time the lamp stays lit. PS3. If the phantom lantern is maintained using corpse oil, the phantom replica may inherit the abilities the corpse oil's owner had during their lifetime. Beta. What the? How did he randomly pick an item that just so happened to be related to replicas? His luck was seriously kind of freaky. Still, Jiang Ye was pretty happy with the reward. Sure, he could already create replicas, but the problem with his replicas was the cooldown for controlling them. Even though the replica reflection mirror solved that to some extent, it still took 30 seconds to create a replica using the mirror, which meant if he needed replica fusion to last more than 3 minutes, there would be a 30-second vulnerability period. Now, with the Phantom Lantern, the cooldown issue had a new workaround. Even though he hadn't tried it yet, Jiang Ye felt that if even regular players replicated into his form could be controlled by the X-tier infinite replication ability, then a replica created by the Phantom Lantern should be no different from the ones made by the replica reflection mirror and should also be controllable using replication skills. Moreover, replicas made by the Phantom Lantern should also be disposable and replaceable, just like the replica reflection mirrors. So this item, for him, was practically another heavy-hitting weapon. And on top of that, this thing could be maintained with corpse oil, giving replicas a chance to inherit the deceased abilities. For some reason, when he saw the words corpse oil on the card, an image suddenly popped into Jiang Ye's mind. That time on the rooftop when he applied hair serum to the woman in white's hair. Just saying, that so-called hair serum. What kind of oil was it exactly? Jiang Ye didn't dig further. After stashing the Phantom Lantern card he picked, he glanced at the third, unchosen reward. The third card flipped over, and it read, Distorted Box, Eerie Item. A distorted special space. Items placed inside will vanish into the space. But sometimes, unknown objects may be retrieved. Could be resource items or eerie monsters. This eerie item looked pretty interesting, too. With long-term use, it might yield surprising rewards. Maybe even items like the Eye of Death or Phantom Lantern could be pulled from the distorted box. But this thing required time and was heavily luck-based. All in all, Jiang Ye was quite satisfied with his chosen Phantom Lantern. And after his 10-win streak ended, he didn't jump straight into the 11th. Instead, he headed to Lin Jing's duel arena to see just how far Let Lin Jing Fly had taken him. Meanwhile, the Phantom Lantern was instantly transferred to his main body through shared replica space. As for Jiang Ye's main body, he was currently examining that blackened replica. Although his main body could use replica skills on the blackened version, it wasn't a consciousness-shared replica, so he still kept his guard up against it. So when the blackened replica entered room 2025, the main body and replicas number 3 and 4 hid in the bedroom. Only replica number 1 remained in the living room to study the blackened one. He directly instructed the blackened replica. The 9 hands you showed earlier, can I see them again? The blackened replica was obedient enough, instantly summoning 9 severed hands that floated around him. But this time, Jiang Ye searched all 9 hands and didn't find a tattoo he had seen before. He frowned and said straight to the blackened replica, I clearly saw a tattoo on one of your severed hands in the first floor lobby. Why isn't it there now? The blackened replica blinked his pitch-black eyes and smiled softly as he spoke. Earlier? Did I accidentally expose it? That smile was seriously creepy. He looked way too much like an evil villain. Hearing that, Jiang Ye almost thought this guy was about to rebel. Thankfully, after saying expose, he voluntarily floated one severed hand over to Jiang Ye, showed him the tattoo on it, and said, Here it is. This time, the tattoo wasn't on the palm, it was on the back of the hand. Jiang Ye was surprised. This tattoo can change positions? You said earlier it was exposed, so what does that mean it has to stay hidden? The blackened replica blinked again and took a moment to organize his words before calmly explaining. It's not called a tattoo, it's a glyph mark. It represents our ability and serves as our unique symbol. It doesn't have to be hidden, but hiding it makes it easier for us to disguise ourselves as human. If it's exposed, we can just pretend to be humans with tattoos. Disguised as humans. Jiang Ye swallowed and seriously mulled over those words. So, beings with tattoos weren't human, but eerie? Holy SH asterisk T. Then what about Huang Qi with his tattoo? He looked human, but was actually an eerie. So that line the woman in white said. She didn't recognize Huang Qi. She knew that Huang Qi wasn't really Huang Qi, but an eerie. Even that guy in apartment 9999, Ku Peng, who asked him about Huang Qi. He must have known Huang Qi was no longer the real Huang Qi. So he and the woman in white didn't care about the name Huang Qi at all, because they both knew that wasn't really Huang Qi. He was a player whose identity had been replaced by an eerie. So in this Doomsday apartment, there might be people who looked human, but on the inside, weren't human at all. Even Ku Peng from apartment 9999. There's a good chance he wasn't human anymore either. Even this blackened mirror replica. At his core, He wasn't human anymore. Granted, as a simple mirror replica, he was never really human to begin with. But now his identity was clear. He was eerie. This, Jiang Ye suddenly felt a chill down his spine. But then he quickly thought, if Huang Qi was really an eerie inside, why was he so weak? He got one shot by Jiang Ye without resistance. He quickly asked the blackened replica, how do these glyph marks show up on human players? Does having a glyph mark automatically mean they're eerie? The blackened replica shook his head and answered the second question first. Of course not. Humans can also have glyph mark abilities. In fact, humans with glyph mark powers can be stronger than the eerie, because an eerie can only invade one human player, and a player who's already been invaded can't be invaded again. So eerie players are fated to only possess one glyph mark ability. But human players, if strong enough, can have multiple glyph mark abilities at once. So, humans can have glyph marks, and eerie can also have glyph marks. An eerie can disguise themselves as humans. Like that Huang Qi guy, he must be an eerie, not a human, right? Jiang Ye immediately blurted out another question. Then if they both have glyph marks and both look human, how do you tell the difference between a human and an eerie? The blackened replica went quiet for a moment, then answered. The most obvious difference is, eerie don't ask how to tell humans and eerie apart. Or rather, eerie don't care whether the humanoid player they see is human or eerie. Only humans care. There are a lot of technical differences. For example, eerie have colder body temperature, and their blood is cold too. For example, eerie can only possess one glyph mark. Anyone with multiple glyph mark abilities is definitely human. For example, when using glyph mark abilities, those with overwhelmingly powerful effects are usually eerie. For example, most eerie items have different effects depending on whether they're used by a human or an eerie. When eerie use eerie items, the item usually fuses into their body and becomes part of them. The effect is stronger than when humans use it. There are also some eerie items that can be used to directly distinguish between humans and eerie. Alright, aside from eerie items, there's another category of item that behaves differently when used by eerie or humans. And that's luck-based items. Luck-based items? Holy SH**T, Jiang Ye was stunned. The blackened replica continued explaining on his own. When human players use luck-based items, the main purpose is to increase drop rates when fighting eerie monsters and lower the chance of getting invaded. When eerie players use luck-based items, they don't get better loot drops, but they do reduce the chance of being recognized by human players as eerie. Jiang Ye clicked his tongue in amazement. So, that lucky bracelet Huang Qi had was to prevent people from realizing he was an eerie? But back then, he really thought Huang Qi looked like a perfectly normal human. There was nothing suspicious at all. Just as he was thinking that, the blackened replica added another piece of trivia. Usually, only very weak, newborn eerie use luck items to hide their identity. Someone as powerful as me doesn't need luck items at all, and no one can tell I'm an eerie player. Wait, what? Jiang Ye thought this was some serious educational content. But this guy suddenly started bragging about himself. The key thing is, did you even hear yourself just now? No one can tell you're an eerie player. Come on, Jiang, you didn't notice Huang Qi was an eerie at all. But this blackened replica? He spotted right away that something was off, like obviously off. Even a random normal person could tell the blackened replica was suspicious. He had the same face as Jiang Ye. Yet his classmates could instantly tell he wasn't the real Jiang Ye. And this guy still had the confidence to say no one could tell he's an eerie player? Jiang Ye's face basically said seriously, without him needing to say a word. The blackened replica seemed to pick up on it, still wearing that creepy smile. But now with his eyebrows furrowed, the whole expression looked ridiculously awkward. My case is special, because the one I invaded was already an abnormal human player. Normally, when eerie invade normal humans, they can perfectly imitate the human's appearance. Even the way that person talks and acts can be replicated to the last detail. But the person I invaded was already a bit dumb and weird looking, not like a regular human. So me acting this much like a human while copying an abnormal template is already pretty impressive. Now that he puts it that way, it does make sense. After all, the Eerie had invaded Jiang Ye's mirror replica, and that mirror replica really was kind of dumb. So this guy had copied him perfectly. So he wasn't actually dumb. It was just him copying the mirror replica so well that he looked dumb? In that case, isn't this all Jiang Ye's fault? Anyway, Jiang Ye had finally figured out, back in the blood mist space, when that thing crawled out of the abyssal rift and invaded his body, and he felt a coldness worse than frost mist invasion. That was when he got invaded by an Eerie. At the time, he had swapped replica number 3 with the mirror replica. So the one that got invaded became the mirror replica. And after that, the mirror replica changed. The biggest change was that he seemed to have broken free from the replica reflection mirror's control and could no longer be dismissed. Jiang Ye thought he had figured it out, but in reality, if he had just seen what really happened back then on the woman in white's big monitor, if he knew just a little more about Eerie, he'd realize how totally bizarre and abnormal his invaded mirror replica actually was. But hey, ignorance is bliss, right? Because he didn't know any better, he just assumed that a mirror replica getting invaded and going all black and freaky was totally normal. The only thing he'd find odd was, just now, hearing this Eerie brag about being super strong and mighty. So this guy was not only powerful, but also proud. But then why did this proud Eerie listen to Jiang Ye's commands? Was it because of his X-tier infinite replication ability that all his replicas obediently followed him? But that didn't add up either. On the battlefield, even that Shadow had become his replica, but it hadn't immediately turned obedient. With the question stuck in his head, he just asked it out loud. The blackened replica, being surprisingly obedient, answered honestly, "Because you're strong, and you can help me get stronger." That matter-of-fact tone made Jiang Ye feel a little embarrassed. So, the fact that he was strong was already an open secret among Eerie players. And the woman in white saying he was dirty earlier, that meant she was also an Eerie player, right? Jiang Ye continued asking the blackened replica and quickly learned more about the Eerie. First, he was curious about how to obtain glyph mark abilities. Pure Eerie needed special environments and long-term nurturing to gain glyph marks. In general, wild Eerie couldn't acquire glyph marks on their own. Most Eerie with glyph marks today were artificially cultivated. And why would anyone cultivate Eerie? Simple. Because for humans to gain glyph mark powers, they usually needed to use Eerie. There were all sorts of ways for humans to obtain glyph marks, but nearly all of them came with the risk of turning into an Eerie player. Currently, the most mainstream and lowest risk methods were two. First, tattoo method. A human first tattoos the desired glyph mark ability onto their body. Then, like an Eerie, they spend time nurturing it. When the time is right, they seek out an Eerie with the same glyph mark ability, allow it to enter their body, then kill it from within to fully absorb the glyph mark power. The benefit is obvious, low risk. The chance of turning into an Eerie player is less than 10%. But the downside is just as obvious. Right after gaining the glyph mark, it's weak and needs time to grow. Second, Eerie raising method. A person actively cultivates an Eerie, forming a close bond. Then they allow the Eerie into their body and kill it from within to acquire its glyph mark. There are even professional Eerie raisers who help people bond deeply with Eerie. So deeply that when the Eerie enters the host, they might even choose to self-destruct willingly. And this method of raising Eerie, without hiring a professional Eerie raiser, came with high risks. Hiring one meant hefty expenses. So between the two mainstream methods, the former was still more popular. After all, even in the Doomsday Apartment, the poor still outnumber the rich. Of course, neither of these mainstream methods were something Jiang Ye could try at his current stage. That's why it was rare for beginners to gain glyph mark abilities. Most players only had a small chance of acquiring them after they formally entered the Doomsday Apartment and fought hard for a while. That said, gaining glyph mark powers during the beginner apartment phase wasn't impossible. Take Huang Qi, for example. he actually had a decent chance to develop a glyph mark ability and grow stronger. Because he had one unique trait. He had a tattoo, right? It was only after his conversation with the blackened replica that Jiang Ye realized. The tattoo on Huang Qi's body wasn't a glyph mark ability. It was the reason an Eerie had marked him. Players who already had tattoos before the apocalypse were easily targeted by lesser Eerie. So-called lesser Eerie typically didn't have glyph mark powers. But after invading a tattooed player, there was a high chance the Eerie could slowly nurture a glyph mark ability. It was kind of like the tattoo method just flipped around. But Huang Qi was too weak. Even though the tattoo method had low risk, he likely still ended up becoming an Eerie player. Which also explained why Jiang Ye thought Huang Qi wasn't strong. Because that guy never had the chance to grow. Maybe if he hadn't met Jiang Ye, he really could have become one of the top newbies. But if this really was a world where all people had been transported here to survive, with a global population base that large, Huang Qi couldn't be the only one with tattoos. According to the blackened replica, those players who already had tattoos had a certain chance of nurturing glyph mark abilities even during the newbie phase. But whether those players were still human or had become Eerie, hard to say. The tattoo method might be low risk for veteran Doomsday Apartment players. But for beginners, killing an Eerie inside your own body was almost impossible. It was like a mortal being possessed by a nascent soul-level cultivator. And the mortal has to reverse kill the nascent soul. Is that even possible? Almost definitely not. But in novels, the impossible always seemed to happen to those stunning geniuses. Jiang Ye sorted through all this and came to a few conclusions. The opponent he fought in his 10-win streak, the one who perfectly replicated him, most likely used a glyph mark ability. Veteran players having glyph marks wasn't rare, but using them against rookies, that was kind of bullying. Also, Lin Jing's quick battle card attack in his first duel probably used a glyph mark ability. Whether Lin Jing was human or Eerie, hard to say. Going by the blackened replica's explanation, Eerie could perfectly imitate their host after invading. And with luck-based items, they were basically flawless. Then there was the woman in white. Also, according to the blackened replica, all those so-called NPC residents were actually Eerie. Why didn't NPCs kill players? Because they had a better way. Invade and become players. Even the various odd jobs in the apartment. Might be for helping NPCs pick targets. And that NPC riot on day 8 mentioned in apartment 9999, where they'd start attacking players. Maybe that was when the invasion phase officially began. And those veteran players who dropped in later, who knew how many were human and how many were Eerie, it all opened up a much bigger world. Jiang Ye had originally thought he could use Replica Fusion to hijack Lin Jing's quick battle reward pool. But now, knowing about glyph mark powers, he didn't dare act recklessly. After all, no matter how good your stats or abilities are, if someone has a glyph mark ability that copies everything about you, that's a walking Kakashi going toe-to-toe with anyone. Well, okay, if someone turned into his replica and tried to match him 1:1, Jiang Ye actually wouldn't be afraid. But for most players, that would be a nightmare. That said, Jiang Ye himself didn't have a glyph mark ability, but his blackened replica did. If he wasn't afraid of the risks and forced a fusion with the blackened replica, he should be able to use those glyph mark powers too. Thinking that, Jiang Ye looked at the blackened replica again and asked, "You just said you're a particularly strong Eerie. So what glyph mark abilities do you have?" When that came up, the blackened replica's creepy smile took on a proud air. He floated 3 hands in front of Jiang Ye, each displaying a tattoo, and slowly said, "I have 3 glyph mark abilities." Wait. Jiang Ye reacted immediately. Didn't you say Eerie are only supposed to have 1 glyph mark ability? Why do you have 3? Wasn't that totally contradictory? Or had this blackened replica been lying to him the whole time and just slipped up now? But that didn't make sense either. If he were lying, why expose all 3 glyph marks? Just showing 1 would have been enough. The blackened replica clearly hadn't expected Jiang Ye to react so strongly. He thought Jiang Ye already knew how awesome and special he was. Turns out, he was being treated like just another Eerie. He furrowed his brows again. But didn't I already say, you're really strong, and you can make me stronger? And didn't you know? In the blood mist space, I wasn't invaded by a single Eerie. I dealt with all the Eerie in there at once. The master of the blood mist space probably got scared sh**tles and destroyed the entire place. But someone as strong as me, of course, I wasn't destroyed. As he spoke, the blackened replica blinked again and gave a creepy smile. But behind those pitch-black eyes was unmistakable pride. Jiang Ye suddenly realized, wasn't the master of the blood mist space the woman in white? She got scared sh**tles? Seriously? All right. The woman in white suddenly rushed over around the same time. Jiang Ye noticed something was wrong with the replica reflection mirror. He had thought she came from apartment 9999 just to settle a score with him, but maybe not. Thinking back, Jiang Ye suddenly realized that moment in the gloomy forest when he got pulled into a blood-soaked sheet. Maybe that was the woman in white's doing. Maybe she ran over in a panic because she was so shaken and wanted to study him. So putting it all together, this incident of his mirror replica being invaded wasn't simple at all. Huh? According to the blackened replica, a normal person can only be invaded by one Eerie. But this mirror replica had summoned all the Eerie in the blood mist space in one go. But can that even be called invasion anymore? If a nascent soul cultivator force possesses a mortal, that's called a possession. But if a mortal starts hunting down nascent souls to eat, can you still call that possessed? That's not even about what's possible anymore. That's just insanely bizarre. Jiang Ye swallowed nervously and asked, then, can you still keep eating? Can you still be invaded by Eerie now? Of course I can. The blackened replica nodded, seriously outlining his plan. I plan to perfectly disguise myself as a human player and lure all kinds of powerful Eerie to invade me. That way, it won't be long before I become the strongest, greatest Eerie in existence. He said this with such heroic pride, like he was talking about a bright and promising future. Jiang Ye was actually inclined to believe him. This guy would definitely become a particularly powerful Eerie someday. After all, other Eerie could only have one glyph mark ability, but he could have multiple. But perfectly disguised as a human? Yeah, let's not go that far. Jiang Ye didn't rain on his parade and simply looked at the 3 tattoos on him. Let's take a look at your 3 glyph mark abilities then. This red foggy one, is that a tattoo too? It's probably tied to a blood mist ability, right? Yes. The blackened replica nodded. This is the glyph mark I mainly developed during my time pretending to be human, blood mist shroud. The main reason I picked it is because it doesn't come off as too eerie when used, and its effect is straightforward and brutal. Under the blood mist shroud, enemies' attributes are weakened, while my own attributes increase. That's just the second tier effect. Once I reach tier 3, any injured unit will start bleeding. And at tier 5, if the mist envelopes a wounded player, they'll instantly turn into a dried-up husk. This glyph mark ability was seriously badass. Jiang Ye had relied on replica fusion to crush his matched opponents in duels. He used to think such overpowered abilities only belonged to him. But to his surprise, glyph mark powers could do the same. Under the mist, his stats would skyrocket while the enemies plummeted. A total stat domination. And that guy he met in his 10-win streak match. His glyph mark ability was also insane, able to copy Jiang Ye's stats directly. If not for his own broken tier replication talent, he probably would have lost back then. Thankfully, now he pretty much had a glyph mark ability himself. He then turned to look at the second glyph mark on the blackened replica. It was just a simple smiling face, 2 eyes and a mouth. V. Looked like something only a little kid would get as a tattoo. The blackened replica proactively explained, this glyph mark can change. As he spoke, the tattoo morphed into a pair of eyes, then into a hand, then into a mouth. And the most absurd part, the mouth could move like it was actually talking. This is one of the most common glyph mark abilities. It's called flesh weaving. The effect is the reconstruction of flesh and muscle into different organs. Like those 9 extra hands of mine. That's how I made them. Besides hands, I can weave other parts too, like eyes. As he spoke, several eyeballs floated around him, blinking and staring at Jiang Ye. Or mouths. The eyeballs turned into mouths, smiling at Jiang Ye. Some even changed expressions, twisting into creepy grins. Or even something larger, like heads. All the mouths gathered together and formed a head identical to Jiang Ye's, which the blackened replica held in his hands. This is flesh weaving. This ability's first tier isn't that strong. It's mainly good for scaring people. At tier 2, eyes, noses, mouths, and other organs can evolve into different abilities. At tier 3, the flesh can be woven into weapons and items like swords, spears, shoes, gloves, pretty powerful stuff. But for now, mine's still just tier 1, so it's pretty basic, not really viable for serious combat. Fair enough, kind of mid-tier. Jiang Ye glanced at the head in the blackened replica's hand, then suddenly asked, I saw a knife once covered in eyeballs. When used, it made the enemy act like they were mind-controlled. Do you know what glyph mark ability that was? He was talking about Lin Jing's power. The blackened replica stroked his chin thoughtfully, then guessed. Probably also flesh weaving. Also flesh weaving. Yeah, this glyph mark ability is so common it's practically everywhere, but it has huge potential. The tier 2 range of flesh weaving is really broad. Some are insanely strong, others not so much. It depends on which organs, eyes, noses, mouths you evolve, and what kind of powers they unlock. My own flesh weaving could already be upgraded to tier 2, but I've held off so I can ensure every organ evolves into a powerful ability at the next tier. The one you described, using eyes for mind control, that's probably a case where the eyes evolved into a psychic-type power. That explained a lot. Jiang Ye was absorbed and couldn't help asking. So tier 2 of flesh weaving lets each organ evolve into a different power? In theory, yes. But actually doing that takes too much time and effort. So most flesh weaving users you'll meet will focus on one organ. Some might have 2, but more than 3? That's super rare. But my goal is to evolve every organ into a powerful ability. As he spoke, the blackened replica got proud again. Jiang Ye thought it made sense. If it were him, of course he'd want every organ to have powers too. The only question now, if Lin Jing's glyph mark really was flesh weaving, did he evolve any other organs besides his eyes? At that moment, replica number 2 had already arrived at Lin Jing's duel arena to spectate. The number of spectators had clearly increased. A rough estimate put it over 10,000, maybe even more than 20,000. But this spike in viewership probably had to do with a change in the pricing model. Last time, Jiang Ye paid 10,000 survival points just to watch one of Lin Jing's duels. At the time, he thought it wasn't worth it, so he only watched one and left. However, upon returning this time, he noticed a new option had been added to the spectating fee system. One match was still 10,000, but paying 40,000 in one go let you watch 5 matches in a row. Paying 60,000 let you watch 10 matches straight. Of course, if Lin Jing lost early, and those who bought the 10-match package didn't get to see all 10 matches, then that was the spectator's own loss. No refunds. Still, with Lin Jing's War God ranking number 1 strength, if he really did lose, it would be an absolutely thrilling match. Getting to witness something like that, most viewers probably wouldn't mind the extra cost. Under this kind of package system, it became much easier to keep spectators around. That included Jiang Ye. This time, he came back to spectate and directly paid 40,000 to watch 5 matches in a row. After watching just the first of the 5-match streak, he realized Lin Jing's quick battle card strategy was clearly being countered, because his opponent this time was clearly much harder to deal with than the one in his first quick battle match. The guy showed up on the duel stage blindfolded. As a result, he wasn't controlled by Lin Jing's eye-covered knife. He got a real chance to go head-to-head with Lin Jing. But even in a fair fight, he still lost. Lin Jing's attributes and combat instincts were both very strong, and he probably still had trump cards he hadn't revealed yet. Jiang Ye returned to his seat, next to 1xin and probed. Lin God's opponents now should all be God-level players from other zones, right? 1xin saw him again, unsurprised, and snorted. Not yet. These opponents aren't from other zones' God rankings. Those guys are probably waiting for Lin God's quick battle pool to build up more prize money. Then they'll show up in the final few matches, beat Lin God, and walk away with the whole pot. Oomph. A bunch of vultures waiting to swoop in at the last second. 1xin sounded extremely disdainful. It made Jiang Ye feel a little awkward, because he was thinking the exact same thing, huh? He rubbed his nose to hide the awkwardness, then remarked, "Still, Lin God's opponent in this match is clearly stronger than in the first match. And it looks like he figured out a way to deal with those red eyes of Lin God's. Just avoid looking at them, and you don't get mind-controlled?" 1xin shrugged indifferently. So what if he figured it out? He still lost to Lin God. These current matches are just trial rounds. Those eyeing the quick battle jackpot are just using these small fries to force Lin God to reveal more trump cards. Then look for a way to counter them. Jiang Ye silently analyzed it all, then guessed. These small fries must be using privilege cards to match Lin God, right? Exactly. 1xin nodded. Because of quick battle's nature, any player in the whole server can match with Lin God without restriction. But there are so many in the matchmaking pool, relying on random chance makes it almost impossible to get him. So if they want a guaranteed match, they have to use privilege cards. Okay, confirm that you can match with Lin Jing using privilege cards. That was good news for Jiang Ye. After all, his golden tier duel machine still had 2 privilege cards to claim. So matching with Lin Jing later would be easy for him. Still, he needed to watch out. If someone beat Lin Jing first, the prize pool could be scooped up by a powerhouse from another zone. Hopefully, that wouldn't happen. If Lin Jing dared to go all out with quick battles so publicly, he must be confident in his victory. Jiang Ye mulled it over. Right then, during the 3-minute intermission between 2 matches, 1xin suddenly asked, "You left earlier. Were you doing a win streak run? How'd it go? How many wins?" Jiang Ye didn't hide it, just hit 10-win streak. He even grinned smugly and said, 10 minutes, 10 wins, easy. Truthfully, if not for a minor hiccup in the 10th match, he could have done it in 5. 1xin said nothing, didn't even comment. After all, this guy had already earned Lin God's admiration. So 10-win streak in 10 minutes wasn't even that impressive anymore. But what did you get as your 10-win reward? Which one did you pick? Jiang, you didn't hide it. Phantom Lantern. 1xin frowned and asked, "Was Distorted Box one of your 3 choices?" Jiang Ye nodded. "Yeah, but I didn't pick it." 1xin went speechless for a moment. The 10-win reward pool is super rich. Not everyone gets Distorted Box as an option. The fact that it even showed up in your selection means your performance was top tier. But the fact that you didn't pick it, that just means your luck might be a bit lacking. At this rate, even if you hit a 100-win streak, you might never draw Madman Mask. Seriously? Jiang Ye thought getting Phantom Lantern, something so tied to his replica powers, meant he was lucky. Turns out that's considered bad luck? Still, one thing was clear. The reason his 10-win reward options were so good was because his own performance was excellent. Players who bought their win streaks probably didn't get rewards this good. Items like Phantom Lantern and Eye of Death were definitely not common drops. Thinking that, Jiang Ye felt a bit better. 1xin even tried to comfort him. Still, maybe it's a good thing you didn't get Distorted Box. If some freak Eerie popped out of it, you might have died on the spot. Seeing how well 1xin knew Distorted Box, Jiang Ye couldn't help but ask, "Wait, Lin Jing's 10-win reward, was it Distorted Box?" Yup. 1xin nodded. That eyeball-covered knife of Lin God's came out of Distorted Box. It came from Distorted Box? But weren't the eyeballs on that knife part of a flesh-weaving glyph mark? Or was Lin Jing hiding his glyph mark ability on purpose? As he was thinking, 1xin kept rambling. Lin God's luck is ridiculous. Our apartment 9999 has others who tried using Distorted Box, but basically no one got anything good. That poor guy, Chang Kun, even pulled out an Eerie and lost 2 fingers. Seeing how chatty 1xin was, Jiang Ye intentionally gossiped. So, did you ever try to store a box? What did you get? Juan Xin, who had been talking up a storm, suddenly went quiet. Then he shook his head and sighed. My dumb luck is even worse than yours. Did you think I'm ranked last in apartment 9999's leaderboard and spend all day chatting in group chats because I'm lazy and unmotivated? Huh, Jiang, you really had thought that. But Juan Xin shook his head again. It's not that I lack ambition, it's that my luck is garbage. There's a saying in Doomsday Apartment. If you're unlucky, don't try too hard. Trying harder just brings more misfortune. That's why I gave up and just enjoy chatting in the group. You and I are pretty much the same, so you'd better stop trying too hard too. Just chill with me. Jiang Ye cursed him in his heart. Who's like you? My luck's great. Thank you very much. So you haven't even used Distorted Box because your luck's that bad? Juan Xin nodded. But if you really want to try, you can ask Lin God. Lin God's pretty easygoing. In apartment 9999, pretty much everyone has tried Distorted Box. Except me, the cursed one. Jiang Ye was honestly kind of curious about using Distorted Box. But he also thought, if he disrupted Lin Jing's quick battle streak, would Lin Jing still let him use Distorted Box afterward? Any normal person with pride probably wouldn't. But if it were a fake-friendly, profit-focused guy, like if Lin Jing still wanted to team up with him to kill an apartment administrator, then wait for Jiang Ye to get hit with a server-wide bounty afterward. Then maybe Lin Jing would keep up a friendly facade. But if Jiang Ye really did break Lin Jing's win streak, would Lin Jing still be confident he could kill him after the bounty was issued? Jiang Ye mulled it over. On the arena, another of Lin Jing's duels began, and the opponent who stepped onto the stage made his eyes light up. Juan Xin noticed his expression and raised a brow. What? You know her? Jiang Ye shook his head. No, just seen her duel before. Juan Xin grinned. You might not know her, but I do. You know her? Jiang Ye was a bit surprised. Juan Xin nodded, grinning teasingly. Funny thing is, this woman's situation is kind of like yours. She doesn't seem to be a game player either, but somehow stumbled her way into our apartment 9999. But back then, there weren't many people in apartment 9999. The only ones who could recognize her were the earliest group of powerful players to arrive. As he said this, Juan Xin looked quite proud. The unspoken message was clear. Don't be fooled by his position at the bottom of the ranking board. He was one of the very first wave of powerhouses to reach apartment 9999. Jiang Ye didn't really care whether Juan Xin was strong or weak. What surprised him was, she crossed apartments? And so early on. Juan Xin nodded. Yeah, even Lin God was shocked at the time. But after just one look at her, Lin God determined. She had never killed anyone. Never killed anyone. Yet still managed to cross into another apartment? How is that even possible? Jiang Ye was about to ask Juan Xin more details. But just then, the starting whistle of the match rang out on the arena. No matter how chatty Juan Xin was, his focus instantly snapped to the fight. So Jiang Ye also shifted his attention, deciding to ask more after the match. But the way this match unfolded was completely unexpected. At the start of the match, a red ribbon suddenly appeared over the woman's eyes. Not too surprising, clearly meant to block Lin Jing's blood-eyed blade covered in eyes. What was surprising was Lin Jing's response. He stood in place, holding the eerie blade in hand, but made no move to fight. Instead, he calmly spoke to the woman across from him. Before we duel, how about we make a simple deal? That one sentence stunned the spectators, sending them into murmurs and chatter. After all, in previous matches, Lin Jing rarely spoke, only doing so after securing victory. Yet here he was, opening the duel by proposing a deal. Even more surprising, the woman gave Lin God no face at all. She had clearly taken the initiative to block her vision, but now, without hesitation, raised her bow and drew the string at Lin Jing. To be precise, she drew the string. There was no arrow in her hand, yet with a sharp whoosh, as the bowstring was pulled taut and released, the sound of air splitting was crystal clear. It was as if an invisible arrow had pierced the void with unstoppable force. The fierce momentum of it nearly overwhelmed the massive war god characters displayed on the arena. Such a scene naturally shocked all the spectators. Who the hell is this woman? An invisible arrow that hasn't even hit yet, and it already has such an overwhelming presence. Even Jiang Ye was stunned. It suddenly clicked in his mind. After all, Yang Wenchao had a bizarre resurrection ability. When fighting Xing Man, he had no fear of death. He even wanted Xing Man to kill him. And every time he resurrected, he got stronger. But in the duel Jiang Ye watched earlier, where Yang Wenchao lost, he had faced this woman and hadn't dared to die at all. In fact, in that match, he didn't resurrect. He just died for real. Back then, Jiang Ye didn't know about Yang Wenchao's resurrection ability, so he didn't think the woman was anything special, just figured Yang Wenchao wasn't skilled enough. But thinking back now, for her to kill someone with a resurrection ability outright, yeah, that's kind of a big deal. But now that he thought about it, Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel anxious. Lin Jing wouldn't actually lose to this mysterious woman, right? If he lost, then the quick battle prize pool would vanish. Jiang Ye was banking on that prize pool to strike it rich. He couldn't let it get hijacked by this mystery lady. With that thought, his whole body tensed, focusing even more on the duel. Thankfully, Lin Jing really did have some skills. That invisible arrow, which sent waves of pressure across the arena, didn't seem to faze him. With just a slight raise of his arm, the eerie blade covered in eyeballs suddenly transformed. Each of the blood-colored eyes turned into grotesque, gaping mouths. Then, as Lin Jing casually swung the blade, something invisible seemed to get eaten by those mouths. The mouths embedded on the blade even started chewing. The crowd erupted in shock. That blade can transform. The eyeballs were for psychic attacks, but the mouths can devour the enemy's attacks. Offense and defense in one. This is insane. The key thing was Lin Jing made it look so effortless. It was like he didn't consider the woman's attack worth his attention at all. After easily neutralizing her strike, he calmly repeated himself. How about we discuss a deal first? The woman in the arena now looked serious, but finally responded to Lin Jing's offer. Fine. What kind of deal? Lin Jing gripped the eerie blade, gave a calm smile, and his voice came slow and steady. Very simple. In the upcoming duel, I won't use this blade. In exchange, you answer one question for me. As soon as the deal was stated, the audience exploded with shock again. Holy sh**t. Isn't Lin God being a little too cocky? That woman's pretty strong. Can he really win without the blade? If he's saying that, he must be confident, right? But what's he going to ask? Don't tell me he's smitten with her and wants to ask if she'll be his girlfriend? Pfft. You think everyone's as lame as you? Lin God wouldn't ask something that low. Just as the audience buzzed with shock and speculation, the woman on the arena also hesitated for a moment before asking Lin Jing what his question was going to be. Lin Jing didn't hold back and asked directly, "What method did you use to gain the apartment boss's favor?" As soon as those words left his mouth, the spectators were stunned once more. Jiang Ye was also taken aback. The apartment boss's favor? He remembered hearing that if you kill every player in an apartment, you gain the apartment boss's favor. Lin Jing definitely knew that. So what he was asking about was some other method of gaining the apartment boss's favor? Just as he was thinking that, Wan Xian's voice came from the side again. That's right. Back then, Lin God concluded that this woman gained the apartment boss's favor through another method. The crystal chip she used to cross apartments was something she got from the apartment boss by other means. As Wan Xian spoke, the woman in the arena finally responded to Lin Jing. Her eyes were still covered with the red cloth. Her voice was cool and distant, and her whole demeanor came off as rather aloof. A verbal deal? Why should I trust you? Lin Jing glanced across the audience, then smiled. Over 20,000 spectators, many of them influential figures from different zones. I wouldn't stoop so low as to go back on my word in front of all these people. He paused for a moment, then added with a confident smirk. Of course, more importantly, I'm certain I can beat you without using this blade. Holy sh**t. As expected of the number one on the war god ranking, Lin Jing looked all upright and easygoing. But when it was time to be cocky, he could be pretty damn cocky too. Jiang Ye felt a lot more at ease hearing that. As long as the prize pool didn't get snatched last minute, that was good enough. The woman in the arena still looked grim and indifferent. After thinking for a moment, she asked again, "Should I really say the answer to this question in front of all these spectators?" Lin Jing chuckled again. "The audience paid me a whole bunch of spectating fees. It's only fair they get some info, too." It was a generous-sounding statement and definitely earned him some audience points. The woman's expression shifted slightly. Finally, she said directly, "It's not actually as complicated as you think. My apartment at the start of the game, that is, at midnight game time. In addition to the usual announcement prompts, there was another one called Midnight Ring. The announcement said that all players in my beginner apartment were pulled into a randomly triggered Midnight Ring event that went off at midnight. And in that Midnight Ring event, the 80 players in our apartment played a game called Drop the Handkerchief." As she said this, her shoulders gave a tiny shiver, like she was recalling something truly horrifying. After a brief pause, she continued, "That Drop the Handkerchief game was very similar to the one we played as kids. 80 people sat in a circle. One of them held a red handkerchief and started going around dropping it. When she said, 'red handkerchief,' she tapped the red cloth covering her eyes before continuing. The first player assigned to drop the handkerchief didn't know what was going on and didn't dare make a move. He held the handkerchief and ran in circles around everyone again and again until, somehow, he vanished. I didn't even see how he disappeared. The handkerchief fell behind another player, and that player didn't notice. After quite a while, there was a scream. That player had his head bitten off by the handkerchief, took off running like something was chasing him. What we saw was just a headless player holding the red handkerchief, running around us, screaming while he ran laps. Then he threw the red handkerchief behind another player. If the player it landed behind didn't pick it up immediately, a part of their body would get swallowed up, but they wouldn't die. They just scream and run around like crazy. Omicron. At that point, everyone sitting in the circle was desperate, breaking down, begging like crazy, just hoping the person dropping the handkerchief wouldn't choose them. And through it all, we could hear that childhood nursery rhyme playing in our ears. Drop it, drop the handkerchief. Gently place it behind the little kid. Everybody don't tell him. And when the handkerchief dropped, the song would change to, quickly, quickly catch him. Quickly, quickly catch him. Holy SHD. The spectators were dead silent at that moment. Jiang Ye couldn't help shivering, almost convinced someone was sneaking up behind him with a red handkerchief. What the hell? That's F asterisk 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 ing twisted. Good thing he didn't go through that Midnight Ring event at the start. The woman in the arena didn't go into more details about the handkerchief game. She simply wrapped up by saying, out of the 80 players, I was the only one who survived. I got the red handkerchief, and I also got the apartment boss's favor. So, is that answer good enough? You promised not to go back on your word, so you're not going to pull a fast one, right? Maybe it was the creepy rhyme, but her voice sounded kind of eerie at that point. Lin Jing, across from her, fell silent. The audience snapped back to attention and immediately exploded in chatter. Jiang Ye couldn't help asking Wan Xin, you know how Midnight Ring works? Did you ever come across it when you played Doomsday Apartment? Wan Xin shook his head without hesitation. That game Doomsday Apartment does have some creepy stuff, but it's mostly there to make the game harder. Something like Midnight Ring, with that horror vibe, wasn't part of it. So, this must be some extra content added in the real-life version of Doomsday Apartment, like the glyph ability and eerie players too. At the very least, none of the players from Apartment 9999 ever mentioned glyphs or eerie players. So yeah, real life and the game are a little different. Just then, Lin Jing finally responded. He flipped his hand and actually put away that eerie dagger, which of course got the crowd talking again. No way. God Lin really put away that crazy powerful blade. If what that woman said is true, that red handkerchief of hers is definitely no joke. Isn't Lin God afraid of screwing up? He probably has other tricks up his sleeve. If you ask me, that woman just got lucky. She survived a game where only one person was meant to live. and Lin God made it to the top of the War God ranking. That's a combo of luck and skill. No way she beats him. The audience still clearly favored Lin Jing. Jiang Ye also figured that if Lin Jing dared to stow the blade, he must be confident. And sure enough, once he put it away, the woman removed the red handkerchief from her eyes and tied it around her hair like a scrunchie. Her eyes were clear and cold, but also carried a fierce edge. This time, she raised her hand again, faster than before. But Lin Jing didn't move an inch. He just smiled slightly, and right then, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared floating in the air in front of her. Her gaze locked with those crimson eyeballs. In that instant, her pupils nearly exploded. The crowd went wild again. Holy SHT! So that creepy eyeball ability of Lin God's doesn't come from the dagger. F asterisk asterisk. So he played a word game and totally tricked her. He didn't go back on his word at all. He really did put the blade away. Huh, I knew it. She only survived Midnight Ring, cause of pure luck. Girl's way too naive. Lin God just taught her a hard lesson about life, huh? Laughter and cheers filled the crowd. In a world where strength rules, no one thought Lin Jing was being shady. However, the woman staring into the blood-red eyeballs didn't freeze like his past opponents. Instead, the red ribbon tied around her hair suddenly floated upward without any wind, bursting with a bizarre red glow. Her eyes turned red, like they were being controlled. Red as blood, her pupils glowed while the red handkerchief floated like a strand of silk in her hair. Suddenly, a strange smile curled on her lips as she snarled wildly at Lin Jing. Really gotta thank you. Mind control? Ha ha ha. Laughing maniacally, her body shot into motion, flashing across the massive arena, leaving behind blurred afterimages. Those afterimages darted so fast they dazzled the eye. Only that streak of red atop her head stayed sharp and vivid, slashing through the air like blood. The audience was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Holy SH*T. I knew this woman was off. Her change of behavior totally reminds me of Long Kuei from Chinese Paladin. When she had her eyes covered, she was the cold, indifferent blue Long Kuei. Now that her eyes are red, she's the bloodthirsty red Long Kuei. I'm getting the feeling blue Long Kuei didn't want to face Lin Jing's creepy eyeball. Not because she was afraid of losing to it, but because she didn't want red Long Kuei to take over. But actually, this red Long Kuei version is her stronger form. So Lin Jing's move backfired. Tried to get clever with his eerie ability and just woke up her final form. So can Lin Jing still win this round? Is he about to get crushed and take an L here? Jiang Ye watched nervously, terrified the prize pool he was eyeing might vanish, while all the spectators were glued to the match. Far away in the Doomsday Apartment shrouded by the Dead Sea mist, on the 119th floor, a system announcement suddenly rang out. Player saying who has completed AI.His hero's wager. A single, simple announcement. Yet it instantly caused an uproar among the players on the 119th floor. No way. Another big shot placing an early bet on Rookie King. Who they bet on this time? That number 666 guy again? The one people think might have broken the limiter? Definitely not 666. According to Duo's rules, a rookie only triggers the eye that sees hero's message the first time someone bets on them as Rookie King. It would circumflex Nigerian Ira Epsilon. If that same rookie gets bet on again later, the system just says a player placed a Rookie King wager. No more I that sees heroes stuff. So since the message used I that sees heroes, that means it's someone's first time being wagered on, which means it definitely isn't number 666. Okay. But then, who did Sang Hu bet on this time? Which rookie caught a big shot's attention? Most players didn't know and kept discussing and asking around, until a wave of chatter broke out near the row of duel machines on the north end of the 119th floor. As that chatter spread, the spectators hanging around finally caught a whispered answer. Word is, Sang Hu placed his bet on a midnight ring survivor. That news caused even more chaos across the 119th floor. This wave of debate hit harder than when Jiang Ye was wagered on by a big shot, or even when he one-shot Wu Ying, all because of one word in that sentence. Midnight ring. No way. A midnight ring in a beginner apartment? And someone actually survived it? That's even scarier than the midnight ring itself. That's what I'm saying. Beginner apartments have never triggered a midnight ring before. Could this be some player messing with us? It's literally just the first day. If a midnight ring did get triggered, it had to be during that first midnight. But come on, that's when newbies were just teleported in. How would it even trigger then? It doesn't add up. Something's definitely off. This has to be fake news. Total rumor. Still, controversy breeds interest, breeds attention. Most players didn't believe it, but a few were determined to dig out the truth. They quickly crowded around the row of duel machines on the north side to figure it out. And it turned out, a veteran from the duo organization had been spectating a quick battle match. The one who initiated the quick battle was the top player on the War God ranking in Area A 985. And their opponent had claimed on the battlefield that they had survived a midnight ring. As players pieced that together, the debate started again. What? How could a newbie have a quick battle card during the early game? Why not? That number 666 guy used a golden tier duel machine too, didn't he? Probably some rookie cozying up to a reincarnation Eerie and lucked into a golden duel machine. Are you kidding me? That's a golden tier duel machine. You don't just luck into one of those. That reincarnation Eerie is definitely planning something. This is 100% setup. I'm telling you, this round's beginner apartment is going to be wild. No kidding. It's only day one, and we already have two big shots dropping that sees heroes' wagers. As soon as that was said, another announcement hit the 119th floor. Player Chishu has completed a that sees heroes wager. Holy SHD. Another that sees heroes wager. It's only day one, and we've already got 3 bets placed. 3 different rookies caught the eye of 3 different big shots. Wait, Chishu, isn't he enemies with Sang Hu? Don't tell me. Holy F asterisk asterisk. Did he bet on the one fighting the Midnight Ring survivor? The one in the quick battle match? No way, right? Just to mess with his rival. He made a spite bet? Personally, I think the Midnight Ring survivor clearly has more Rookie King potential. I mean, just surviving the Midnight Ring during the newbie phase, that's some god-tier luck right there. Most veteran players were placing their hopes on the Midnight Ring survivor. They figured if Chishu really did bet on the survivor's opponent, he would just try to go head-to-head with Sang Hu out of spite. Because seriously, Midnight Ring, that's the one nightmare even veteran Doomsday Apartment players try to avoid, even though the Midnight Ring event offers massive survival point rewards. The death rate is just way too high. And worse, surviving it is mostly a matter of luck. Even the strongest big shots have been wiped out in the Midnight Ring. And for a newbie to not only experience it on day one, but also survive. Say what you want, but that luck, off the freaking charts. And odds are, the rewards from a Midnight Ring run are no joke either. Someone like that might just be this round's true Rookie King. So even though all 3 big shots placed their eye that sees heroes' wagers on day one, in the eyes of the veteran spectators, the wisest among them was clearly Sang Hu. As for Chishu betting on Lin Jing, that was just plain reckless. And the one who first wagered on Jiang Ye, UMA, who the hell knows what was going through her head? Maybe she was just betting on luck. However, just as more and more veteran players began paying close attention to the duel between Lin Jing and the Red Handkerchief Woman, and nearly everyone was leaning toward the Midnight Ring survivor, Lin Jing smacked them all in the face. At first, the Red Handkerchief Woman kept flashing around the massive arena. Everyone assumed she was just waiting for the right moment to strike. And as her speed kept increasing, some sharp-eyed spectators in the audience noticed. Wherever she moved, she left behind tiny red dots, barely visible to the naked eye. They looked like some sort of marking. As spectators, they had a full battlefield view and could even zoom in on areas. That's the only reason they spotted those little red dots. Meanwhile, Lin Jing, looking tense in the arena, didn't seem to notice a thing. Until suddenly, when the Red Handkerchief Woman looked like she'd finally gotten tired of running, she stopped, her lips curling into another eerie smile. Then, with a sound like whoosh, all the floating red dots suddenly erupted in a strange red glow. The glow connected dot to dot, forming lines of red light. Those weird red lines looked exactly like the laser traps you'd see in sci-fi movies. They surrounded Lin Jing completely, leaving no room to escape. A lot of Lin Jing supporters were holding their breath in horror. And then, the red lines crisscrossing the entire arena began shifting and moving. Line after line converged and attacked Lin Jing. The spectators' hearts jumped to their throats. What happens if he gets touched by those red lines? Wan Xin was tense too, but calmly said, "The red lines aren't moving fast. With Lin God's reflexes, dodging them won't be hard. It's just that he's way too passive in this setup." Jiang Ye was just as nervous. No way. Lin Jing might actually lose this one. Just then, the red lines suddenly shifted to even trickier angles. In a blink, several lines pierced straight through Lin Jing's body. Watching from outside the red line field, the red handkerchief woman once again wore that twisted smile. But a moment later, the smile froze on her face. Because even after being pierced by the red lines, Lin Jing was perfectly fine. In the spectator zone, most new players couldn't figure out why. They just assumed Lin Jing was incredibly strong, with some kind of powerful ability. But on the 119th floor of the Doomsday Apartment, the veteran players were in awe. This Lin Jing, he's not an eerie player, he's human. The eyeball he showed before has mind control abilities, and the mouth has devouring power. That means his flesh weaving is already at tier 2, and it's strong. With that level of ability, I thought for sure he'd already turned into an eerie player, but no, he's still a human player. For a human to reach this level on day 1, damn, he's got Rookie King potential for sure. So now it looks like Qixu wasn't making a dumb bet after all. Lin Jing really might have what it takes. This round's human side is looking good. Lin Jing, the red handkerchief woman, and that 666 guy from earlier. He clearly doesn't have any glyph ability, definitely part of the human faction. Lin Jing and 666 aside, I don't think the red handkerchief woman is necessarily human. Her primary form is human, sure, but she's unstable. Looks like she could fully become an eerie player at any moment. Honestly, she's just unlucky. If Lin Jing was an eerie, she'd have one for sure. Maybe even use the fight to complete her transformation. Too bad she hit a rare case scenario. Lin Jing turned out to be human. With a human player this strong, that red handkerchief woman. While the veteran players were still caught in amazement, they saw the red handkerchief woman's frozen smile twist into something crazed. The red lines in the arena started sweeping around like they'd gone berserk. Lin Jing was a bit surprised too. He hadn't used any defense at all. In fact, when the red lines pierced him, he thought the match was over. He never expected the whole red line trap she carefully set would be completely useless against him. He didn't understand why it didn't work, but that didn't stop him from seizing the chance. He suddenly leapt into the air, his black combat jacket, embroidered with the words, "War God," flared in the wind as he dove down from above. A sword light, sharp and brimming with righteous energy, slashed down from midair. At that moment, Jiang Ye was stunned. He had seen Lin Jing use a dagger before, so he assumed Lin Jing's ability was item-based mastery. But now Lin Jing was using a sword, and the sword aura he gave off was way stronger than when he used the blade. So that means this guy's real ability must be sword mastery. And maybe it's even more than just mastery. As that sword slashed down, the red lines running wild in the arena suddenly froze. Moments later, the glow faded and vanished. But just as that happened, the red handkerchief woman suddenly smiled again. Lin Jing's expression instantly turned cautious. The spectators all thought this freaky woman was about to pull some new trick, but instead, she suddenly raised her right hand. The red handkerchief tied in her hair suddenly flew down and wrapped around her wrist. At that moment, a sharp-eyed spectator cried out, "Wait!" Her eyes turned back to normal. With that exclamation, The red handkerchief woman waved at Lin Jing and smiled meaningfully. Thanks. And with that, her figure vanished. At the same time, the system's victory announcement echoed above the arena. Lin Jing wins. The audience didn't really understand what happened. But one thing was clear. The woman seemed to have surrendered voluntarily. On the 119th floor of the Doomsday Apartment, the veteran players saw it more clearly. She must have been struggling with whether or not to complete her transformation into an Eerie. Maybe after watching Lin Jing, she thought, humans can be strong too? But Lin Jing's case is a total outlier. She could have secured Rookie King status if she just went full Eerie. But if she keeps fighting it and suppressing her second form, no matter how lucky she is, she might end up fading into mediocrity. Then again, who knows? If her luck holds out, maybe she really can become a powerful human player. Either way, Lin Jing and the red handkerchief woman both have strong Rookie King potential. Sang Hu and Qi Shu really earned the right to be called eyes that see heroes. Both their picks might win Rookie King. That rivalry's about to heat up. Meanwhile, what's 666 up to? Hasn't started his 11-win streak yet? Maybe he's off watching someone else's quick battle. The veteran players' discussions, of course, didn't reach Jiang Ye. He didn't even know that not only had he been noticed by the duo organization, but he was also the very first among this batch of newbies to be bet on as Rookie King by a big shot. And the big shot, who placed the bet on him as Rookie King? UMA. That name belonged to the VIP player who had fused apartments 1008 and 1010. From Jiang Ye's perspective, he only had the newbie view. Seeing the mysterious red handkerchief woman voluntarily surrender and Lin Jing secure his win streak, the audience broke into cheers and discussions. He let out a sigh of relief. At least the quick battle prize pool was safe. Still, there were a lot of questions swirling in his head. But when he asked one Xin couldn't answer them either. So he described the duel in detail to his blackened replica, then asked, "Can you figure out how Lin Jing got pierced by those red threads from the red handkerchief woman and came out totally fine?" After all, he was planning to snipe Lin Jing's prize pool later. So the more clearly he understood Lin Jing's abilities, the better. Know your enemy, know yourself, and you'll never lose 100 battles. And then, the blackened replica mulled over for a long time and gave an unexpected answer. "I suspect that Lin Jing might not have used any technique at all." Jiang Ye was stunned. Didn't use anything? But that red handkerchief woman made it seem like her red thread domain was super powerful. So what? Was she throwing the match with Lin Jing? The blackened replica was momentarily thrown off by Jiang Ye's weird line of thinking. He quickly explained, "That's not it. What I mean is, the red handkerchief woman's ability might have been targeted specifically at Eerie players. And Lin Jing isn't an Eerie, so he was unharmed. For example, my Blood Mist Shroud glyph ability is super effective on human players, but it's almost useless against Eerie players. Same with the Flesh-Weaving glyph, it works better on humans. Against Eerie players, even if it's not completely ineffective, its power is drastically reduced. RAOES. That red thread domain the red handkerchief woman laid out was probably a power aimed specifically at Eerie players, because she thought Lin Jing was one. But she never expected Lin Jing is actually human. At that line, the usually flat tone of the blackened replica actually revealed a hint of shock. To be honest, I didn't expect Lin Jing to be human either. Based on your description, he should possess a second-tier flesh-weaving glyph ability. At this point in time, if he were an Eerie player, that'd be normal. Probably just someone who'd been taken over by a powerful reincarnated Eerie. But if he's a human player, then he's really powerful, like top tier among newbies powerful. Because human players can have multiple glyph abilities. Though in theory, getting a second glyph ability is harder than the first, and the risk of turning into an Eerie increases. But that difficulty is relative. Someone like Lin Jing, who already has one glyph ability and even advanced it to second tier on day one. For him, getting a second glyph would probably come with no risks or challenges. The only question is, does he realize his situation clearly And does he have access to a strong second glyph ability? So that's how it is. Sounds like Lin Jing has serious potential. Makes sense. He's ranked #1 on the War God ranking in their region by a wide margin. Most of the other big names on Apartment 9999's War God ranking don't even challenge him. Which means, can Jiang Ye still snipe his quick battle prize pool? He didn't overthink it. He had a privilege-exempt card anyway, so even if he failed, he'd chalk it up as experience. What really caught his attention was a term. Reincarnated Eerie? What's a reincarnated Eerie? Is it really strong? The blackened replica shook his head. Reincarnated Eerie is a term used specifically in the context of beginner apartments. In essence, it's not necessarily strong, but compared to regular Eerie's in beginner apartments, it is stronger. He went on to explain, because ordinary Eerie's in beginner apartments are tied to the apartment itself. In other words, when a beginner apartment is created, they come into existence. When the apartment is destroyed, they perish too. So these regular Eerie's want to take over human players and survive. But reincarnated Eerie's manage to escape that destruction. However, escaping didn't free them from the beginner apartment cycle. Instead, it bound them into a reincarnation loop within the beginner apartments. In short, a reincarnated Eerie is an Eerie that's gone through more than one round of the beginner apartment. So whether a reincarnated Eerie is strong depends on how many times they've gone through the cycle. In general, the more cycles, the stronger they are. But high-cycle reincarnated Eerie's are rare. Because reincarnating with the apartment is risky, they could die during the transition when the apartment is created or destroyed. Then, after thinking for a moment, the blackened replica continued with analysis and speculation. That red handkerchief woman who fought Lin Jing is probably an extremely powerful reincarnated Eerie, because there's never been a precedent of Midnight Ring occurring during the newbie phase. That Midnight Ring she experienced when the beginner apartment was created was likely caused by a very powerful reincarnated Eerie. Jiang Ye agreed. It was highly likely the red handkerchief woman was no longer a human player. After all, if she thought Lin Jing was an Eerie player, then chances are she was one herself. But then why? Did she have two modes, like red Lon Kuei and blue Lon Kuei? Split personality? Jiang Ye didn't care much about the red handkerchief woman. After all, they had no real connection. What he thought of next was the white-clad woman. She was probably a powerful reincarnated Eerie too. Thinking back, Jiang Ye had seen the white-clad woman crawl out of one TV screen after another in her apartment. Just like Sadako, at the time, he only felt it was eerie and terrifying, assuming it was just a scare tactic used by an apartment resident to mess with players. But now that he thought about it, those screens she crawled out of, maybe they symbolized the beginner apartments she had reincarnated through. That wasn't a scary scene meant to frighten him. It was the reincarnation path she had walked. And back then, maybe even a single misstep could have caused her to fail her reincarnation and die right then and there. If you looked at it that way, the fact that she valued her hair so much, even chasing it across apartments, it probably had something to do with her reincarnation, right? Most people would stop thinking at this point. But Jiang Ye couldn't help going one step further. If Eerie's could reincarnate, what about humans? Could he arrange for a replica to reincarnate inside a beginner apartment? With that thought, he asked the blackened replica directly. The blackened replica was so stunned by his train of thought, it took him a while to formulate a reply. In theory, it's possible, but the risk is way too high. There's absolutely no need to do that. Reincarnated Eerie's only exist because they had no other choice. For example, some with only a few reincarnations probably failed to find a suitable host to invade and didn't want to be destroyed, so they chose to reincarnate. As for those with many reincarnations, they've usually developed certain emotions that Eerie's shouldn't have. Normally, Eerie's are more than happy to parasitize humans. But there are some who develop higher-level emotions and believe that Eerie's should remain Eerie's. They shouldn't take over humans. Just like human players hate Eerie players. That disgust stems from a kind of dignity of the soul, a high-level emotion. Most Eries don't have this kind of emotional capacity. But once they do gain that higher level emotion, they become more like humans, wanting to live as themselves, upright and proud, without parasitizing people. So that's how it was. Then, Jiang Ye quickly asked again, if a reincarnated Erie doesn't want to parasitize a human, how do they completely escape the beginner apartment? He didn't even wait for a response, and just kept going on his own. The beginner apartment is controlled by the apartment boss. So what does that mean? As long as they kill the apartment boss, there's a chance the reincarnated Erie can escape without having to parasitize someone. That was the only reason he could think of for why the white-clad woman had issued that quest. But again, the blackened replica was completely thrown by his logic path. Kill the apartment boss? Maybe some reincarnated Eries do believe that's a solution. But that naive idea is totally impossible to carry out. The entire beginner apartment is under the control of the apartment boss. Think about it. In that situation, who in the beginner apartment could possibly kill the apartment boss? Jiang Ye realized, yeah, it was basically impossible. He'd probably been set up with that quest from the white-clad woman. She said there'd be no penalty, but who knew? Maybe he'd end up throwing his life away. D***. Is it even possible to bail on a quest like this? But he'd already happily made use of that golden tier duel machine. Maybe he could just ditch the quest after killing the apartment administrator? Just as he was mulling this over, he heard knocking at the door again. He was about to go check the peephole, but the blackened replica was faster. He raised a hand, and a floating eyeball appeared right at the peephole. Gotta say, that was pretty convenient. But then the blackened replica said, "No one's outside." And almost at the exact same time, from the living room's TV screen, a voice suddenly came out. "I'm right here." The voice sent chills down Jiang Ye's spine. His scalp tingled, and his pupils trembled. Because that voice, it was the voice of Ding Dang, the one he'd killed. What the F***? How long had Ding Dang been offline? How the H***LL? Was he coming back from the dead? While Jiang Ye was still reeling from shock, he watched with wide eyes as Ding Dang's image actually appeared in the TV screen. A pair of cold, hateful eyes full of murderous intent locked onto him through the screen. Then Ding Dang's lips curled into an eerie smile. "Didn't expect this, huh, Jiang Ye? I'm here for revenge." And with that, the ghastly, corpse-pale figure lunged out from the screen. In that instant, Jiang Ye's sanity meter crashed. He nearly lost all reason. Instinctively, he was ready to fight back. But the one who lost, it was only his #1 replica. The real Jiang Ye, his main body, was observing all of this through the emotional links of his multiple replicas. And after everything he'd experienced, his real self had become pretty used to wild chaos. Compared to the frenzied replicas, the main body remained weirdly calm. That sense of being a detached observer gave him a strange intuition the moment this weird crisis exploded. So, just as a #1 replica was about to reflexively attack Ding Dang, he didn't hesitate and immediately swapped its place with a mirror replica. Now, facing the vengeful Ding Dang leaping out of the screen, it was replica #3, the mirror replica. Up until now, Jiang Ye had mostly used the mirror replica for fusion purposes, because while the mirror replica would follow his commands, it couldn't be controlled directly by thought. So the moment it got swapped in and faced danger, the mirror replica instinctively launched an attack on Ding Dang. In the blink of an eye, frost mist invasion struck Ding Dang's body. But instead of being harmed, Ding Dang showed a sinister got you grin. And in the next second, as Ding Dang smiled, the mirror replica disappeared without warning. Yeah, it was dead. One shot killed. Jiang, you didn't even know how this creepy Ding Dang attacked. But after instantly killing the mirror replica, Ding Dang's smile actually froze. It seemed the result wasn't what he wanted. His eyes sharpened, then suddenly turned toward Jiang Ye's real body in the bedroom. With a chilling voice, he sneered. So, it was a replica. And almost as soon as the words left his mouth, right in front of Jiang Ye's real body, hidden in the bedroom, that ghastly, pale, and eerie face of Ding Dang appeared. That face locked eyes with Jiang Ye, staring straight into his soul. They were so close, it was almost face to face. Ding Dang's now slim, almost skeletal fingertips reached out and tapped directly on Jiang Ye's chest, right over his heart. A point-blank ultimate move. Fingertip aimed right at the heart. It felt like in the very next second, Jiang Ye would die on the spot. And the most critical thing was, this wasn't a replica, this was the real body. At that moment, even the relatively calm main body clearly experienced a brief flash of panic. Almost instinctively, he wanted to resist. In fact, any normal person would have reflexively fought back at this point. But Jiang Ye, relying on that strange premonition from moments ago, and the explosive potential from this brush with death, forcefully restrained that instinctive reaction. He just stood there, back pressed against the wardrobe, not moving a single inch. Just like that. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A few brief moments, but they felt like pure torture. The blackened replica also flashed into the room. But even he didn't act rashly or attack Ding Dang. Then Ding Dang slowly pulled back from being so close to Jiang Ye. After stepping back a few paces, his eyes still locked tightly onto Jiang Ye's. The smile was gone. His voice, too, became void of emotion, flat as still water. You recognized me? Only now did Jiang Ye truly let out a deep sigh of relief in his heart. It felt like surviving a brush with death. But outwardly, he remained composed and calmly replied to this Ding Dang. You're the apartment administrator. Yes, the apartment administrator. The moment Jiang Ye saw Ding Dang, he knew that wasn't the real Ding Dang. Ding Dang was already dead, and his name on the member list hadn't reappeared. So, once he figured that out, the relatively calm main body of Jiang Ye quickly thought it over. Who could be impersonating Ding Dang? The first person that came to mind, of course, was the white-clad woman. After all, she had crawled out of his TV screen before. But the white-clad woman didn't seem to have any motive for doing this. Just to scare him? Or even if, for some unknown reason, she did have a motive. She had no connection with Ding Dang whatsoever. They were two beings who had never even met. Why would she think of using Ding Dang to scare him? But if we're talking about someone who did have a connection to Ding Dang, all the classmates from Class 1 and Class 2 could technically count. But those classmates of his probably didn't have this kind of capability. And aside from them, there was one more person. You see, when Jiang Ye killed Ding Dang, it happened right in the lobby on the first floor of the apartment, at the front desk where the administrator was stationed. Ding Dang, that guy, had initially wanted Jiang Ye to be his guarantor for a loan. Then he listened to Yang Wenchao's bullsh *T about killing someone to get survival points, which can be used for resurrection. So he ambushed Jiang Ye and ended up getting killed instead. At the time, there were two witnesses, Yu Ziyu and the apartment administrator. Yu Ziyu had already been labeled a traitor and was killed by Wang Lingling. Of course, it's still possible that for some eerie reason, he might continue to exist as an eerie. But Jiang Ye couldn't imagine Yu Ziyu bearing any grudge against him. If he wanted revenge, it should be against Wang Lingling. So, the most likely suspect was the apartment administrator. The administrator had seen him kill Ding Dang with his own eyes. And he probably knew that Ding Dang was the first person Jiang Ye had killed, a classmate, making him the most likely to become a psychological shadow. Plus, the administrator had a motive, because Jiang Ye had already intended to kill the apartment administrator. Back in the lobby, he had openly interrogated Xing Man about it, and even mentioned it to Yang Wenchao. There's a good chance the administrator took note of that back then, so that emotionless middle-aged man might have taken some kind of action. It was impressive that Jiang Ye was able to think all of this through in such a short time. But in truth, he wasn't 100% sure it was the apartment administrator until Ding Dang spoke. The final confirmation came when, in that life or death moment, even when instinct was screaming at him to fight back, he used an immense willpower to suppress that instinct. He didn't make a move, because he remembered. One of the big shots from apartment 9999 had mentioned it before. When a player attacks the administrator proactively, the administrator gains the right to erasure. To cancel out that right, a player has to use the Madman Mask, which is only obtainable from 100 win streak. Exactly. That was what reminded Jiang Ye. He didn't have the Madman Mask yet. If he attacked the administrator now, he'd be instantly erased. In fact, when he swapped his #1 replica with his mirror replica, he hadn't fully thought that through. Everything had happened so fast, there was no time to think it all over. So you could say it was some kind of uncanny sixth sense. Only after his main body held back that instinct and nothing happened did he fully confirm. The one impersonating Ding Ding, trying to lure him into attacking, was the apartment administrator. At that moment, Jiang Ye let out a breath of relief deep down, but didn't dare relax. He kept his eyes locked on the fake Ding Ding. Ding Ding gave a weird smile again, voice still dry and indifferent. Didn't you claim you were going to kill me? Well, here I am at your doorstep, and now you're too scared to make a move? Jiang Ye chuckled, putting on a relaxed act. Hey, that's just who I am. Got too much of a conscience. Instead of hurting others out of malice, I prefer good old self-defense. Ding Ding can vouch for that. How about this, uncle? Why don't you make the first move, and I'll defend myself? Humph. The administrator let out another scoffing laugh, and in that moment, shifted from Ding Ding's form back into his original face, the emotionless middle-aged man. Ranop. Humph, humph, humph. That blank expression paired with scoffing laughter was downright creepy. The look he gave Jiang Ye was cold and full of contempt. If I really made a move, you think you'd still have a chance to defend yourself? That line came out with full force, heavy with pressure. But Jiang Ye didn't flinch, still smiling easily. Seriously? Well then, uncle, why don't you try and see if I survive it? The administrator's expression darkened again, his gaze taking on a more sinister edge. After a beat, he let out another round of humph 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 laughter. Eyes narrowing, he stared at Jiang Ye, his tone dangerous. Humph, humph. Kid, you really haven't figured out what's going on yet, have you? Don't tell me you think that just because you got away this time, you're in the clear? Truth or illusion, I don't believe you'll be able to hold back every time something unexpected happens. In fact, maybe you think you're just fighting in the duel room, but really, you're making a move on me. Humph, 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 humph. The administrator's laughter was deeply eerie and chilling. When I think about it that way, you getting through this round might actually be a good thing. After all, I wouldn't want such an amusing little toy to die too soon. So from now on, brat, get ready to really feel what it's like to live in fear. That feeling's got to be way more exciting than just dropping dead, right? Don't you think so? Humph, 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 humph. As he spoke, he didn't bother waiting for Jiang Ye's reply. With a flash, he vanished on the spot. And as he said, Jiang Ye was indeed feeling a little heavy and fearful. After all, he was just a beginner player, and yet he'd provoked the apartment administrator. F***Case Sake. This was basically held difficulty mode. Just like the administrator had said, if he wanted to target him, there were tons of ways to do it. This time, the administrator had personally shown up, and Jiang Ye only survived because he didn't fight back. But what if next time, the administrator sent some kind of monster after him? If he didn't fight back then, wouldn't he really be killed by the monster? Just like the administrator said. With truth and illusion all mixed up, how was he supposed to handle it? Besides, the apartment administrator handled operations in place of the apartment boss. He had a lot of authority. For instance, when it came to paying rent, Jiang Ye had a deal with the administrator. If the administrator decided to pull something shady on that, he could end up being erased at midnight for failing to pay rent. F***Case Sake. This situation was super bad for him. He had to find a way to resolve this potential crisis fast. Actually, there was a simple way. Cross-apartment. If he moved to another beginner apartment, this administrator wouldn't be able to touch him. But honestly, that felt kind of humiliating. Jiang Ye felt speechless just thinking about it. He hadn't even planned on killing the administrator of his own apartment. He'd originally been thinking about teaming up with Lin Jing and the others to take down the administrator of apartment 9999. But instead, it was his own administrator who picked a fight with him first. Seriously, looking for death for no reason. Now that Jiang Ye had some power, he also had a bit of temper. He was thinking, besides cross apartment, there was another way to solve this. Just get rid of the administrator ASAP. This administrator who couldn't leave well enough alone. He needed to be taught a lesson. In the spectator seats of Lin Jing's quick battle, his number 2 replica had started chatting with Wan Xin again. Seizing the opportunity, he casually asked Wan Xin, "Hey, say we're planning to kill an apartment administrator. Would the administrator strike first and target us players in advance?" That question stunned Wan Xin. Strike first? Target? Who? The apartment administrator? You're overthinking it. We're not trying to kill apartment 9999's administrator, so of course there's no reason for him to come after us. That left Jiang Ye momentarily speechless. Not killing your own administrator, that made sense. But he couldn't help asking again. But whether we kill him or not is our decision. How can apartment 9999's administrator be 100% sure we won't try? Now Wan Xin was left speechless. But considering Jiang Ye was just a clueless newbie, he still explained patiently. That's easy to understand. Because apartment 9999's administrator is the strongest. And killing any administrator has the same result. So for us players who know how the game works, unless we've lost our minds, there's no way we'd try to challenge the 9999 administrator. More importantly, even if we did challenge him, there's basically zero chance of winning. So the 9999 administrator is totally fearless. He has no reason to target or strike back in advance. Okay, now Jiang Ye got it. The 9999 administrator was super powerful, so he wasn't worried about players attacking him, and therefore didn't preemptively retaliate. But his own administrator from apartment 1010? Just your average dude, acting all arrogant, picking a fight with him. But in reality, just scared. So the problem he was facing, big shots in apartment 9999, didn't have to deal with that. No wonder all the elites went to apartment 9999. Definitely saved them a ton of trouble. Thinking about that, Jiang Ye suddenly remembered. I heard that if you make it onto the War God ranking, you can get your own place in apartment 9999. But how do you get on the War God ranking? I already got a 10-win streak, and I'm still just nameless black iron. Wan Xin raised an eyebrow. You get on the War God ranking through your match record. As long as your record beats the person ranked 100, you'll replace them and make it onto the board. There's also another way, through challenge mode. You can directly challenge someone on the War God ranking. But that kind of challenge can be declined. As for how to upgrade from Stubborn Bronze, there are 3 requirements. First, get a 10-win streak. Second, pay either 1 million game coins or 100 duel points. Third, go to the first floor lobby and complete a title upgrade trial. It's pretty simple. With your strength, you should clear it in no time. The first and third points weren't hard. But the second one, paying 1 million game coins? What the H*LL? He was already dirt poor and still had to pay to use the duel room. Jiang Ye cursed silently, then asked again, "So if I, as nameless Black Iron, challenge a Stubborn Bronze on the War God ranking, can I still get on the ranking with a nameless Black Iron title?" Wan Xin looked speechless but still broke it down for him. Technically yes, but I really wouldn't recommend it. First off, the guy you challenge is on the War God ranking. He's not going to bother with someone like you. It's like an elephant ignoring an ant. These big shots don't have time for nonsense. Second, there are rewards for making it onto the War God ranking. If you do it as nameless Black Iron, the benefits aren't as good as if you go up as Stubborn Bronze. Besides, everyone who makes it onto the board pretty much meets the upgrade conditions, so they all go up as Stubborn Bronze. Man, these elites sure are loaded. Jiang Ye was strapped for cash right now, and coughing up that million really hurt. He thought about it, and then leaned in to whisper in Wan Xion's ear. "Brother Wan, we've got a bit of a connection now, right? Can you hook me up with one of the War God ranking guys from apartment 9999? Maybe help me challenge one through the back door." Wan Xion looked totally speechless. What connection? They just chatted in the group a few times. That's it. Still, he gave Jiang Ye a pointed reminder. Did you forget the difference between challenge mode and matchmaking mode? In matchmaking mode, You're paired with someone at similar strength. That's why you're doing well. But in challenge mode, you're only level 3 with around 80 combat power. And you want to challenge someone from the War God ranking? You kidding me? Oh, yeah. Jiang Ye had nearly forgotten that part. So he asked, then what's the lowest combat power among the War God ranking guys? One Xion's face suddenly turned weird. After a long pause, he finally snapped. Lowest one's your big bro here. Over 400 combat power. Huh. Awkward. Jiang Ye quickly forced a laugh to smooth things over. Ha. Oh wow, Brother Juan. You're on the War God ranking too? Sorry, I only looked at the top names, didn't pay attention to the bottom ones. Juan X. Jiang Ye realized that sounded like a burn, so he quickly tried to fix it. No, I mean, Brother Juan, you're amazing. You're ranked last in level, but still made the combat power board. I think you're only level 8, right? When you hit level 10, I bet you'll instantly dominate the War God ranking and scare everyone silly. Juan Xian swore, rolled his eyes. F***K. If you don't know how to flatter someone, just don't. Are you trying to get under my skin? Ha ha. Jiang Ye gave a dry laugh, then enthusiastically added, then how about it, big bro? Help me out. Let me challenge you once. Juan Xian was totally baffled now, staring in disbelief. You? Level 3 with 80 combat power? Want to challenge me? Level 8 with 400 plus combat power? You serious right now? I just want to get a feel for how strong War God ranking guys are. Juan Xian thought about it and figured whatever. But then he glanced at Lin Jing's duel and said, I bought 10 rounds of spectating. Got 4 or 5 left. Jiang Ye's spectating session had ended. With the administrator now targeting him, he was feeling the pressure and didn't want to waste any time. So he suggested to Juan Xian, each of Lin God's duels takes like 3 or 4 minutes. 4 or 5 rounds means 20 minutes tops. I'll go get a few more wins in during the next 15 minutes, then come back and challenge you. How's that sound? Right then, Juan Xian really took on the big bro role, nodded calmly. Sure, go ahead. I'm curious to see how many wins you can rack up in the next 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Jiang, you want to go straight for a 20-win streak, maybe even 30. But he was also a bit worried. If the duo organization shamelessly kept sending veteran players with glyph abilities just to target him, it probably wouldn't be so easy to handle. Over on his number 2 replica's side, he didn't waste a second and immediately launched the 11-win streak matchmaking. His main body, meanwhile, was still deeply worried about being directly targeted by the administrator. His room 2025 clearly wasn't safe anymore. So deep down, a bold idea began to take shape in Jiang Ye's mind. Only thing was, bold ideas were always for his replicas. His main body was still a bit of a coward. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ye had his number 1 replica take the blackened replica and leave room 2025 together. And in the short distance between room 2025 and room 2064, he was ambushed 3 times. All monster ambushes, 2 venomous snakes, 1 cockroach. The whole time, he was too worried it might be a trap set by the administrator to dare fight back. Luckily, the blackened replica had sharp senses and took care of each crisis. None of the 3 attacks came from the apartment administrator. But with ambushes happening this frequently, it was hard to believe the administrator wasn't involved at all. Jiang Ye's face darkened as he rang the doorbell to room 2064. The one who answered was still that cold little personal assistant robot. Before Jiang Ye could even speak, the little bot flatly stated, the owner has not requested any apartment services. Unauthorized individuals, please leave. Jiang Ye glanced toward the living room but didn't see the white-clad woman. He tried explaining to the robot that he was her friend and had something to discuss. But the robot showed no trace of emotion, repeating the same line. Please leave. Jiang Ye was helpless and just about to walk away in defeat, when suddenly, the blackened replica standing beside him suddenly transformed into the white-clad woman. Then she said to the robot, he's my friend. Let him in. The personal assistant robot hesitated for a second, then nodded, opened the door, and let Jiang Ye in. Even as he followed this white-clad woman into room 2064, Jiang Ye was completely dumbfounded. Holy sh*t, his blackened replica, was actually the white-clad woman in disguise. Wait, this wasn't right. Jiang Ye was filled with dread. But the blackened replica seemed to pick up on his thoughts and calmly said, "No." Then he shot a glance at the pint-sized personal assistant robot and added meaningfully, "These personal assistant robots usually have pretty low intelligence." Jiang Ye got it. So it wasn't that the white-clad woman had been disguising herself as his blackened replica all along. It was just that, right then and there, the blackened replica had changed into the white-clad woman in front of the dumb robot. But Jiang Ye was still confused. "But your glyph abilities don't include something like that, do they?" The blackened replica responded calmly, "You don't need glyph abilities for that. Most Eerie players have the ability to change their voice, appearance, and form. Our beta. Didn't the apartment administrator just easily disguise himself as Ding Ding?" "Oh, right. So," Jiang Ye swallowed nervously, "all Eerie players can turn into me?" The blackened replica didn't understand why Jiang Ye was so shocked. He corrected him matter-of-factly, "Not just you. They can impersonate anyone. In fact, Eerie players can create customized disguise masks for human players to use." Hearing that, Jiang Ye swallowed hard again, horrified. "You're saying the disguise masks found in treasure chests all look like bald guys? But the ones made by Eerie players can look like anything, not just bald guys?" The blackened replica nodded. "Correct. Disguise masks created by Eerie players are also known as human skin masks. Human players can custom order human skin masks in any appearance they want. They can be fictional or modeled after real people. Both are possible." He made it sound so casual. But Jiang Ye couldn't help getting more and more excited. His infinite replication ability really was F*****ing insane. It seemed like under this X-tier ability, anything that looked exactly like him would be classified as one of his replicas, which meant what Jiang Ye had just been thinking was, if the administrator hadn't disguised himself as Ding Ding when he came to the door, but had come disguised as him, Jiang Ye, then what would have happened? Could he have triggered replica fusion with the administrator and forcibly locked him down for 3 minutes? Holy sh**t, what would it feel like to fuse with the apartment administrator? The mental image was insane. He didn't dare keep thinking about it. And taking this logic even further, Jiang Ye couldn't help imagining. Killing the apartment boss through normal means might be impossible. But what if the apartment boss went insane and disguised himself as Jiang Ye? Then, would the X-tier ability also classify the boss as one of his replicas? Then, replica fusion, or maybe by then he'd even have an even crazier skill like replica self-destruct, and he uses a replica skill on the apartment boss. Boom, boss gone. Let's go even more ridiculous. What if, right at game time midnight, he lured the apartment boss into taking on his form, then straight up used fusion on him? F***K's sake. Wouldn't that mean he kills the apartment boss, and his main body skyrockets instantly? Ha ha! Jiang Ye couldn't help admiring himself. Man, he really had guts. Most people wouldn't even dream of something this beautiful. And here he was, just casually thinking it up. Where the H**LL did he get this kind of confidence? Definitely not from Fish Liang. It was the true weight of the X-tier ability. Jiang Ye seriously suspected that this so-called X-tier was essentially a bug tier. If what he imagined really worked, then it was way too broken. And the blackened replica had just said something about being able to make fixed-appearance human skin masks. So if this bug really existed, couldn't he mass-produce masks of his own face and sell them in bulk? And the players who used those masks, once they looked like him, would they also be identified as his replicas? F***K. This idea was just too wild. Jiang Ye's expression was completely stunned. The blackened replica looked confused and was about to say something when his expression suddenly shifted and his gaze turned toward the TV screen in the living room. At the same time, the white-clad woman's voice came from the screen. "You've really gotten gutsy, haven't you? Daring to disguise yourself as me and sneak into my apartment. As she spoke, a white silhouette emerged from the screen. She glared at Jiang Ye with those beautiful eyes, then looked over at the one disguised as her and coldly asked, "That one's your new replica?" Jiang Ye quickly shot a glance at the blackened replica, who then reverted from the white-clad woman's appearance back to looking like Jiang Ye. And the moment he returned to his true form, the white-clad woman's eyes were clearly surprised. A second later, she stared at the blackened replica and gasped, "You? You're that creepy thing from my blood mist space. You're still alive." The blackened replica nodded obediently. A layer of blood mist then spread around his body, and he calmly replied, "Yeah, I'm still alive." "How is that possible?" the white-clad woman murmured, then looked back at Jiang Ye, her gaze complicated. At this moment, Jiang Ye himself was starting to doubt. He'd originally thought this blackened version of the mirror replica was so unique because the replica reflection mirror was special. But now he felt this uniqueness might not come from the mirror at all. It might come from himself. Right, the blackened replica had even said he could get stronger by following him. Just as Jiang Yi was deep in thought, the white-clad woman's lazy voice interrupted him. "So, you came all the way here. What do you want from me?" Jiang Yi snapped out of it and sighed. "Didn't I take that quest to kill the administrator? But now, before I even got the madman mask, I've already been targeted by the administrator. I wanted to ask if you had any good ways to help me avoid being countered or harassed by him. For example, can the administrator just barge into this room of yours without permission?" The white-clad woman looked surprised. "You want to live with me? Why that sounds so weird?" Jiang Yi quickly shook his head. "No, I mean, do you have any safe place you can offer me? Like that little forest of yours. There are tons of bed sheets there. Shouldn't they be connected to different spaces? Is there a safe, secure one that could shield me from the administrator, just so I can lay low for a while?" The white-clad woman stared at him and thought for a moment. Not long after, she seemed to think of a possible place. But after giving Jiang Yi a quick once-over, she raised an eyebrow and said, "You're talking about your main body, right? Aren't you worried I'll pull some trick on you and get you killed?" That, Jiang Yi had indeed considered. But at this point, he had more information in hand, and facing the white-clad woman, he was a lot more composed. He even smiled a bit, relaxed and confident. "Come on, we have at least one task-based connection. Because of that bond, you don't really have a reason to harm me." On the contrary, Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and said with mock mystery, "You probably really want to get out of this beginner apartment, don't you?" The white-clad woman stared at him for a few seconds, then chuckled coldly, her tone odd. "Looks like you've learned a few things. Then take a guess. If I chose you as a parasitic host right now, what do you think your chances of survival would be?" TSK, an SSS tier ability. Even among all the beginner apartments I've reincarnated through, that's a rare one. She smiled in that strange way, like she really had her eye on Jiang Yi. But Jiang Yi wasn't scared at all. He grinned right back. "Rare but not unheard of. If you didn't choose to parasitize someone even with an SSS tier, then I've got even less reason to be afraid." The white-clad woman laughed again. She could tell this kid was actually super cautious about his life. Even now, he'd come in a replica, not his real body, which meant he definitely wasn't as chill and fearless as he seemed. Still, under these circumstances, the fact that he was willing to show up in a replica for a face-to-face talk was already a big show of trust. So the white-clad woman didn't give him a hard time. She simply said, "That little forest of mine, there are indeed 1 or 2 safe zones. You can use one for now, but only for today. The administrator holds the apartment permissions. If you want to survive the next midnight, you'd better leave this apartment altogether. For example, apartment 9999 would be a pretty solid choice." Jiang Yi nodded. He already had plans in that direction. After thanking her, he added, "About that shelter you mentioned, can I use a replica to check out ahead of time?" The white-clad woman nodded and prepared to take him to her little forest. Just then, Jiang Yi had a sudden brainwave and blurted, "My blackened replica just told me all Eerie can easily change their appearance and form. So that means you can turn into me too?" The white-clad woman nodded. "Of course. Then, Jiang Ye tried to act casual, as if just asking out of curiosity. Could you do a quick demo? The white-clad woman didn't think much of it. She raised an eyebrow and transformed into his appearance. Afterward, she even pulled out a mirror, propped up her chin, and observed for a moment before commenting. Your face, average. I'd give you a 79. Still plenty of room for improvement. Then she smiled easily and added, once you master glyph abilities, you'll probably be able to change your appearance too. And then you'll realize, looks mean nothing in the Doomsday Apartment. With modifiable faces, anyone could be a handsome guy or gorgeous girl. The white-clad woman was just casually musing. But Jiang Ye wasn't listening at all, because at that moment, his focus was entirely on his main body. And right now, his main body had as many as 8 skill-operable replicas. 4 of them were replicas he'd personally created, number 1 through number 4. 2 more. 1 was the mirror replica. 1 was the blackened replica in room 2064. The last 2. 1 was his current opponent on the 11-win streak battlefield of number 2 replica, and the other was the white-clad woman, disguised as him. Holy sh*t. Back in room 2025, Jiang Ye's main body couldn't help but yell out loud. F***K's sake. That crazy idea of his had actually come true. The white-clad woman, disguised as him, had actually entered the usable range of his replica skills. This time, though, he wasn't in a rush. Jiang Ye could clearly sense. These 8 replicas weren't all the same. The ones that truly shared his consciousness were only the 4 he personally created. The mirror replica could follow spoken commands. The blackened replica, which had been invaded by an Eerie, could also be controlled via his consciousness. But its own thoughts were independent of his. As for the dual opponent and the white-clad woman, these two had the weakest connection with him. His main body couldn't influence them mentally at all. Even verbal commands would likely be ignored. The only thing he could do was activate replica skills on them. Whether or not he'd be able to fuse with them at midnight was still unknown. After realizing all this, Jiang Ye didn't actually use any replica skills on the white-clad woman. After all, she had only taken on his appearance because he suggested it. If anything weird happened now, she might get suspicious. So for now, all was peaceful. She soon returned to her original appearance. Meanwhile, on number 2 replica's battlefield, once again, Wu Ying, who had used his phantasm duplication to take on Jiang Ye's form, was gripping a soul-calming bell on the far end of the arena, eyes locked tightly on him. Even with his body tense, Wu Ying's tone was still arrogant as he shouted at Jiang Ye. If your 10-win streak one-shot method came from some subtle soul attack item, then this time, I prepared a soul-calming bell. You still think you can one-shot me? Soul-calming bell? I should still be able to one-shot him, right? I've watched that kid's fight with Wu Ying over and over, and I still couldn't figure out what item he used to one-shot Wu Ying. I think it definitely wasn't an item. It had to be some powerful ability Wu Ying couldn't replicate with his phantasm duplication. And that bell probably won't work against it either. What do you mean it won't work? The Soul Calming Bell is a top-tier Eerie item. If the kid's ability is any kind of mental control or soul attack, then the bell has to be effective. I'm telling you, this time, there's no way he's beating Wu Ying again. That's right. Jiang Ye's 11th match was also drawing quite a crowd from the 119th floor of the Doomsday Apartment. However, at this point, a big chunk of the viewers' attention had already shifted to Lin Jing's quick battle. In fact, the entire duo organization had launched a massive betting pool centered around Lin Jing's quick battle performance. People could bet on whether he would successfully complete the run or wager on exactly which round he would lose. The odds for completing the full quick battle were very low. Even if you won that bet, you wouldn't make much. On the other hand, guessing the exact round he'd lose and had insanely high odds. If you nailed that, you'd make a killing. As a result, a whole bunch of bike-to-motorcycle gamblers were taking the risk, betting on the specific round Lin Jing would fail. By comparison, Jiang Ye's fight still had viewers, but nowhere near as many as Lin Jing's. After all, Lin Jing was the first human player to upgrade his glyph ability to Tier 2 on the very first day. And Jiang Ye, He was just kind of weird and mysterious. He didn't even have glyph abilities yet. People were watching him mostly for fun, like browsing online gossip. They were just waiting to see what the real story turned out to be. Still, gossip always comes with anticipation. Right now, a lot of spectators were busy speculating whether Jiang Ye's one shot of Wu Ying was done with a skill or an item. And now that Wu Ying had the soul calming bell, could Jiang Ye still one-shot him? Plenty of viewers were recording the fight this time, afraid they'd miss the key moment of the kill like last time. On the battlefield, Jiang Ye looked at the exact same opponent from his 10-win streak and could only sigh. He honestly wasn't sure if he could still one-shot Wu Ying this time. Not because of the soul-calming bell. From what he could tell, that bell had no defensive effect against his replica skill. The real issue was, replica skills have cooldowns. It hadn't been that long since he last used replica fusion. What he was most torn about now was this. In cases like this, where the opponent changes into his appearance, then reverts, then changes back into him again, there's a stretch of time where they're not in replica state. Would that break the cooldown the same way the replica reflection mirror did? As long as cooldown wasn't a problem, one-shotting this guy would be no issue. But thinking further, another scenario crossed Jiang Ye's mind. What if, after the 3-minute fusion, this guy just stays in Jiang Ye's form and never switches back? Then wouldn't the cooldown never reset? And if he got matched with this guy again later, what then? Use replica possession? Replica swap? But replica possession targets his main body. Jiang Ye didn't want to risk his main body at all. As for replica swap, once they switch places, there's no switching back. That'd be like letting a veteran player enter early. And once the swap happened, the opponent and the whole duo organization might catch on. So even if he managed to one-shot his opponent this time, being stuck with this guy long-term could get tricky. Jiang Ye's thoughts spun rapidly, mind racing with scenarios. Facing the still cocky Wu Ying, he didn't go for mockery. Instead, he responded seriously. To be honest, I'm not sure if I can one-shot you again, but it looks like you're volunteering to help me test it. So, I'll go ahead and test it with you. He said it lightly. Wu Ying relaxed a little too. Yeah, it was just a duel. Win or lose, he'd complete his mission for the organization by gauging this guy's strength. That was enough. Winning or losing didn't matter. Thinking that, Wu Ying looked even more relaxed and cocky, grinning confidently. All right, try again if you want. Jiang Ye didn't fuse right away. It looked more like he was gathering power. But in reality, his #1 replica and black replica had just arrived at the safe space the white-clad woman had prepared. This is the ruins of a destroyed beginner apartment. The environment's bad, but as long as you stay out of the fog, there's basically no danger. Then she added, during the time between one beginner apartment's destruction and another's birth, I hid here. Jiang Ye could vaguely see it. It really did look like the wreckage of a destroyed apartment. From the ruins, he could almost visualize how the place had been wiped out, like a giant hand had pressed down on the rooftop. The entire building had been reduced to dust. What had been a tall tower was now flat ground. A 3-dimensional space turned into a 2-dimensional one. Even on the flattened ruins, you could still vaguely see remnants of what was once the rooftop. A central area of some unknown black material, and an outer ring like a long corridor with marble floors. Inside the ring, there were even traces of destroyed operation consoles. Jiang Ye couldn't help but ask, in these apartment ruins, there shouldn't be any rule restrictions anymore, right? The white-clad woman nodded. Of course not. No one manages this place. It's my private space now. Jiang Ye then looked at the fog beyond the ruins. What's inside that fog? She shook her head. No idea. It's too eerie. I didn't dare explore it. But while I was waiting out my cycle here, I used to wonder, what if a real player from the Doomsday Apartment found their way here? But sadly, no one ever did. Not once. That got Jiang Ye asking again, how many times have you reincarnated? But this time, the white-clad woman shot him a glare and snapped. None of your damn business. Jiang Ye awkwardly scratched his nose and quickly changed the topic. Ahem, well, I'll go with this place then. The white-clad woman nodded without emotion, then said a bit impatiently, I've brought you to the safe space. How? And when your main body gets here, none of my concern. Sometime before midnight, I'll come pick you up. With that, she didn't even wait for Jiang Ye's response. With a flash, she vanished from the space. Only Jiang Ye and the blackened replica remained, as if trapped in the surrounding fog. Jiang Ye wasn't worried. He didn't even bother exploring the ruins. Instead, he turned straight to the blackened replica and said, I remember you saying earlier, you can still be invaded by an Eerie, right? The blackened replica nodded eagerly, eyes pitch black with a faint red glint of excitement. Yes, I can. Truth was, Jiang Yi still wasn't sure if his idea would actually work, but he still gave the blackened replica a heads up. In a bit, I'm going to fuse something into you. I'm not even sure if it's an Eerie or not, but you could try and see if you can completely and totally fuse it. The blackened replica blinked, seeming a little confused but mostly just excited. At the same time, over at the duel arena of number 2 replica, Jiang Yi finally finished charging up and looked at Wu Ying with a steady gaze. All right, I'm ready. Wu Ying, seeing how long this had taken, started to wonder. Was it possible that last time he got one shot because he talked too much? If he hadn't babbled on and on with all that useless chatter, maybe he could have taken this kid out? Anyway, from the looks of it, this kid's one-shot move wasn't instant cast. That piece of information was key. Next time he fought this kid, no talking, just a quick battle. But for now, it was an experiment. Wu Ying looked relaxed, the soul-calming bell still in hand. And then, the very next second, spectators from floor 119 once again witnessed. Wu Ying vanished from the battlefield in an instant. At the same time, the duel result popped up on screen. Wu Ying lost again. The soul-calming bell was completely ineffective. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Those who guessed right were smug. Those who guessed wrong all started making after-the-fact analyses. This time, there was no win streak reward, and number 2 replica didn't fuse with Wu Ying. He simply jumped straight into the next match without missing a beat. Since Wu Ying was in a fused state, he obviously wasn't the opponent for the upcoming 12th win match. In fact, due to Wu Ying's temporary disappearance, even the duo organization hadn't reacted yet. Jiang Ye's 12th win wasn't targeted at all, just a normal opponent. And so, from the 12th to the 15th win, he speedran them all. And in just that short 3-minute span, over at the apartment ruins, the blackened replica did indeed sense something different. He blinked and said to Jiang Ye, I got stronger. Jiang Ye tensed up and quickly asked for confirmation. What about it? That thing I fused into you. Can you completely absorb it? The blackened replica raised a hand, and a severed hand floated in the air before him. This time, a new glyph pattern appeared on the hand. This glyph looked like 3 bold strokes from a calligraphy brush. 1 vertical stroke in the center, and 2 slightly curved strokes to the sides, pointing downward. Overall, it resembled a bizarre, downward-pointing arrow. The blackened replica's eyes lit up slightly as he spoke slowly. Phantasm Parasitism, Tier 3. Upon being killed, parasitize the opponent's shadow, replicating their full strength. Tier 3 allows you to store up to 6 phantasms, which you can switch between at will. It's like having 6 different identities, each with unique power and skills. Of course, the weaknesses are obvious. First, you have to be killed by the target to parasitize their phantasm. If the opponent has a lethal move, you might just die outright. No parasitism possible. So every death for parasitism attempt carries the risk of true death. Second, the process of parasitizing and replicating a shadow varies in time, depending on the opponent's strength. If the replication takes too long, you might get taken out mid-process. All in all, it's a high-risk, high-reward glyph ability with decent practicality. As he explained, he seemed pretty satisfied. As for Jiang Ye's question, he added a beat later. Completely absorbed? I thought it was fully fused just now. But before he even finished that sentence, he suddenly froze, then blurted, wait. Just a second ago, I really thought it was completely fused. The ability felt totally mine. I even had full control over all 6 stored phantasms from that glyph. But now, suddenly it's all gone. All of it. The blackened replica looked at Jiang Ye with a genuinely wronged expression. Jiang Ye was speechless. Unwilling to give up, he asked again, "What does it feel like when you're being invaded by an Eerie? Didn't you feel anything like that during the fusion?" Now the blackened replica seemed to get what Jiang Ye was thinking, but he shook his head helplessly. "It's different. Fusing with that thing felt nothing like being invaded by an Eerie. During the fusion, I felt no discomfort whatsoever. I couldn't sense anything off or partial about it. In my perception, it was a full fusion. There was no resistance, no weirdness." So in the end, Jiang Ye's wild idea had just been wishful thinking. It couldn't actually be done? Then what should he do about this opponent that kept clinging to him? From his main body's perception, this opponent hadn't canceled the replication. He was still in Jiang Ye's form, which meant if he matched with this guy again, his replica fusion cooldown probably wouldn't refresh. Meanwhile, Wu had no clue what Jiang Ye was thinking. He thought he'd successfully completed his mission for the organization. When he regained consciousness, the first thing he did was report, "I'm still in that kid's form. The data panel is perfectly visible." As he said that, he directly posted Jiang Ye's data panel in the group chat. Jiang Ye, level 3, stamina, 8.2, energy, 8.2, combat power, 80, survival points, 0, ability, hard work pays off, S, skills, absolute focus, combat stance. The panel immediately sparked a wave of discussion among the duo organization members. Xing Xiao, are you kidding me? That guy should have had an ice-type ability. This panel's way too average. There's no way it's real. If this garbage stat line can become Rookie King, I'll take my head off and let you kick it around like a soccer ball. It's true. The stats were way too ordinary. Wu quickly followed up. When I was copying him, he briefly had dual abilities, and his combat power spiked to over 400. But that must have been some kind of item effect. Only lasted 3 minutes. And that item seems reusable. That's probably how he keeps his win streak going, and how he one-shot me so cleanly. Xing Xiao, if that's the case, that'd have to be a top-tier Eerie item, right? But he doesn't even have glyph abilities. How's he using something that's strong over and over? Also, if he has such an item, why hasn't any Eerie latched onto him yet? Wu, I think it's weird too, but based on my duplication, he definitely doesn't have a glyph ability. Zi Sang Haoyun, could it be a hidden glyph ability? Tong Sang, what nonsense is that? Hidden glyph abilities don't transfer through Eerie transformations. Unless you're telling me this guy somehow awakened a hidden glyph while only having an S-tier ability.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.